You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all and everlasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we
the podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors.
A special thank you to our gold sponsor, Terry Coleman from Global Key Capital. Global Key Capital is a lender specializing in customized financial solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority. They strive to provide their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. So if you are in the market for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call or simply visit their website at www.globalkeycapital.com. A special shout out to our silver sponsor, Business Course Academy. At Business Course Academy, they provide business education digital courses for its participants with the tools and knowledge needed to compete globally and build generational wealth. Everyone needs a map to reach their business goals today, and they have an exceptional business course creators and coaches on their team with over 30 years of experience ready to help you because they have worked with multi-million-dollar agencies as well as startups. So if you're looking for your next business course, go to businesscourseacademy.com. Thank you for your support. Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
That God intended you to be. That right there is what we gonna throw over in a second. We about to flip this table. Listen, I just turned 44. But thank you. But it wasn't until 35 that I recognized what my calling was. And it wasn't within the last 2 years that I started to understand. And the process of healing started at 35. So it was a journey from 35, almost 10 years of who am I? Understanding my self-worth, loving myself the way that he sees me, the way that he loves me on that level. I didn't know how much I distrusted him because the roots ran so deep. And unless you get those roots and you get them up, you're dealing with the leaves. You're dealing with the surface. But we have to take that modified seeds, them GMOs that's been modified because of these tainted seeds. And we have to uproot it and we have to change it. And it's a daily process because we're not complete until we're called home. Until then, there is always something he is revealing to us to work on.
Absolutely. That is so true. And when you recognize that you are fearfully and wonderfully made, and when you recognize that you were designed with purpose, he said, I knew you before you were born.
Yes, in your mother's womb.
In your mother's womb. And you're so pretty. You're a beautiful, beautiful lady. And you're a baby. Let me tell you, you're a baby. Okay, I'm old enough to be your mother. For real. Anyway.
But for so long, I didn't feel beautiful, because I realized so many times we say boss, right? It comes with this presence. It's this outside thing. But I had to learn to understand that boss is an inside job. When you understand who you truly are on the inside, then it's manifested on the outside. But it took a long time to get to say that I'm beautiful and understand and know that for myself. Yes. That I'm a boss, I'm a great mom, a phenomenal. It took a long time for me to see myself through my creator's eyes because it was so full of dirt and taint and what other people had planted.
Oh, I recognize Eleanor Roosevelt had a quote, and that quote is, no one can make you feel inferior without your permission. When I understood that, then I also understood it didn't matter what other people said about me. It didn't matter how other people treated me. It didn't matter. What mattered was how I saw myself, what I said to myself.
Yes.
And you recognize that as well.
Yes.
And we ran out of time. But Ioka is going to be coming onto my show for a full hour. So I'm excited. We'll be talking about her book. Yes. And again, we are at the Authors All-Star Conference in Atlanta. And she is one of the authors here. You can get her book at IamIoka.com. IamIoka.com. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And listen, God bless you all. And we'll be back with another interview really soon. Have a great afternoon.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
And Let's talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Let's talk about it. On the Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it.
All right. Well, somebody commented, so hey,
even though it's live.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. Now, y'all, when I am on social media, I am there to be entertained, to be informed, and also to be inspired. The principles of the Michael Finkley Show. And when I find talent, I must act on it. This is how we came in contact with the incredible, the awesome, the inspirational Timothy Clifton, and he has been inspiring myself along with the Think Fam for the past, oh my word, 4 seasons now, almost 4 seasons now. And so when I am on social media, again, I'm there for a good time, but when I come across amazing talent, I must reach out. And this is how our amazing guest came to be today. We have entertainer, we have comedian, we have actor, and he has so many titles, but he is up and coming, and dude is awesome. He is great. He is inspirational. He's also funny too. Christopher Regent is with us as he talks about his time in the industry and where he sees himself in the future as well. So Think Fam, don't you go away. Back in a moment. Next, Chris is here. Don't you go away.
Hey, this is Nelson Estevez, aka Alonzo from Tyler Perry's The Oval. If you're not watching the Michael Finkley Show.
Hello, everybody. It's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thethinklyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Next, Michael Finkley, author of Praise Him While You Wait. Dr. Brenda Jefferson is with us. Next, Finkley. Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, he is an actor, he is an entertainer, and y'all, the list continues, and he's going to explain it all during this interview, I promise you. He is Christopher Regent. How are you, Chris?
Michael!
Yes!
Hey, you guys, I want you guys to know we were talking before we started even recording this, and that was my shtick. I was just gonna be yelling his name, Michael!
Yes! Because I DM'd you one day and I just said, Chris, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation.
Yeah. And that's what it was. I was like, okay, Michael, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. No, nothing to it.
I tell you, how are you?
I am amazing. Tired, if I'm going to be very honest and not put up the veil of like I'm just super and I'm tired because I'm running around and doing stuff, but I'm amazing and yeah, I will not complain. The odds have been in my favor.
I got you. Well, you look good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. So, like I told you before, I've been stalking you on social media, and you put out some amazing work. Yeah. Stalking. And you put out some amazing work, and it makes you laugh. For the most part of it, it makes you laugh, but also too, it makes you think as well. And I feel that that's needed in this day and time because we've been through so much in 2022 and before, right? So thank you for making us feel good as we scroll on these IG streets.
Of course. Thank you for once again receiving it. I'll take a message out of Erykah Badu's book. I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit, and but all jokes aside, I mean, that's what it is because as an artist, I don't want to just put out anything that's just rubbish. I really do want people to start thinking outside of the box and enjoying themselves in the process of doing that. So it's been a journey to figure out what people connect with, what people love, what people are passionate about. And in the process of learning about other people, I learned about myself.
Yeah. Oh my word. And we're going to get to that a little later in the interview as well, because I really want to hear about that. But in this journey, right, in becoming an entertainer, going into acting and the other slew of things that you've done, when did you realize, hey, I'm a creative being and start feeding into that?
I mean, I've always known it. I've known it since I was young. I mean, there was times that I would do stuff in art class or I would write a story and my teachers would say things like, "Oh my God, this is really good," and I would say, as a kid, especially the old me, I was like, "Yeah, right, whatever. It's not really that good. You're just saying that." And it took me all of my 38 years of my life to really manifest to this point where I really understood that I have a lot to offer, and I think with creatives, it's a constant birth and rebirth of what that looks like, to you.
Yeah.
So I mean, I wanted to be an actor ever since I was 18, and I just never stuck with it because, you gotta go to and be a doctor and a lawyer and a aerospace engineer. And what's really dope about being a dynamic personality, whether it be myself, whether it be someone like Michael Finkley, or it might be, you know, anybody that you come in contact with, you don't have to just be one thing. You could be a whole bunch of things. So smart and kind and, you know, daring and entertaining, you could be all of that. And that's where I'm at now.
I'm so glad you're not in a box.
No, I mean, like, who? It bothers me sometimes when, of course, it's not my life to live, so you know, it doesn't, no skin off of me. But when people don't want to explore and expand because this world is so big.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I get it, and that is what 2022 meant to me, right? I was in education for 11 years, and I stepped out on faith, and then I quit, and I'm pursuing this full time, right? And so I am exploring everything that there is to it, and also too, not only this, I want to leave here when my time comes. I want to leave here empty. So I want to explore each and every one of my gifts and talents that I have, and even the ones I don't have. I want to try it out. So I definitely understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, your body. What's so interesting to me? I mean, I'm a nerd. I mean, if you don't know, I mean, I don't know if the glasses was a dead giveaway or anything like that, but I'm a nerd.
Those
And
are real?
These are, yeah, because if I take these off right now, I'm all like, Michael, you're all like lost.
Marco.
No, you know, your body is an instrument, you know, and so there's a group of people out there, just to kind of talk about one of my newer endeavors and journeys. There's a group of people out there that believe if you're not born a singer, then you can't sing, right? And because people believe that some people are born with talent, and only the talented can become. And what's interesting about that is that there's two different types of people. There are people who do have the talent and they make it, and then there's people who might not have the talent, but they actually don't use it. They don't know any better. They've never tried it. And they can exercise and grow that and be more. Your vocal cords are a muscle. So, you know, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, you do that for about a year or two, and then all of a sudden it's all like, you know what, I can actually hold a note, and you know what, I'm gonna go to a karaoke every night, and then it just becomes a thing.
Right.
And so that's, you know, that's what I've been doing recently. I've been working with a vocal coach, and my voice is not the same that it was a year and a half ago, and it's amazing. It's scary. It's all like, all right, do I really want to get into this more? Let me see what else I could do. You know, so
I love that. I definitely love that. You want to give us a little taste of something?
I don't know. I can't even think of anything in particular without like making myself sound a fool. You like label the whole show like this nigga thought. What was I singing? I was just like humming away Noel. I was like, Noel, Noel. As I'm like all nervous now because like everybody's gonna look at me. But pitch and intonation, what was the one thing that my vocal coach, she was trying to get me to sing? It was, This Christmas. I'm not gonna like accost you like that and sing that right now because she just gave it to me last week. But I will come back. I'll circle back.
Okay, we're gonna circle back. So I think he's gonna circle back to us, and then we're here this Christmas from Chris.
Right.
Yes.
You got it right.
Oh my word. But going back to your first love of acting, when did you know that, I guess I'll rephrase the question. How did that talent grow into what it is today? How did you get started in this field?
Honestly, it was very recent. Like I said before, the first gig that I ever got where it was a show. It was Black Box Theater. It was a sketch comedy. It was called The Sketch of New York. So it's basically all the idiosyncrasies that New Yorkers can be, would be, and it's very funny. A lot of it is improvisation, but it was the first show that I booked and like had 3 shows back to back. The first show was pretty packed. I think the second show was sold out. And then the third show, which was on a Sunday, was also pretty packed as well. And I was just interacting with different actors from all over the place. So at all different levels of talent. Some have been in movies. And it was just interesting to just watch everybody work their instrument. And I did the show. The first show was nerve-wracking. I was like, I got up there because I'm like, I gotta be funny in front of people. Like, you don't think about that when there's like the spotlight's on you, but like, dance. It's pretty, it can be intense. But the second show turned out to be very much more relaxed. It was amazing. I just was like hitting marks, and every joke is, with improv, it's never going to be the same thing. There's a structure, but it's never going to be the same thing. So there was different jokes, different things that people laughed at, different body languages, different facial reactions that people picked up on. And once I was done with it, I was like, I really, really like this. I said, I really like this. I said, why didn't I do this before or earlier? But everything within its own time and for its own reason. So yeah.
That is amazing. You said this just recently happened, correct?
December 2018.
Gotcha. And you've been going forth ever since.
Ever since.
Right. So since 2018, what have you been a part of, as in maybe commercials, as in sitcoms, as in television? What does that resume look like right now?
I'm sure it could use some beefing up, but I did a project with HBO called Recommended by Humans. So as you guys know, Recommended by Humans is HBO is a competitor of Netflix. Netflix generates everything automatically. Recommended by Humans was a project of basically having people talk to you about different shows and why they love it so much. So I was on there doing that. I did something with what was it called? I can't even think of the name. It was another YouTube series which deals with cooking. So I did something like that briefly. I did a couple of commercials here and there. I recently did a musical down in Atlanta called Sweet Charity, which is a 1960s Broadway play. Which is, if anybody out there, if they ever turn right back around and say, hey, they're going to reopen Sweet Charity in New York or anywhere else, go see it. It's actually a really, really fun time. All of my friends and family who came down to see me in it, they were pleasantly surprised. They said there was no low points or anything like that. So Sweet Charity, I'm currently in a show called Blurring Shine, which has to deal with exploitation and sensationalism, and how that hurts communities, especially Black communities and communities of color. I'm part of a podcast. I think I mentioned that to you earlier. I'm one of 3 hosts of Highly Melanated Podcasts, which is a podcast about people of color, Black people, and just how we view the world and from different perspectives, and showing that we're not necessarily a monolith, but these are still very important topics to us. So I've been busy.
Somebody is staying busy. Chris is staying busy.
I like this
love it,
song. I
Chris.
like this song. Mama say, Mama saw me, my kusa.
Listen. You want others to live their best lives, which is fantastic. What is Chris still learning about Chris in 2022?
I am Harley Wallen, and you are watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father Charleston, South Carolina is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org. But I love that you're staying busy. You're living in your dream. You're living in your craft. What are you most looking forward to in the future, as in your career, as in acting, as in entertainment?
I think I'm looking forward to utilizing my instrument to its maximum capacity. And where the brain meets emotion and where the emotion meets physical, and then bringing things to life, and then ultimately inspiring people. Going back to when you were so kindly making a compliment about some of the stuff that I put up and how it gets people to think. I want people to be able to proactively and prospectively look at different aspects and ask themselves, is certain things important? Why is it important? And to be able to articulate that really well. And I think a lot of people are, unfortunately, they're just bad at communication. So there's a lot of misunderstandings out there. And I don't think I have to tell you this, because of these misunderstandings, there's a lot going on in the world right now, So I just want people to just be inspired, go out, be great, do great, and live their best lives.
Yeah. You want others to live their best lives, which is fantastic. What is Chris still learning about Chris in 2022?
That I need to give myself more me time. And that's paramount. I'm a people pleaser. I want people to be happy. Because I'm very empathetic, I kind of pick up on a lot of energies, like really, really, really easily. I saw somebody post recently on Instagram, empathy is just like bio Wi-Fi, and it's really true, because you just sit there and you just pick up everything. Like if you were in the room with me, it would be like I'm like the oracle. And a lot of times I really downplay it because I don't want to just always be like that. But 9 times out of 10, I can just feel that.
Yeah.
And I have to find a way to turn that off so that I can say, what do I want? Or what do I feel? Or what do I want to do? So I'm still learning a lot of that.
Yeah. That's amazing you say that. I'm the same way. I am an empath. Like you said, I pick it up so easily, and sometimes I have to shake those things off because, I have to worry about me. I have to be concerned about me. Who else is going to do it but me, right? That is amazing. And all that you do, and all that you've accomplished, and all that you will accomplish in the future, What is that next biggest thing that you want to work on or work with or work with?
Can I say things?
Yeah, please.
Plural?
Please.
It's funny because I'm still kind of fleshing that out. So it's not, you might ask me tomorrow. I'll be like, no, I have a different idea. But in this moment, I would love to be a part of the touring cast of Hamilton.
You would be fantastic.
That was one of the things that me and my vocal coach have talked about, because Hamilton, while I'm still developing my voice, Hamilton is very good with diction. So like I actually pick up on raps and very complicated wording and monologues and things of that nature really quickly. And I would love to be on, I'll name two other things, a Netflix series, preferably fantasy or sci-fi. I love, love, love sci-fi. And I was like, wait a minute. Don't you opt me out, universe. And I would love to be a part of Star Trek. I am a Trekkie. Hands down. Live long and prosper, baby. I know somebody's gonna be looking at this video later like this nerd.
Oh, word. No, I'll be like, I'll probably be laughing all the way through it as my team and I edit this amazing show. But yeah, that is amazing. I love it. It's a part of your dream. And for our season 5 here at the Michael Finkley Show, this is our biggest dream season, right? This platform is still my biggest dream. I was able to sing and write my own theme song for this season. And so in that right of biggest dream, why is it really truly important to still dream in 2022?
Oh my goodness. Because a dream allows you to want to manifest some of your deepest desires, but then also mold a world that is beautiful. I think that we mold the world every day when we interact with different people and we try and put our best foot forward, even if we don't necessarily agree on everything. We try and do that. I think a lot of us, much like yourself, want to go out and inform, educate, and inspire. And so I think dreaming just adds to, it's just like the icing on the cake, if you will, to like really say, all right, I'm gonna go out and do this and I'm gonna make it happen. I'm not gonna stop until it happens, and go from there. I think it's beautiful when people go after their dreams and actually make it, actually do it. I see some people these days. I'm sorry, like now I'm getting like excited because there's people that I know that I met them before they got a Broadway gig and now they're like a staple touring. There's people who I know who are getting auditions left and right, one for Lion King, one for Michael Jackson the musical. There's people that I'm seeing like all of a sudden they're popping up in my feed all of the time, and now they're the host of some big venue, and I'm just all like, oh, when is that going to be me? I want to feel
it. And you will, Chris.
Absolutely,
Your season's coming. Your season's coming, sir.
No, it is, and I mean, even for you, Michael. I mean, you're very kind of saying that you were already following me, but I was following you back because I'm like, what is this guy saying about inform, educate, and inspire? I'm gonna see it for myself, and everybody's always just positively spewing these great things that help lift people up because maybe we need it sometimes.
Okay.
Hallelujah. Can I get an amen?
Okay. Oh my word. It has been such a delight chatting with the Chris, right? I feel like once you get there, you're just gonna go by Chris. That's just me. But it's such a delight to chat with Chris. How can the Think Fam follow you on social media?
Everybody can just follow. I'm mostly on Instagram, so everybody can just follow me on Instagram, which is my acting and then my last name. So Acting Regent, REGENT. I'm there. I mean, sometimes an unhealthy amount of times, but I'm there, and you can hit me up whenever you like.
I promise you, yeah. DM this man, comment on his stuff, like he will reach back out to you. I promise.
Absolutely.
Example here. Thank you, Chris, for being with us, and much success to you in the future, my dear friend.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Michael. I really do appreciate it. And all of the Mike Finkley fan base out there, I appreciate y'all.
You're so welcome. Don't you go away. Back in a moment.
Bye. Oh, sorry.
I'm Patricia Whitfield. I'm Lisa Cook. And I'm Tanisha Gray Stewart. And this is the Life Daytime. And you are watching The Michael Finkley Show.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
So in life, when you go into things, understand that you're not getting what you're worth. You're getting what you negotiate. You're getting what deals. You're getting what agreement you make. And in life, remember this: when you go into relationships, when you're going into business meetings, when you're going into friendships, when you're going into anything that takes some type of agreement, understand that you get what you agree to. So stop agreeing to things in life that you don't get what you worth because you settled, because you felt like, let me just take this. And you feel bad and you feel worse about what you're doing because now you feel less than, because you didn't agree to something that you felt was not your worth. And while I'm sitting here, I just had to think about that. Like in life, just think about so many things that you get into, and then when you agree to it, you come back into your senses and be like, man, you know, I should have asked for more. You took that job knowing that they paying you way less than the work that you're providing. They paying you way less than the work that you're giving to the company. You feel like you should be doing way more or doing way better or being in another position or being somewhere else. But yet you're giving these people what you agreed to give them when you know they ain't what you want. They ain't what you want in life. You know they ain't what you want to agree to. You know you didn't want that. You didn't want that amount of money, right? You didn't want them that what they're giving you in their relationship. You didn't really want what this person is giving you, but because you just agreed to it, now you're mad at yourself. Now you feel like you can find a way out, and you got to stop agreeing to things that's not what you worth. I always said, and I said this before, if you worth 100, if you feel like deep down inside that you worth 100 and you know your work, your effort, all that is worth 100, don't take 99.99. Because just by that 1.1 off, you're settling. You're settling. We don't want to settle. We don't want to settle for nothing. We don't want to settle for nothing less than what we feel like we give. If I feel like I'm giving 1,000, I don't care if you want to give me 9,999.99. I want 1,000 out of it because I'm worth. I know what I'm worth, and you have to know what you're worth, and then you have to go get what you're worth, and don't settle for less. No matter how much somebody is trying to offer, no matter how much something is or look to you, and you feel like you should just accept it, don't. Get what you're worth. Get what you're worth. Get what you're worth.
So this is your Louisiana girl, Denise Boutte, coming at you on the Michael Finkley Show. And you guys may know me from Why Did I Get Married as the really sweet girl, Trina, or maybe Meet Browns as Sasha. But I'm coming at you guys from the great state of California, but originally from Louisiana, because you know I can't lose that Southern girl, baby. All right, you guys stay tuned to Michael Finkley.
Next, Michael Finkley, author of Praise Him While You Wait. Dr. Brenda Jefferson is with us. Next, Finkley. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. I hope that you learned something and were entertained and inspired by this amazing interview. Thank you so much, Chris, for being with us and being who you are in this field. Up and coming, y'all. Look out for Chris. Up and coming. Thank you again and much success to you. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Michael Finkley Show. Ring the bell for notification. We'll see you an email saying, hey, new content's available. Listen to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And for more information about what we do, visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com. Of course, we're on U42, we're on Roku TV, and also on Amazon, so listen to us and watch us as well. Thank you so much for watching Think Fam, and always remember to follow your dreams. Have a good one.
Hello, everyone. I am Gio Monroe of the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast, where we are bringing you many topics about business interviews, let's get chatty episodes, and life-inspiring stories. The Gio Monroe Show will upload premieres and go live on Fridays, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you would like to be on the show or have any questions about the show, please contact Gio at the Instagram account name you see on the screen. So, grab yourself a virtual seat and take this ride with the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast. And today, my lovely, lovely co-host is
Marlene of Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast.
All right, and Marlene has other YouTube channels. Would you mind telling us what they are, Marlene?
Sure. My inspirational channel is Marlene Motivates. My reviews channel is Marlene Reviews. My vlog channel is Life with Marlene. And my water sounds channel is Just Relax Now.
All right, then. Thank you so much, Marlene. And I just want to add to that I have 3 monetized channels. They are Gio's Blogs, H-Town, baby, The Boss Life Online, and Team Bill with Gio. Those links will be down below, Marlene's and my other YouTube channels. We encourage you to go and check them out. You will not be disappointed. Okay, so let's get this party started. Today, we're going to be talking about, are you living a happy life? Are you living a happy life? So I want to just get right into it and just tell you some of the signs that you are living a happy life, even if you don't feel like you are. Now, I do want to say that when I read some things on the internet about are you living a happy life, it made me realize that I really am living my life, you know. And one of the reasons that I can say that is because I did something about my life. Okay. I went and got me some help to find out why can't I get rid of my sadness? Because when my mom died, that just took a lot out of me. And I had to do something about it because I wasn't getting nothing done. I had a job and all of this stuff, but therapy really, really helped me get my life back on track. So let's get started now. Signs you are living a happy life, even if you don't like it. Number one, the number one is you have a job you like. Or you have a job you love. All right. Mm-hmm. I know I got a job I love because, see, I ain't got to get up in the morning times, okay, to go nowhere. I've already experienced that. You know, I left that when I left that job and I had enough money in the bank and I left that company, I ain't looked back. You know, was I afraid? A little bit, but I had money in the bank. I had a plan, and all I had to do was just stick to it. So today, my job is my own home business, which I work for myself. If I want to give myself a raise, all I have to do is just get more people in my home business, and that's it. Mm-hmm. You know, and be patient enough to get them in there. So yes, I do love my job. What about you, Marlene?
Yes, I think it's important to do an evaluation because, you know, a lot of times we get busy in just doing a job, the same thing robotically over and over again. And then we have to stop sometimes and say, wait a minute, am I happy doing what I'm doing? So I think you're right. You have to make sure that you're defining your purpose within what you're doing because it affects your happiness. So I definitely would recommend doing an evaluation.
All right. So let's move on to the next sign. If you're doing this, you are living a happy life. You see the value in the little things in life. That really touched my heart because most people rush through life without slowing down. If you could just wake up in the morning and look out the window at the beautiful sky and be grateful that you woke up, okay, just to see your kids or your wife or your friends in the morning and it makes you smile. You are living a happy life. Okay, Marlene, you see the value in the little things in life. You want to speak on that?
Yes, I definitely do because I, like you, went through therapy too. And I think when you stop having that appreciation for life, appreciation for the things that you have, it's very easy to go to the dark side and say, oh, things aren't going right and I don't like my life and all. You want to be miserable. So you have that miserable attitude. So when you start looking at the good things that you have and have appreciation for it, life definitely becomes happier because you have a positive outlook and attitude.
Thank you so much for that wonderful feedback, Marlene. And now we're going to move on to number 3. You feel at peace within yourself. Now, I love feeling at peace within myself. I can tell myself no matter what's going on, I'm at peace with it. I let go and I let God because you cannot control everything that happens in life. Life gonna throw you some curves, you know, but you got to have the tools to say, wait a minute, this is a job for God. And I love saying that because then I can just leave it over there and then tell myself, you need to work on stuff that you can control, which is yourself. Okay, that's all you can control. So I'm gonna let hear what Marlene has to say about that.
Yes, we have to learn that there are some things that is outside of us. And I know for a person like myself, how I used to be a control freak and you want to control everything, but you're making yourself miserable because you can't control people's attitude. You can't control sometimes your circumstance, but the thing that's within your reach, like things like your attitude and your perspective, those things that you can control, then you change it and you fix it. That's why it's important to go inside of yourself. And if there's something about yourself that you don't like, you need to work on it and fix it.
Thank you. That is so true. And so that you can fix it within you so that you can have peace within you. Number 4 is what we really touched on. Also, when you feel at peace within yourself, is you focus on what you can change. Number 4 is focus on what you can change. My therapist, Lord, my therapist, I had a good therapist, Beverly. And she was just kind and patient, no matter how crazy I was up in there and trying to argue with her. She would just always look at me like, Gio, can you just answer the question? Can you look deep within? I'm like, okay, all right, okay. But my therapist used to tell me, you cannot change people. You don't have control over others and what they do. The only person, which used to just make me so frustrated with her, the only person you can change is yourself. Okay? Well, today I focus on what I can change, and that is me. Today I am living my best life. Yes, I am. Because I have the tools to understand what I cannot change. I cannot. God grant me the serenity. You understand? To find the courage to change the things I can. And then the wisdom to know the difference. Because I don't care if it's your husband, your children, if they're going to make a decision to do wrong and that's what they like to do, you just have to just let them go. Let's just say this is a job for God. Focus on what you can change. And that is just to be the best you. Marlene?
Yes. I think when you take things off of your own self and you look at, like, it's like looking through down the road, down a tunnel, you have to focus on what is in your lane. If you're trying to worry about what's outside of you and other people's problems and your challenges, but if you can focus on what can I do, that's when you feel like you can cope with your life.
Right. Yes. So that was you can focus on what you can change. Number 5, you don't care what others think. You don't care what others think, Marlene. The day you stop caring about what others think is the day you start living. I agree with that so much because I'm going to tell you why. You don't need permission to start living. Live your life the way you want to. Give yourself permission to live your life. That is one of the tools that my therapist, she just drilled that in my head. Give yourself permission to live your life. Give yourself permission to forgive folks. Give yourself permission to be the best you can be. I love her for just being patient with me and walking me through. And I know that's her job and that's what I was paying her for, but she was just extra kind to me. And I really, really, and I will never forget her. Okay. And this is why I like sharing, what I learned in therapy and what has helped me be the best me. So, Marlene, you don't care what others think, do you?
Well, I spent a lot of time, energy, effort, worried about that. I put way too much time and effort. And feeling stressed out, because guess what? You can never live up to other people's expectations of you and for you. And the sooner that you decide to make a choice to live for yourself, that's when you're going to be at peace. You're going to be smiling more. You're going to be fulfilled. So I recommend that you be happy and satisfied with yourself and doing what you need to do for yourself so that you can maintain your joy.
That is so, I agree 100%, Marlene. You just don't care what others think. If you want to do something, go do it. Matter of fact, I don't tell them nothing. I just go do what it is. Yep. I want to do. My sister was over here the other day, and her and my daughter, and they were told, look at mama, why is she, my daughter, why is she doing that? And then my sister told her, girl, you might as well be quiet because Gio gonna do what she want to do. And I said, you got that right, So they know me very, very well. Okay, let's move on to number 6. You have hobbies you enjoy. Now, I do. One of my hobbies that I enjoy is writing lyrics and then putting the music to it and then singing it. I really love that. Is just something that gives me joy and peace within, and I just feel proud of myself. And then I put it on my channels for others to see my work. And that is one of my hobbies that I do. So all of these things, if you're doing all of these things, you are on your way to living a happy life. What about you, Marlene? Hobbies?
Yes. Well, one of my favorite hobbies is I write poetry. I don't know if everybody knows that about myself. I write poetry and I write motivational thoughts and thinking. And I think that the more that you continue to do what is meant to be for you, is that you feel more peace and you feel more joy and satisfaction because you're doing what fills up your cup. And a lot of times we're so busy involved in helping other people and doing for others, and we never fill up our own cup so that we can, overflow in abundance and thoughts and have peace. So I definitely am one for filling up my cup.
All right. And so that, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be happy, you have to have some sort of hobby that you can do to fulfill that peace within, to get that peace or to make yourself proud of yourself. Number 7, which I thought, wow, I never thought about this, but it says you fall asleep easily at night. People report sleep troubles more than ever and attribute a lot of their struggles to an overactive mind. Now, I can say that has happened to me. Because if I try to go to bed, like I said, okay, I'm going to stop working today. But if my mind is still working, I need to do this. I cannot fall asleep as quickly as I like to. Okay. But if I just, before I even get into bed, in which I have learned to do, I pray. You know what I'm saying? And by the time I get through praying, I'm done with, I got to do this and this and that and that. I can just go ahead on and go to sleep. But it took practice for me to do, Or sometimes I might write a Dear God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit letter. Today I did this. I just want to thank you for just a wonderful day today. I want to thank you for just letting me get through today and my work. And for my happiness, if I write that kind of stuff in my journal right before I go to sleep, then I'm good. What about you, Marlene?
Well, I think that one of the most important things is for you to be able to sleep. For me, I had to learn to have a wind down routine. And that is a part of self-love as well. That you don't just go and just jump into bed. You got to let your mind and your body say, okay, this is what we're going to do to relax. So I put on some soft music. I'll brush my teeth. Sometimes I'll have a cup of tea. It depends what I want to do. Sometimes I stretch, and then I'll write down something in my journal, like whatever is on my mind. And I find that anytime I don't write in my journal what went wrong or what went right, it keeps me up because my mind is still thinking about it. So that works really good for me. And then I can go and have a good sleep because I got whatever is in my head off of my mind.
Yes, I do. I agree with that. That's why I either pray or either I'm writing in my journal, especially when my mind is just cuckoo, you know, keep going. Number 8, you don't have regrets. You don't have regrets. If you live a life without regrets, you probably take chances often. People with regrets usually wish they had taken those chances while they could instead of opting to live a safe life. I take chances. Okay. So I'm gonna let Marlene speak on this. You don't have regrets, because I don't have regrets right now that I didn't do something. You know, I'm still working on my bucket list and I'm gonna do everything on it.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't have regrets today. What about you, Marlene?
Well, I think it's dependent on where you are in your life. Once I forgave myself for things, I learned to stop beating up myself for the past. And I like to tell myself, Marlene, you did the best that you could given the tools that you had at the time. And it's important to remind yourself of that sometimes if you start beating up yourself. You did the best that you could given the tools that you had at that time. So once I started to forgive myself and say, it's okay, you did the best that you could, that's when I can move on, because I don't have to beat up myself. I said I did the best that I could, and tell yourself that you're proud of proud of yourself, and encourage yourself, pat yourself on the back. And that's how you can keep moving forward in your life. You got to pat yourself on the back, because especially after you have gone through a difficult situation, you need to praise yourself and say, this could have broke somebody else, but it did not break me. And I'm so proud of myself. You got to do that for you, because if you don't, you can't wait for somebody else to say you did a great job. Validate yourself and say, I am proud of you. Yeah.
Right. And I'll never forget the tools that I learned with that was me back then. I did, just like you said, my therapist used to make me say I did the best I could.
Yes.
You know, with what I had, with the mind that I had at that time, I done the best that I could. And even Marlene, when old stuff, I don't know if you experienced this, try to creep back in and remind you of when you really messed up. And then you start feeling, like I shouldn't have done that. I immediately say, Gio, you done the best you could. You have forgiven yourself. Let's move on. Today, look what you're doing now. You're this. Look what you have accomplished. Your biggest goal is that you made it through therapy. You changed. That's my biggest success out of the whole wide world. Is my biggest success that I think healthier. Because without the way that I think today and all the things that I went through in therapy and finding out about myself, I could not be successful today. I could not have no home business. I could not have the family unity that I have today, because I wouldn't know how to act. I would still be acting out dysfunctional, So
you have to make a choice to function.
Right. So if you're finding that some of these things is hitting home, it's okay. You can if you can get a therapist, get one. You can get one online. You don't even have to leave your home. You just go online and talk, and find out what it is. Okay. Talk to your pastor, somebody.
Coach Mary is in the chat.
Oh, hello, Coach Mary. How are you? Thank you so much for coming in the chat. Now we're going to move on to number 9. You aren't afraid of failure. Wow. This goes along with the previous point, because living without regret often coincides with having no fear of failure. Okay. Now you already know me. I'm going to try whatever I want to try, right, Molly? And if it don't work out, we just regroup and do it a different way. You cannot be afraid to try things. And so what if you fail? You just get back up again.
Yeah.
Get back up again. Donnie McClurkin, get back up again. You know what I'm saying? Every time I think about stuff, I say, oh, I think about that song. I just get back up and do it differently. Okay, number 10. Have a yes mentality. This is the last point. If you're living a happy life, I'm going to go back over all the points, but you have to have a yes mentality. Now, once again, I got to go back to the therapist and all the tools she helped me have. Say yes to yourself, okay? Say yes to a new project. Say yes to a home business. Tell yourself no is just an opportunity to get the right people in your home business. Okay, so you gotta always say yes. I say yes to myself a lot these days. You know, yes, I am a precious child of God. Yes, I can do this. Yes, I love myself. Yes, I am all of that and a bag of chips. So what if I fail? I just get back up again. Yes, I am happy today. Why? Because I choose to. This is what I learned in therapy. I'm just sharing it with you guys. Okay, but Marlene, I always go a bit deeper into this yes mentality. So I like to hear what Marlene has to say about it.
Well, I had to learn that saying yes to myself means saying no to other people. I had to learn that not everything that somebody asked me to get involved in, or a family member or whoever you're in a relationship with, you have to learn what is right for you. And that's saying yes to me. Sometimes you let people down. Sometimes you're going to make people sad. But I had to learn what is a good fit for me. What is going to fulfill me? I had to look all the way down the road. Is this in line with what Marlene wants to do? Is this going to bring me more peace? Am I going to get more joy? So you got to look at things not just in the moment. You got to look down the road. What is it going to teach me? Is it going to help me to sharpen other tools in my toolbox, such as courage? Is it going to help me to step outside of the box? Am I going to try new things? Am I going to get to travel and try new things? So yeah, for me, saying yes to myself is also learning when to say no.
Yes. I so agree, Marlene. And I just want to thank you so much for being on this podcast with me on the Gio Monroe Show. I really appreciate you taking the time and being my co-host on the show. But I want to get back to signs you are living a happy life, even if you don't feel like it. Number one, these are the signs you're living a happy life. You have a job you love. Number two, you see value in the little things in life. Number three, you feel at peace within yourself. 4, you focus on what you can change. 5, you don't care what others think. 6, you have hobbies. 7, you fall asleep easily at night. Number 8, you don't have regrets. Number 9, you aren't afraid of failure. And 10, you have a yes mentality. These are all signs, people, that we are living a happy life. And I thank God and my therapist, for teaching me how to have a happy life. And I hope that this topic has helped somebody somewhere. This is Gio from the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast. My lovely co-host is Marlene from the Marlene Sanders Show and Podcast. And we want to say thank you so much for listening. And we will see you on the next podcast. Bye-bye, everybody. Hello, everyone. I am Gio Monroe of the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast, where we are bringing you many topics about business interviews, let's get chatty episodes, and life inspiring stories. The Geo Monroe Show will upload premieres and go live on Fridays, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you would like to be on the show or have any questions about the show, please contact Geo at the Instagram account name you see on the screen. So, grab yourself a virtual seat and take this ride with the Geo Monroe Show and Podcast.
My name is Esau McKnight, actor, stuntman, martial artist. Today, I did an episode of the Tina Ramsey Show. She is so amazing. I had such a great time chatting with Tina. What a professional effort she always puts forward. Thank you so much for having me.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you're listening at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Thought for Thursday. It is Thursday. It is Friday Eve. I'm so happy to be here with you today to talk about a topic that is very important, something that I'm sure at some point we've all thought about even before we technically entered into this stage of our lives as risers. Surely at some point in our lives, we contemplated what we should do about something and worked really hard at accomplishing a project or gaining a skill set or doing something, anything at all that we've had to put any effort into. Surely we have worked on something that we haven't been able to achieve as quickly as we thought we should, or right in the middle of what it is we were trying to do, we discovered that this end result may not be what I envisioned it to be. Or perhaps we were actually working on something and something unexpected came right in the middle of everything that we had accomplished. And although we tried to fight back, and although we tried to figure a different way to get around the obstacle and go over it and jump through it, somehow or another, we kept coming back to the starting stage, back at square one, and feeling as though we're not getting anywhere. I know I'm not the only one who's gone through something like that. Let's take something simple that we all deal with, the battle of the bulge. How many of you have fought that one so hard that you've said, it's just not even worth me trying right now to continue to, find a way to get rid of these last few pounds or a lot of pounds, however many pounds. There's always an occasion to dream. There's always an occasion to go for the dream. There's always an occasion to work hard for something. And yeah, all of that also creates opportunities for failure. It creates opportunities for redos or do-overs, as I like to call them. Those things that you go through where you should have gotten a lesson the first go around, and it was a hard thing that you had to go through, and that lesson you should have gotten was a hard one to accept, and you didn't get it, and you have to do it again. Yeah, those do-overs are things that are unpleasant as well. But just as we have an opportunity to grow, just as we have the opportunity for great things, there's always an opportunity in there. There's always the chance that whatever it is that we're going for or what it is that we're trying to do may not occur, as I said earlier, as quickly as we want it to, or it just may not happen right when we thought that it really, really was going to. So what do? We often find ourselves in a place where we just want to give up. We want to give up. We've been working and doing the same job for 15 years or so. And, every year it looks like you're going to get that promotion. Every year it looks like you're going to go for that coveted position. You're going to move into an area where you just know that you're fully qualified for. You've done all the work. You've studied all of the plans. You know what's going to be profitable, and still the next year comes around and you don't get that promotion. You work really hard at mending relationships, at building relationships. And, relationships sometimes aren't the easiest things to do. And right when you've got it all taken care of and it is as strong as it can possibly be, you just can't seem to see eye to eye with the other person in the relationship or the people in that relationship. You just can never manage to get on the same page. Let's not forget, of course, those things that we're trying to build, those dreams that we have, that I already talked about. Those things where we've sat down and we've had visions of them. Some of those things we've dreamed of as little kids. We were going to build our empire. And over the years, what our empire looked like may have changed, may have gone from something not so realistic to something that really had some potential. And we started building milestones around them and goals and objectives. And we got our vision together and we got everything set in place. And we've been churning, we've been putting in the work, we've been making the contacts, we've been going about it all the right way. And it is year 10 and we still don't have that business, or we don't have that project where we feel that it needs to be. And so right then, discouragement comes in and you really feel like it's time to throw in the towel. Now think about all of those situations and add kind of a layer on top of that for us risers. I say it all the time, well, for me in particular, I've got more years behind me than I have in front of me. But that's not to say that I don't have more life to live. But for many of us, we think of all of those things that are happening, all those situations that I just gave you, and then you go ahead and you layer life on top of that and aging and all of the things that come along with it. And yeah, it gets real easy to throw in the towel and say, there's just no need of me trying anything, of me going for anything at all anymore. Well, I'm here to tell you tonight that nothing can be further from the truth. And I challenged you with the question, what is that one thing that you can do? What can you do maybe just once more before throwing in the towel? Sometimes we just need people to encourage us, to give us something to think about, some thoughts, a thought for Thursday, like I have. Give you something to hold on to when you decide, yeah, it's time to throw in the towel. I want to give you something tonight to go to before you throw that in. Before you say, this is it. This is where I'm going to stop, where I'm going to stop on my project, where I'm going to stop with anything in life. What are some things that you can do? Number one for me, and number one I suggest be for you as well, is to pray. Is this indeed the time to throw in the towel? Pray for direction. Pray if it's something that you need more patience for. If it's something that just may not be the time. Pray that God will reveal to you what you are to do in this place of discouragement, in this place of wanting to throw in the towel, in this place of saying, that is it. I have no more to give. I've exhausted absolutely everything I have. Pray. Pray for God's divine intervention and for his wisdom. Pray for him to give you an indication, to put someone in your life, for him to give you a resource, for him to just simply whisper something sweetly to your spirit, to say, I am here, and I gave you this vision, and I wouldn't lie about it. I gave it to you. I equipped you to do it, and I need you to stick with the plan. Not your plan, but my plan, and then lean into that. So before you throw in the towel, the first thing I say to do is to pray and to see if this is indeed where you are to end things. All right? Secondly, go back and find out what stone it is that you've left unturned. Maybe it's finances that you're looking for to build a project of some sort, or to go after some type of funding for a 501c3. What is it that you have left unturned? Go back and review the entire process. Go back and look at the whole plan. Go back to the resources. Commit a day to yourself where you're going to go back and look under each one of those stones that you've built, those stones that you've laid along the way. Look under each of them to see if there's something that you have left undone. That's number two. Pray and go back and see what it is that perhaps you've left undone. A third thing I suggest, why is it that you wanted to do what you feel you can't do, that you're ready to throw in the towel over anyway? What is the reason that you want to do what you wanted to do? There was something behind that that really pushed you to go for it, whether it was the job, whether it was a relationship, whether it was something that you're trying to purchase, whether it's something you're trying to grow, whether it's something you're trying to give, whether it's something you're trying to build. What is it that made you want to go for it in the first place? Look at that thing and determine, why is it that you think it's not incentive for you anymore? Why is it that that is no longer a good reason for you to go after what it is that you want? Why is that thing not good anymore for you to just give up on and throw in the towel? If you can look at it and say, nah, it's not a good thing, well, then maybe you may want to redo some things. It may need some restructuring. But if it is a solid, confirmed, firmed up thing that you knew had good reasoning behind and good foundation for building, why is it that you feel that now it just doesn't seem like it's a good thing to do and I'm going to throw in the towel? Is it because it's hard now? That's the reason why most of us want to throw in the towel. We've become discouraged, we're impatient, we're depressed, we just can't wait any longer. Why is it? Why are any of those things a good reason to throw in the towel, particularly behind something that you know that you are designed to do? Those things that fulfill your purpose, and you want to throw in the towel on them? Why is that? Why is it? Is it a good reason for you wanting to throw in the towel? Fourth thing, did you look at the backup plan? For many of us, yeah, by the time we're ready to throw in the towel, chances are we've kind of exhausted a few plans. Yeah, we probably have. But have you really taken a look at that backup? And is there a backup to the backup to the backup? Have you really exhausted all options? Sit down and take a deep look into that and find out. Something else. Who have you talked to about what it is you want to throw the towel in over? What is it? Who is it what resource is there that you have not tapped into? Who is it that you can actually go back to? Who are you overlooking? What organization is there that you can talk to? Who is it that's an expert who has told you time and time again that they're there for you and they can probably give you some insight? Have you spoken to that person? Who is it that you have not reached out to? And who is it that you can actually sit down and talk to? Who is that person that you kind of designated? Or have you designated someone? And this is number 5. Have you designated someone who is your quit partner? Who is your quit partner? That's that person who's going to be there when you decide to quit and who's going to hold you up on both sides and say, it's not time. You need a person in your life who's going to hold you accountable and who's going to tell you you have to keep pushing when you want to stop. That's the person who's going to come behind you as that towel is reared back in your hand and is laying on your forearm. Right as you get ready to throw it, that is the person who's going to come and snatch it and say, give it here. Remember, I'm the one who's the towel snatcher for you. I'm the one who's telling you it's not time to throw in the towel. So yeah, find support from someone else. Get an accountability partner and get your quit partner so that they can pull you back when you're ready to throw in the towel on that thing that you know you're supposed to see through until the end. All right? So those are some things. What else? Why don't we stop taking a look at trying to get all the way to the finish line and start to enjoy the parts that we hit along the way first? That will have us to focus more and to be grateful more and to learn more so that when we do get that milestone, when we do get to where we want to be, we're all the more thankful, we're wiser, and we're better equipped to handle that thing that we've been working on. That thing that we really kind of wanted to just throw the towel in on, but we learned so much in the process of getting to it that not only do we have what it is that we were working for, but we're better for it. We know more. We are more educated. We are wiser. We have more patience. We have more tenacity. We have learned more. We're wiser, like I said, and we can do even more with the thing that we finally have. So that's what I wanted to drop in and tell you tonight. It is too soon to throw in that towel. Go back and look and see what is it that you can look at once more. What is it that you can do maybe one more time? Talk to that person once more. Go back and look under those stones to make sure you didn't leave anything unturned. Pray again. Check in with God to make sure that the thing that you're walking away from isn't the thing that He has put you here to do. He has designed specifically for you to have. He wants you to nurture. Go and check in and make sure, find out that is the thing, that is not the thing that He wants you to keep. And it's definitely the thing that He doesn't want you to throw the towel in for. Get that accountability partner, that quit partner, that person who's going to pull that towel out of your hand as you go in to throw it. And above all else, don't let, as I said in the caption, don't let the wrinkles make you think that it is too late and that you've run out of time. Yes, you are in your prime. You can make the latter better than the former. Go for those things. Go after those things that you know you've been put here to do. Go after the legacy that you have to create. Let your voice be heard. These are things that I talk about, things that I know that I have to keep running to pursue, and things that I know that I'm releasing into the world. So stick with it. Don't throw in the towel. Reach out to me for strategies to get breakthroughs, for strategies to go through and do the personal development that you need and the professional development that you need. Talk to me about the programs that I have. I have shorter programs and larger programs. I have, when I say larger, I mean longer. I have shorter and then those programs that are up to 12 weeks. There is a way to go for what you want and to accomplish it. And there is a way to get past wanting to give up. There's strategies for that. I guarantee there's help for that. Reach out to me and I can give you some information on some things that we can do to have you to place that towel back until it's really time to use it. All right? That's it. That's it. Your thought for Thursday. Go back and see what you can do once more. We're risers. We are risers, not sitters, not those who are sitting down and ready to just rock in that chair and give it up. There are plenty of things that we have to do. Check those stones once more to see what you've left undone and go for those things that you know you still need to do. It is far too early. I don't care how old you are. I don't care what you got going on in your life. I don't care what you have not accomplished yet. And I don't care how long you've been going for it. There's always time to reassess, recalibrate, check in to make sure that it is still the structure that it's supposed to have, that it's structured in the way that you're supposed to go. And don't give up just because you're patient, just because you're tired, just because there are all these factors that aren't going your way. Keep the push on. That's it. Have a great evening. We've got a long weekend coming up. Some of us take the time to rest, recalibrate, refresh. All right. Everyone have a great one. Good night.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Vanessa Dunn-Guyton, and I am the founder and executive director of Hush No More. Hush No More supports survivors when they're ready to come forward to get resources, to report to the police or anyone that they want to report to, or just to have somebody to listen to. We also provide training in our communities on what we call the hush topics: sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, child sexual abuse, incest, all of those topics that families and friends have a hard time discussing and talking about in our communities. We talk about it. So I am so excited today because I have a panel of amazing experts, and we're going to talk about stalking. January is Stalking Awareness Month, and it's something that happens to so many of us. It actually happens to 1 in 6 women and 1 in 17 men. That is a lot of people that this affects. And sometimes you don't even know that you are a stalking victim or that somebody's stalking you or you don't even know what to do. So I have some amazing guests that I'm going to bring on that you can meet today, and you'll be able to ask questions in the chat and just be able to communicate and learn something new that you could share with your family and friends or even for yourself. So let me bring them on. First, I'm going to bring up Debbie Riddle. Welcome, Debbie.
Hi.
And then I'm going to bring up Obi West. Welcome, Obi.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thank you. I'm excited. I'm bringing up Lenora Claire.
Hi, it's an honor to be here, all the survivors and allies. Speaking to all of you.
And then I have Danny Cords.
Hello, it's great to be here.
And Anna Nassett. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is an amazing panel. You are experts in your own way. Unfortunately, you're experts because of your own personal experiences. And so I wanted to make sure that I give you all enough time to share your story, to get people to understand that this can happen to anyone. And it doesn't matter about your race, your gender, your sexuality, your disability. It happens to everyone. And so it's important that we have a diverse panel that can share a story from a different perspective. So I believe that people can actually relate to all of us, or definitely one person of their own life, and see how they can see themselves. And so that is our goal today, is to be able to reach out and touch everybody and from a serious topic. And so I am excited to just get it started, right? So my first person that I want to talk to and ask information from is Debbie. Debbie, can you tell us a little bit about you?
Sure. I am a transplant living in North Carolina, grew up in Northeast Ohio, mother of 3 girls, full-time graphic designer, but very much full-time activist and speaker on the topic of stalking.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about why you are a subject matter expert? What in your life happened that have you in this space today?
I come here today bringing expertise, unfortunately, through my youngest sister's story. My youngest sister, Peggy Klinke, was stalked relentlessly for a year under the watchful eye of our criminal justice system. The day Peggy left her abuser was the day she became a stalking victim. And in her stalking case, it started with text messaging and calls and following pretty much around the clock, 24/7. When Peggy was not engaging with this offender, he was getting upset because she was not maintaining any contact. So he decided to propose marriage. He jumped out of the bushes at her office and with a dozen red roses and at a wedding ring and said, "I love you, would you marry me?" And Peggy walked right by him. He was extremely upset, not because he lost the love of his life, but because he had lost the power and control over someone that he'd been controlling for 3 years. When Peggy would not engage with him, he made a flyer with Peggy's photo on it and wrote on it, "I'm a bitch, I'm a whore. I've had 2 abortions and counting. I'd love to sleep with you. Call me." And he put Peggy's cell phone number on it and distributed about 200 of them throughout the city of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Many of the places where he knew Peggy would find them. And sure enough, the next morning, she did find one taped to the door of her yoga studio. At this point, she went to the police with her phone records and the flyer and was told that there was nothing that they could do about it. It was just a piece of paper. Shortly after that, Peggy began dating someone else. Patrick began stalking this young man as well, calling him around the clock. We went to a wedding in Florida. While we were all there, he flew from Albuquerque to Ohio and wrote "PK is a whore" on my mother's garage door. We filed another police report. A few days after that, when Peggy and Mark were still in Florida, Patrick opened up a gas line and set fire to Mark's house. And this prompted Peggy to file stalking charges and to file for an order of protection. At the same time, Patrick went in and filed for an order of protection against her. He was very familiar with this. He had done this to his ex-wife. She had filed several police reports in the city of Albuquerque. She was afraid for her life, afraid that he was going to kill her or kill their young daughter. While Peggy was awaiting trial, she moved from Albuquerque to Turlock, California to hide until that trial was to happen. The trial was delayed several months, starting August into October and then into January. And over these several months, Patrick was able to roam free. He posed as a police officer. He posed as a private investigator. He also worked as a private investigator. Inevitably, that private investigator that he was working with gave him a somewhat broad location of where Peggy might be. And on January 18th, Patrick encountered a UPS driver who gave him my sister's exact address. As Peggy was walking out of her condo, Patrick was hiding in the garage. He had a handgun on him. He beat her over the head with the handgun, split her head open. He put duct tape over her mouth, taped her wrists together behind her back, threw her up against her kitchen wall where she fell to the floor. Peggy was very lucky to be able to escape this situation. She was able to run out of her front door into the arms of her neighbor who was actually waiting to have coffee with Peggy that morning. They were able to go to Rachel's home and barricade themselves in Rachel's house. Peggy was able to make a 911 call. As the SWAT team arrived, Peggy begged the officer, please don't come in here. If you open that door, he's going to kill me. And the police officer said, Peggy, look, let's not talk about that at this point. And Peggy, in a very calm manner, said, I need you to get in touch with my mother in Ohio. Tell her I love her. I need you to tell my young niece who's been sick all winter long that she'll have a guardian angel watching over me. And I need you to get a hold of my sister who's pregnant and tell her to name her baby after me. And shortly after that, Peggy was shot in the back of the head. And Patrick turned the gun on himself and shot himself. Peggy died on her front lawn moments later. When we learned this from law enforcement and talked to several people over the next few days as we were planning Peggy's funeral, a part of me felt that my heart was healing as I was telling the story over and over again as to people were asking. And I knew at this point I had the ability to make change. And I didn't know what that change was. I had talked to Tracy Baum, who was the director at the Stalking Resource Center, and wanted change in law enforcement. They are the first responders with these victims. Could they get more training so people like Peggy wouldn't continue to fall through the cracks of our criminal justice system? So in July of 2003, just a few short months after Peggy's death, Mark Sparks and I, who was Peggy's boyfriend at the time, traveled to Washington, D.C. for a congressional briefing. We were able to share Peggy's story and ask Congress to name January National Stalking Awareness Month in honor of my sister, Peggy. So here we are, 19 years later, celebrating and honoring my sister. We've come a long way, but we still have a lot of work to do.
Thank you for sharing your story. I honor you in this moment because even though it's been 19 years, I'm pretty sure it still hurts the same. Like
all the time.
It's still hurtful for your family. And how did going to DC help you in like a healing process to get January to be named National Stalking Awareness Month?
It was Patrick's purpose to silence my sister, and going to Washington, D.C. was bringing her voice to life. More people know Peggy now than they ever did in the past. And for me, that's where I keep her in my heart. Every time that I get to share this story with other people, my sister's right there with me.
I love that. I honor her. I feel like her spirit is here every time that we do something and we save somebody's life, right? And we raise awareness and we talk about this issue. Her death doesn't go in vain. It really makes a difference. And I mean, I am really thankful that we can share her story on a larger platform. And I'm hoping that not only you, but everybody on this panel gets invited to different organizations to speak, to share your story so that we can let people know that this is real and how you can handle it and what you should do. So thank you, Debbie, for sharing that.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome. All right, Lenora. I have Lenora Claire.
Sure. Hi, everyone. As you know, my name is Lenora Claire. I am a multi-violent crime survivor, advocate, activist, entertainment industry professional. I'm on the board of the Los Angeles District Attorney Crime Victims Advisory Board, which is a really cool thing our new DA created, where they chose 9 advocates from around the city, and I represent gender-based violence for all of LA, so that's quite an honor. And this year, I also started a company where I sort of merge my worlds of working in entertainment and all the time I've been on these crime shows that use our stories to make sure that it's a positive experience for victims and survivors, that they're not treated poorly or manipulated by the media. So that's sort of my latest project. And I am an 11-year stalking survivor, and I'll get into that story and try to tell it like the Micro Machines man. If you remember, I have to talk really fast because it's a lot has happened. My story, oddly, began similarly to Anna, who we're going to get into. 2011, I opened up an art gallery. It was an amazing time in my life. I was getting a lot of press and media. It was really celebratory. And I say that to set the scene, not congratulate myself. But I was named one of the LA Weekly People of the Year, which was a real honor. That's my hometown. And I want to preface what I'm about to say that my stalker is very mentally ill, but I'm in no way saying that people who struggle with mental illness are in fact dangerous. So I think that's just an important statement to make. But so 2011, I'm named LA Weekly People of the Year. It's like this beautiful article, beautiful portrait in the magazine. And my stalker, I'll just say his name, is a man named Justin Massler, who had it legally changed to Cloud Star Chaser, which is sort of the first indication this individual is pretty out there. And he had been stalking Ivanka Trump. Remember, this is 2011, out in New York. And I don't know this. I don't know the Trump. I don't know any of this. I'm living my life in LA. And he had actually multiple arrests for stalking Ivanka, and he had attempted to kill himself in her store. So that kind of explains the level of, danger and severity of this individual. So he, after an arrest with Ivanka, he jumps bail, comes to LA, opens up the magazine, and to my misfortune, becomes fixated on me. So he comes to my art gallery and he's wearing a spacesuit, which, when you work in the arts, you're used to all kinds of eccentric characters. So I don't think much of it, and I engage him in conversation. So we're talking, and I can immediately tell he's very intelligent, but really off. And he looks at me and he goes, "You remind me of Jessica Rabbit." And I was like, "Okay, I get that sometimes, thanks." And then he's like, "And Lilu from The Fifth Element." He's just kind of going on. And he looks me right in the eyes, and I'll never forget it to this day. He looks me right in the eyes and he goes, "And I'm going to stalk you." And I was like, "Oh, what?" Like, it was such a strange statement to make. So I kind of kicked him out of the gallery. I didn't think much of it. He went peacefully at that point. And then a couple of days later, I'm getting all these text messages from my friends saying, "Girl, that guy you had the weird interaction with, he just got taken by bounty hunters, extradited to New York for the Trumps." It was like all over the news. And I was like, that's crazy. So he then goes to jail. He's in jail in New York, and he starts writing these really like long rambling letters to my gallery. At first, they're not threats. They're just sort of like nonsensical ramblings. So I'm like, okay, I'll just kind of document this and see where it goes. And then very quickly, it started to escalate to incredibly graphic rape and death threats, like beyond graphic. So that point in 2011, I go to LAPD with my stack of rape and death threats with someone with a long criminal history, thinking they'll take me seriously, which was not my experience at all. I was victim shamed, victim blamed, told to dye my hair, to change my appearance, go off the internet, make myself lesser, anything to get this attention off of me. Like, they offered no help, no assistance, no advice, nothing. So I was like, okay, I'm on my own here. So, by that point, then it started to escalate into, Twitter death threats. And I'm Jewish. So part of understanding my stalker is that he sort of vacillates between, he also has erotomania. So at some points he's in love with me. At other points, I'm the head of a Zionist conspiracy. He has to gas me through my door with Zyklon B, which is what killed my relatives in the Holocaust. And that's how it's just really awful stuff. So at this point, I'm just living in my I'm single, I'm living in my little dinky Hollywood apartment, and I'm just terrified, right? So then the death threats, the rape threats keep coming. So I'm like, okay, I have to be vigilant. I start teaching myself how to track IP, because he comes from a wealthy family. So he's just bouncing around the country, stalking people, and nobody's holding him accountable, and nothing's happening. So I start to go, okay, his IP is in this state. I'm at this level of danger today. And I sort of kind of regulating it in that way. So at this point, I decide I need to close my business of the art gallery, because I can't be public facing anymore. I can't be in a place where this individual, as much as I love doing it and I was successful at it, And I really wanted to fight that, but I had to for my own safety. And that's when I started working in television. So I started working for the king of reality casting. And this is kind of important because a casting office, if you haven't been to it, has a revolving door, right? People are coming in and out all the time, but at least I'm not a single person by myself. So at that point, my stalker starts sending death threats to my boss. And the whole office, we're all afraid of workplace violence. They Google him, they see he's trying to kill himself in Ivanka's store. I end up not only losing my job, because in TV, we just don't bring you back, you're freelance. And I'm just like, I've had enough of this. I work in TV. And that's when I first went public with my story in 2015. So I go public with my story. And that was a really pivotal point for me because I got connected with a woman named Rhonda Saunders, who some of you might know here in California. After the death of Rebecca Schaefer, she was instrumental in creating the first stalking laws, which I think she started trying to do in '89, but they got passed in '92. So a television show connected me with Rhonda, who became this amazing mentor. And very quickly, I got linked up with our local Congressman Schiff, who was this is before he was head of House Intelligence Committee. So I start working with him, creating proposals. I'm starting to realize there's all these gaps in the system, the law, the enforcement of the law. I started creating proposals that were given to DOJ. So all this stuff is kind of happening, but again, nobody's helping me. My level of risk that I'm at currently, nothing's going on. So I start just doing the best I can and sort of learning, how to protect myself with tech and do risk minimization and just kind of getting really involved in that space. I start doing media because at this point I'm like, I'm going to get killed. No one's helping me. And I started to realize too, that I was sitting on this mountain of privilege, right? Because even though I was being treated poorly, there's tons of populations who get it even worse than I do, right? So I was like, this is crazy. And I also started realizing, and I started meeting survivors, that I'm atypical and that I'm not intimate partner, right? And so it's very different from me emotionally. I can do media and to be crazy man did a thing, right? So I started doing a lot of media. And at this point, they did a 2-hour, 48-hour special on my case, which was viewed by 17 million people, which that's a whole other thing, because now I'm getting incels sending me death threats. I'm getting people sort of speculating as to why I'm going public. They're like, oh, look at you. You just want attention. Whereas here I am this is not the attention that I want. I'm trying to not get killed. So because of the TV that I was doing, my case got escalated here in Los Angeles. We have a department of the LAPD called the Threat Management Unit, which is really kind of a messed up thing because it only exists for celebrities. And there are people who, they live in gated communities, they have resources. So I'm going, wait a second, because I'm on TV, I get this thing and this is bullshit, this is crazy. So that's when I started, really doing very boots on the ground work, working with other people. Again, the death threats are coming in, all of this stuff. And so as we're shooting my 48 hours, they interview my stalker without my consent, which is what eventually I believe was what triggered him to attempt to kidnap me. So 2017, Vice did an article on me that called me the Aaron Brockovich of stalking, which went viral. So then at this point, and literally every day since 2017, individuals have come to me for some level of assistance. I've done over 100 restraining orders for people. I stopped counting after 100. I'm like, it's not a frozen yogurt punch card, but I just started getting really involved. But again, nobody's helping me, but I'm going, okay, at least I can the things I figured out, I can help give to other people. So after the 48 hours happened, my stalker is in LA. He's very actively stalking me. And so I get this call and it's so jarring and weird. My stalker got put for the first time in jail, briefly, right? So I'm getting a little bit of recourse and reprieve from the daily death and rape threats. And then I get this call, I'll never forget it. Trump had just won, so I was very sad. I'm walking my dog, all my friends. I feel like I can say that in this group because if we're here for crimes that help women, obviously we're going to roll with the fact there's no Trump supporters here. So I get this call, and I'll never forget it. It was Secret Service and LAPD. I thought it was a prank. I literally said, "Okay, who the hell is who is this?" They're like, "No, this is Secret Service. Your stalker has this because he was in a psych ward. He had escaped the psych ward. He was on the loose." And they're like, "Now your case is escalated because you share a stalker with Ivanka Trump, who's now the president's daughter." So I literally said to myself, wow, I'm the one person who's going to benefit from this Trump presidency. I've won the stalking lottery. Something's going to happen now. They're going to have to do something. And that's not what happened. So he gets caught in New York because as much as he was stalking me, Ivanka's now the first daughter, very attractive to him, right? So he goes to New York, where he's not even allowed to be in the state. He gets picked up a block away from Trump Tower. So now I'm thinking, okay, he's really going to get some time. New York has such terrible laws. He was out, I think, in 6 weeks. He comes to LA with the specific purpose of killing, raping, kidnapping, all of that. So it's one of the things where people, you can't just block them, right? Blocking is for harassment. It's not when you're being stalked. You're gathering evidence. So it's a really good thing I didn't listen to my peers who didn't really, well-intentioned, but didn't know what they were talking about. And so my stalker wrote me and said, I know you go to LA Comic-Con. I'm going to go there and I'm going to kidnap you, right? So he didn't know this, but I'm actually friends with some of the owners of LA Comic-Con. So because I wasn't getting help from LAPD, I set up an operation with them, which because my case is so wild, we hired, I didn't want to scare the kids, extra security dressed as Batman and Superman, right? So when he came to kidnap me, they held him down. Also, just like another weird side note, my stalker was also stalking the Kardashians, and I was working with their ex-Mossad security team. I thought for sure, nobody's scarier than ex-Mossad. They're going to catch them. That's not what happened. My stalker came, tried to kidnap me, Batman, Superman, hold him down, bring him in, turn him into LAPD. The Kardashians then served the restraining order. Gwyneth Paltrow, who I didn't even know was in the mix, she serves her restraining order. There was some incident with the children. A year later, we have a trial. This is he was on $1 million bail, and I prepare my victim impact statement. I am so ready for this. I get there, and my DA is like, okay, we're going to do a plea, felony stalking max. And I'm like, what? And I really was pretty pressured into that. I was told that I shouldn't even give my victim impact statement because I couldn't compel a judge for more time because they were really going to go for this felony max. So I was just kind of like, okay. And then California, we had a proposition. It's important to explain called 57, which when it was put out, I think it was 2016, it sounded great, right? 57 was nonviolent offenders reduced sentencing. That's awesome. I don't want people who are nonviolent offenders to be in jail. However, in California, we call crimes stalking, rape of an unconscious person, forced sodomy, and human trafficking are all considered nonviolent, that's a horror unto itself. So because of that, even though I got the max, 4 years felony stalking, served 2, he got out December of 2019. And within 3 days of stalking me again, I put him in jail 5 times. I have an ankle monitor on him. I'm trying to come up with a program here for the LADA, which is sort of using geofencing, where you could use an app that's a tracker. So I would know if he was in proximity to me, because I don't know if you all know this, but with the ankle monitors, they only check once a week. Doesn't really do a whole lot for you. So anyway, there's a lot more to my story, but I want to hear everybody else. I feel like that kind of brings us up to speed, but my case is ongoing. I hate when people say, I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I'm just like, it's not past tense. There is nothing past tense about my story. Yes, I've come to a place where, people see me on the shows, and it's because there's not that many living survivors who are comfortable telling their stories, right? And so people think, oh, you must be in a great place. And I'm like, no. And we sort of said this before we started, we have to be twice as loud for those who can't, right? And because I work in media, I have those connections and I can do that thing, but nothing about my case is resolved. I'm not any safer than I was. I just had breaks where he's in jail, but I use my knowledge to help other people. And I feel that it's been effective, and, doing my best to work on legislation and everything with a very flawed system. So that's why it's important that we all connect in this and we can all work together.
It is. And I honor you in this moment, Lenora, for sharing your story, for coming forward, for being a voice for those who can't, right? Yeah. And what you did for me is to put face on that. This happens to celebrities too. It doesn't matter if you're rich, if you're famous, if you're poor. It happens all across the spectrum. And I think it's important that people know that and understand that. Do you feel safe today?
I mean, I'm safe because I do as much as possible, right? I sort of call it, it's like a condom, it's like you've reduced your risk, you've done the right thing, but things happen, you know what I mean? So I'm never fully safe. I'm always, I carry with me the long form anxiety and the PTSD, but I've done as much as I possibly can do. So I want to live as much life as I can, but no, I'm never fully safe. I've just gotten to a place with it where it's as manageable as possible.
Yeah. You said that other people file orders on him. Do they have a case against him? So does everyone have a case, or are you just
There's
like the only
40
one?
people that I know of, and actually at some point we'll probably have a federal trial where we all come together. But yeah, there's at least 40 people. There's 40 restraining orders that I know of. But again, the system is pretty flawed and it's very revolving door. So sure, he goes in, but then even with me, I put him in 5 times. So yeah.
Well, I'm hoping that we make enough noise that they see how important this is and how it really destroys lives. I want to say that all of you are very resilient. I don't look at you as just being strong. People say, oh, you're strong. we're not necessarily strong, right? We're resilient. We bounce back. We come back doing it better the next time and learning from things that we've done in our past in different situations. And so I do look at all of you as being resilient, and thank you for sharing. Thanks. Next, we have Obi West. Tell us a little bit about you, Obi.
Hey, my name is Obi West. I'm a writer and a spoken word artist, and I'm an advocate against abuse reduction, or for abuse reduction. So in a nutshell, that's who I am. I'm going to approach this a little bit differently. I think we all know from the first two stories that this is absolutely prevalent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go a brief overview of what I went through, but I'm going to spend most of the time talking about the problems I had when I tried to combat this thing, the kickback that I got from wherever the kickback came from. So just to give you in a nutshell, what happened, there was a woman who I had a volunteer interaction with at some point. I had a business, I was selling t-shirts. She bought a t-shirt, interaction started from there. And then after that, I started to notice things that was very uncomfortable. I started to notice that she would target people who I appeared to be close with. And then she would try to get close to those people. So after a while, I broke contact, or tried. I was in the military. And when I met her, I was in Oklahoma. They sent me to Korea for 2 years. That 2 years, just by default, there was no contact. And then when I got back, I started to hear from her again. And I'm naive, giving her the benefit of the doubt. Okay, there's nothing wrong with me being cordial. Never met up with her, just spoke over the phone and things of that nature. And then the conversations, the contact started to get more frequent. She started to contact me more frequently. She would see people post flyers online. She would go target the person in charge of the flyer and get to know that person, and then eventually go tell that person fabricated stories about me. I would start hearing from people saying, hey, I wanted to hire you for such and such speaking engagement, but I got contact from this lady and she was telling me stuff and I didn't want no parts of that, so I never contacted you. So I figured out I was missing out on business. There was people who was fed up with talking to her, so they told her, listen, don't call me no more. They would block her number. And then she would call them from my number. She would call their phone, my number and name would pop up on their caller ID. And when they pick up, it would be her. So she figured out a way to call people from my number. And it was all types of things. I would have shows in certain states that she didn't live in Texas. I think she lived in Detroit. She showed up at the show. I had a show in Mississippi. She lived in another state. She showed up at the show. So, and I was thinking, okay, public show, anybody can come. But these are things where she had to go through extreme planning and logistics in order to be there. So these are things that would happen. And then I live in Las Vegas. And then at some point she moved 2 blocks from me in Las Vegas. From another state, came to Las Vegas, was living down the street from me. When I finally cut all contact and blocked her from everything, she showed up at my door at midnight. So in a nutshell, just to tell you the extent of what was going on, that was the situation. Now I'll tell you the problems I ran into. The first problem is I didn't know I was being stalked. So we talk about there's a small group. When we were talking about this prior to being live, collectively between myself, Debbie, Lenore, was talking about how small this group is. I think a lot of the reason why this group of people who have been stalked is small because a lot of people don't recognize stalking. So it's happening to them and they don't know it's happening. So Anna, who's here on the show, we were holding general conversation and I'm telling her some things I'm dealing with, and she had to tell me I was being stalked. So the first problem I had is I was ignorant to what was happening to me. So after I learned what stalking was, I would try to combat it. Then I tried to go and get no contact orders. But what I learned was when she would contact me and I would talk back and say, listen, don't contact me, blah, blah, blah. That was voluntary interaction. And that discredited my claim. They said, well, you're speaking back. So now it's not stalking. So now I had to pretty much block her from everything except one thing. I had to keep one line of communication open because I needed that in order for me to build a case. So this line of communication is open and I'm getting this conversation that's one way. I'm not responding and I have to let that go on for a month so I can build my own case. So then after I built my own case, I turned the case in to Nevada and I had to fill out an application for stalking. One of the questions they asked me, they said, how do you know the person? And they said, is it a blood relative? Is it a old acquaintance? And I put old acquaintance. So they kicked it back and said, this is not for us. This needs to go to family court because it's domestic. So we're not in a relationship. They say anybody that at any point you volunteered interaction with, it's called domestic. So then I had to go to domestic court. So I had to start all over with the domestic court. So now with the domestic court, the stalking application didn't apply anymore. Now I had to fill out a domestic application, and only did they take heed to it if there was violence involved. Because there was no violence involved, they were reluctant to do anything for me. So now I'm in a situation where I'm forced to deal with whatever's happening because there's no violence involved. So they're waiting. for something to happen like what happened to Debbie's sister in order for this thing to become important. There's no preventive. Everything was reactionary, and it was very, very disturbing. And being that I'm a man and she's a woman, I felt like if anything happened, I defended myself against it. It wouldn't be defense. It'll be assault because of my gender. So now I'm running into all these problems. So I had to keep pushing buttons until they finally decided to do something about it. So then they issued, well, first, during the court proceeding, the lady asked me, why didn't you just block her from everything? This is the judge. Why didn't you block her from everything? I said, well, the paperwork that I turned in order for you to even pay attention to this was evidence that she's been contacting me. If I blocked her from everything, I wouldn't have this evidence. So now it's held against me from not just blocking her from everything. But the fear that we run into as people who are dealing with this is when I did block her from everything, she went to the next extreme and showed up at my house. So blocking a person doesn't make them stop. It just makes them go to the next level of extreme. So it forces you to feel like I have to accept this level of extreme in order to avoid this one. So I didn't block her from one way, blocked her from every way that she can contact me except one, because I wanted to develop this log. So I used the log and they give me a 30-day protection order. It expired in 30 days. And then I went back to court and they extended it for another 30 days and then it expired. Then the problem I ran into is after your protection order expires, you have no protection. And the person's not going to stop. And just recently, I put something online because I had to cancel some events saying that I was sick from COVID. I get an email from her instantly. She's giving me remedies of how to combat COVID. My birthday was last month. I get a phone call from a restricted number. I pick it up and it's her, happy birthday. And then she gets off the phone. Nothing that I've ever said about her should make her feel like I want her to contact me. But with these stalkers, they don't act based off how you feel about them. They act based off how they feel about you, and you're just forced to accept it. So these are a lot of things that I went through. I have 28 seconds before I have to stop talking. So how it currently affects me now, I'll go through this real quick. She's omnipresent, even if I don't see her. The flyer for this, I never shared this flyer because I can't even promise you that she's not listening to this right now. There's people who I'm in a group with that she potentially followed those individuals. So I didn't share this flyer because I didn't want to trigger her to start acting again. Like Lenora said, she felt like when they interviewed her stalker, that triggered him to now want to kidnap her. And for me talking about, that's my alarm, so I need to shut up. So when I'm talking about right now, the long lasting effects, this can serve as a level of satisfaction to the person who's stalking you and now make them want to ramp up and start doing what they're doing again. So I'm not even positive that right now I'm not talking to you and talking to her as well. So there's a lot more to this, but there's more people on this line, and a respect for time. That's pretty much what I went through and what I'm still going through. So Vanessa, I'll hand this back to you.
All right. So for you, being a man, did you ever feel like there was some shame associated with it? How did you feel being a man that a woman was doing this and how people would kind of view you? Did you ever consider that?
No, not me personally. I didn't feel no shame. I'm a spoken word artist, so I spend my life pretty much telling my business. So I didn't feel any shame. But I would guarantee if there was 10 men that this was going through, 9 of them would probably suppress this out of a level of shame. So I think I'm the anomaly. I can't speak for the majority. I think this is something that's really tucked in men's pockets because of how it may look. There's a woman chasing you around. You're not happy about that? I wish I was being chased by a woman, right? That's the common response that you'll get from other people. So I'm not shamed, but I would bet that many are.
Yeah. If we have a stat of 1 in 17 men, that men are really dealing with this. And I wanted to know, is it something that you would say to another male that was going through something similar? Because you think that, oh, she just likes me, you just kind of blow it off. Like you said, you didn't even realize you were being stalked. Is it something that you would say to a male that's going through this?
I would say anything that you wouldn't be allowed to do to another person, don't make yourself subject to that treatment because of your gender. So if at any point you feel like someone is invading your space, regardless to what their gender is, you absolutely have a right to raise your hand and say something. Help sources are built based on problems that exist. So if we have a problem that exists and we're not raising our hands to acknowledge it exists, there's never going to be any help sources. So if you're a man and you're remaining quiet, you're paving the way for us to never get help for this thing. So at minimal, just keep screaming about it. And then at some point they'll say, okay, maybe this is a problem. And then help sources become more prevalent.
So thank you, Obi. I honor you in this moment for sharing your story. It's not always easy to just be so transparent. For you as a poet, it is, because you share a lot of stories about yourself, but it's still something personal. And I think that when you all come forward and share, that gives other people courage and to know that they're not alone. So thank you for just being in this place with me today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. So next I have Danny Cords. Welcome, Danny. Tell us a little bit about you.
Hi, everybody. So a little bit about me, my story, just to give some context. So I'm a conversion therapy survivor. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's where you go to a therapy or camp and try to pray the gay away. It didn't work. Still queer as Christmas. Nice to meet you. But that's a big part of my story. So 10 years ago today, I was still a high school dropout, a musical theater performer trying to make it big and go that route, and met my ex-husband. And 10 years later, I'm no longer that person. I have a career, and a different life. But unfortunately, that path, of course, attracted a stalker. So my story, if I should just kick off into my story.
You sure can. You can.
All right.
I was all into your introduction. You had me in the introduction, Dan.
So
you can share your story with us.
Sure, you betcha. So as I mentioned, I met my ex-husband about 10 years ago. So I'm coming out of conversion therapy, right, into this space, still a high school dropout. In the process of this 10-year relationship with my partner, musical theater, he was a cellist, I was a singer in a production. We, in the process of this marriage, we met a music director who became a very close friend. We were friends for 14 years. We always knew that he liked to push boundaries. But I'm from the Pacific Northwest, and we are very nice people. I wouldn't say we're kind people. I would say we're nice people. Sometimes we can be a little too passive and want to make space for everybody at the sacrifice of our own boundaries. Well, when my relationship with my ex-husband ended, my stalker took it upon himself to, what he would tell later in court, level the playing field. And he started stalking me in cyber stalking. What I want to do here, given the stories that have already been shared, I want to share some statistics that are related to my case. So my stalker went to prison with a felony in 2018. He's one of 16 cases out of 16,974 reported to the DOJ. Let me repeat, 16 that were resourced that year. 16 out of 16,974 in 2018 that got resourced. The police, I don't think, have ever taken a police report for me, and I'll back up to that again as well. The commissioner that was supposed to handle my restraining order case hit on me before and after the case on Scruff, a dating app, and refused to recuse himself until the last minute. And the substitute commissioner in this district read my address aloud in front of my stalker 3 times after I had moved. My image was hijacked, my number was hijacked, and there was absolutely nothing I could do. Did you know you don't own your image until you get it copywritten?
I did not.
You do not own your image until you get it copywritten. So if it's revenge porn, or in my case on Grindr, Scruff, or Craigslist with my address and phone number, there's nothing you can do to take it off unless the people on the other end of that line are willing to work with you because of their values as an organization. And that was not universal. So my case started out, again, as I said, it started with a divorce. I thought it was tied to my divorce, tied to my ex-husband and his new partner. From that divorce at the time, it wasn't. It was actually somebody, it was a third party, it was this other person who actually continued to be my friend during these stalking incidences. It would start out as small things, like robo-dialers, perfectly legal. I get about 840 to 1,200 in an evening, which would shut down my phone. Okay, so people say, as you've heard it here, turn off your phone, block the number. Here's the thing. Not only did I change my number and they followed me through, but you can change the digit, one number, each time. So when you do turn off your phone and then turn it back on again, it's going to take hours to process those incidences. Imagine what that does to your psyche. So I did lose a job. I moved away, changed my number 3 times, changed my devices, got really good at cybersecurity, and it still followed me. My stalker tracked my location and targeted communications to me directly based on who I was speaking to with text. He also would take my number, hijack it, and send threats to my friends, to his colleagues. My stalker was one of the leaders at an IT firm in Seattle, or a law firm. He was the leader in IT for a law firm, a major law firm in Seattle. We'd also use their equipment to stalk me people at the law firm and my friends. What really bugs me about my case is that it took 2 years, which is not a long time in the grand scheme of things, to get resourced, but it also took $75,000. I'm going to share that because that's privilege. I have privilege to fund my justice. I'm not going to see a cent of that back. Probably. I got restitution. Have I seen anything? No. Is he working? Yes. Is the system set up to help me? No. $75,000 is what it costs. And an attorney out of New York City, I'm in Seattle, other coast, to help guide in. The DOJ rejected my case twice. Again, no police reports. The death threats I would receive are you ready to die? To which the police in Seattle, a tech hub, would reply, well, that's not really a death threat. That's a question. Then I would say, okay, well, great. Well, I got the IP address of this email because I know how to track that. And it points back to this general neighborhood. That's where my ex-husband is. That's where I think the stalking is coming from. Can you investigate this? No, we can't. I'm so sorry. Can you take a report? You know, Judge Judy loves to say, if there's no report, it didn't happen. I didn't get one. Guess it didn't happen, right? It did go to federal court. They did an investigation. They found it later. What really also bugs me is that after I moved about 60 miles to the south to isolate, to hide, things would just get worse. Now, conversion therapy was banned in 2018, around the same time that all this came to a head. And as I found success, as I was in USA Today, as I was in legal or local sources here around town, the stalking would increase. As I was coming home from helping out some scholars here in Seattle, I was getting in the moment death threats that said, I'm waiting in your closet, can't wait to see you, can't wait to see how much you bleed, ready to die, and I can't wait to rip out your intestines. I called 911, they didn't know what to do. I called the local police down where I was living, and they said, come wait, don't go inside, wait in the parking lot. An hour of waiting in a dark parking lot where my stalker probably knew where I was. A police officer came. In the course of our interaction, he mocked me. He related this death threat. And by the way, I had a timeline of all my evidence, which is a great way to stay safe. Looked at it, said, oh yeah, my friends signed me up for spam stuff all the time. I got signed up for a senior citizen mailer list once. Mocked me and sent me home alone. Denied a police report. I called the police chief the next day and then followed up in an email. I have this in writing, who said, there's no record of you ever talking to this officer. And he's a good man with a family. Just going to let that sink in. So that's my case, right? Now, I also had sexual misconduct allegations. I was active in the media. Again, conversion therapy was just banned for minors in Washington State. I was a big part of that. That's a great celebration. But unfortunately, my stalker tried to silence my voice in that moment by hacking an Associated Press reporter's email to say that I was sexually molesting the foster children I volunteer with every summer. Luckily for me, in addition, despite this being a very well-crafted email that he did a lot of research for, I was not at camp the year that he made those allegations, and they were quickly turned away. But they were still lodged. That did not get the DOJ to resource my case, despite the investment I made in an attorney. It was only after my stalker, Joel, used my telephone number to stalk the receptionist at his legal firm, and a Seattle detective was investigating me because I was tied to that number, and I was able to hand over my timeline to her. And the law firm said, oh shit, this is the head of our IT department, that the DOJ took up the case, resourced it, and he went to prison for 2.5 years with a felony. And that is my story.
Thank you, Danny. I honor you in this moment because it's hard. It's hard to come forward to share what's going on. Like I said about Obi being a man, right? And it's not always easy to just say that this is happening to me and then by another man. And so there's so many stigmas associated with it. People have so many opinions that really get on my nerve. I'm just going to tell you, right? I don't like that at all. And so I really am proud of you for coming forward and just being able to share because there's so many people that can identify you. When I look at the stats, lesbian women, 1 in 5 are stalked. And then men, right? 1 in 9. So those numbers are high. You're higher if the rates are higher for you to be stalked if you identify, right, as gay or lesbian or other than heterosexual. And so it's important that we talk about this and don't be silent about this and protect people no matter what their sexuality is, no matter what their orientation is. That is so important. And I honor you for standing up and speaking up for those that are silent and can't speak up for themselves. I think that's important. So now, where are you as it relates to, like, are you still fearful, or do you think that things going to still happen to you?
So my stalker got out of prison, I was under the understanding that he was not supposed to be using internet without the supervision of the DOJ. But I think we all know that we can't really rely on that, because he's actively on YouTube posting, and every time I send it in, they're like, it's just YouTube. Come on. But he's not in this state. He lives in a different state with his parents, and yet he's posting in my community on the community blogs that we have to just, I'm sure, to let us know that he's watching. We know that he's doing theater still. We shouldn't know that information. I still have a restraining order against him, and yet he's dropping little breadcrumbs to let us know he's still there. I'm starting to get texts as well, similar to what I received in the beginning, and there's not really much you can do about that at this time. So he's out there, kind of like Obi mentioned. I wouldn't be surprised if he's watching as well. And if you're coming for me, go for it. You'll go back to prison.
Because you are not scared. And that's what I love about all of you. You're not fearful. You're coming for it, and you're standing up for yourself. Because all they are just bullies. They're just bullies, right? And that's how I look at them. And one thing people think is that when you're a stalker, that you're not necessarily smart. All of you have had very smart and creative stalkers, right? They're not dumb by the least bit. They might have a little bit of mental illness going on, but that's not an excuse. They're very creative in how they do this, and they're manipulative, right? They're charismatic. You would never think that they would ever do this. And I think that's important for people to be able to realize that they are there, and they're doing some mean and evil things, and they're smart. So thank you for sharing that.
Thanks for the space.
Yeah. All right. I have Anna Nassett. Welcome, Anna. Tell us a
Hello.
little bit about yourself.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for all being here today. So I'm Anna Nassett, and I'm joining you from Vermont, where I have a business called Stand Up Resources. And I provide training to military advocates, law enforcement, college campuses, communities on topics of stalking is my field of expertise, and other subjects of sexual violence as well. And along with that, I do graphic and web design for victim service agencies. So that's where I'm coming from today.
Thank you. Thank you for the work that you do. And so your works stem from your story as well. So can you give us some background of what actually happened to you?
Yeah, absolutely. As Lenore mentioned, we have very similar stories and have really connected over the years, but mine has a very different result. So I'm going to try and focus today on when things actually go right in a stalking case. So I'm also a survivor of multiple forms of sexual violence. But in 2011, I too owned an art gallery. And one evening, a man who I didn't know would approach me with the gift of a painting. Didn't seem like a big deal. Thanked him very much. He said he wanted to show art at my gallery, which was very typical. And so I gave him my business card, sent him on his way, locked the doors, went home. Immediately, he would start to email me with his artwork, and I politely declined showing his artwork and thought nothing of it. But I started to notice that he was calling the gallery. He started to send me Facebook messages. Like, we weren't friends, but he started to send me all these messages, commenting on my appearance, telling me he'd seen me different places, saying it was nice to see you today. I'm like, I never saw you anywhere. So I immediately started to be like, there's something a little strange here. And, told my friends, told the guy I was dating at the time. They're like, oh, it's not a big deal. Just ignore him, whatever. But he kept, writing me these strange messages, and just, I just felt really like something was wrong here. So eventually I would call a friend of mine who kind of knew everyone in the community. And for the sake of the story, I'm going to use his name of Jeffrey. I don't like to say his real name. So I called up my buddy and I was like, have you ever heard of this guy, Jeffrey? And he's like, you need to go to the cops right now. It's like, what? No, I don't. But I followed my friend's advice and I went to the police and was met with really incredible empathy and kindness. I was living in a small town in Washington, so, small law enforcement. But I was met with a lot of empathy, and they basically told me, like, this man does have a mental health situation, and he's been known to stalk people for short spurts of time in the past. And they really just kind of told me, like, we need you to collect your evidence. We need you to, document everything, try changing your routines. Immediately, everything had to be done by me. Because if you are a victim of stalking, you don't have someone to investigate with you all the time. You are the investigator. You are your detective. You are your security. So I just started to document everything. And this went on for a couple of months. And then amazingly, in 2012, the prosecutor in our town actually prosecuted him. And he would end up pleading down to misdemeanor harassment of stalking me. And he would serve a year in the county jail. And during that time, I thought, great, like, I showed him he's never gonna mess with me. Like, I did it. Like, I'm safe now. I had my protection order and everything else, but he would get out of jail, and he didn't initially start contacting me. It was more that he likes to write a lot of letters. So he was writing letters about me. Similar to Lenora's case, we think that he has erotomania as well. And so he would write these letters describing very graphically the sexual relationship that he and I had in his mind, and then go into all the ways in which I should die. And one of the things, like, especially with all of these specific ways of which I should die, the police couldn't arrest him on that because he didn't say he was going to kill me by those ways. He said she should die by these ways. So they showed me that letter that when that first started happening, I was like, please never show these to me again. I don't need to see these. He still writes them to this day. He sends them for the last, 10 years. He's been sending them to my friend who told me to go to the police station. He's been sending them to the prosecuting attorneys, judges, police department, all sorts of places. And he writes about me and his other victims. And, I just never need to see it. That's kind of where I've come from. So time would go on, and he would just continue to, walk the edges of the restraining order, sending these letters, not leaving the grocery store if I walked in there, even though I had a protection order. And it was really frustrating because I didn't want to necessarily start filing reports again, because during the court hearings for that first case, it was found out that me involving the legal system or police officers made him think that it was a sign of my love for him. So I now was in this position of, if I involve law enforcement or made these, bring in my evidence, if he gets arrested, he thinks I'm in love with him. So it was very confusing. So time went on, and it just greatly affected my business, because the last place you want to do if you're being stalked is be where they know you are. So I was closing all the time. I was really distracted. It was really hard to make a sale because my eyes are always out the window. I was scared for my safety. I was scared for the safety of the people who came and shopped there. I would end up each gallery walk having somebody with a concealed carry permit outside, because I just knew that, like, it's one thing if something happened to me, but it's different if it happens to a larger group of people. So eventually in 2013, I would close down my business, and I tried to stay in the community, but it was just too challenging as the years went on. Like, my world shrank and shrank and shrank. Like, leaving my apartment was scary. No matter what I did, like, it just, he just kept coming at it. And even though I had no physical address, like, he would post images of where my house was, things like that. So it just felt like he was really closing in on me. And so eventually I would move across the country to Vermont to find safety, and thought I would just disappear here. But then one day he started messaging me again, and I never put the community I lived in online when I moved. But so when he started messaging me again, it was just very violent, very vulgar. He was talking about how he felt he needed to kill law enforcement. He was talking about, the very graphic ways in which I should die, all of these things. And he is very intelligent. He's like used the same words over the years. Like that letter in 2013, he started calling me evil. And it's like a theme he's continued to this day. Like he brings these words along with him. So this is continuing. I'm here in Vermont, but I'm starting filing all the paperwork out in Washington. And the first prosecuting attorney decided not to build a case because I'm here in Vermont. He's like, oh, she's safe, she's fine. And eventually Jeffrey would get to the place where he said, I'm going to come to Waitsfield, Vermont to be with you. And that's where I live. And so how he ever figured that out, I don't know. But that was when it was just such an alarming thing. It's like, this guy is going to come here. Like, I'm not going to make it out of this alive. And it was a really, really dark time. I didn't really know anybody here. It was a very depressing time. And new prosecuting attorney came on the case, and he decided to go ahead and prosecute it. And during that time, Jeffrey was incarcerated on other stalking charges from his other victims. And it took us 2 years to build that case. But we went to trial in 2019, and I had incredible support in the form of advocates preparing me for trial, incredible victim-centered prosecuting attorneys. Even the judge would end up being very victim-centered. Jeffrey would end up defending himself during the trial, which means that he got to cross-examine me and was able to object. So I sat and testified for a day and a half with my stalker staring at me, objecting to me every single time I opened my mouth. And I don't know, I just channeled every bit of anger I've ever had in my life into that moment and was just laser focused. And when he was actually cross-examining me, I would begin to realize that he'd actually been watching me since 2008 or 2009, which I'll be honest, you do not want to find that information out from the person who's been doing it while you're testifying. It was horrific. But through all of that, we actually got aggravated felony stalking conviction and felony cyber stalking conviction. And I wrote a damn good victim impact statement, and luckily had all of these victim-centered people. Like, I've never hired a lawyer. This has all been people in the state doing what they should do. And he received the 10 years in prison, which at the time, which was the maximum, and at the time, that was one of the longest sentences in our country's history. And I remember the very first person I texted was actually Debbie, who was the first speaker on here today, just because the work that she did, and us trying to raise awareness is really going to start to make that happen for other people. And so that, especially we know that with stalking, 85% of people know the person that's stalking them. And so much of that is coming from former relationships, intimate partners. And we have to be able to be these leaders so that these people can get safety as well. It shouldn't just be the ones that get attraction from that stranger stalking. So that's my story. That was a very quick version of it, but there you go.
Anna, thank you. I always tell you I honor you in this moment. You was the first person that I really talked to about stalking, that I heard you speak, and I learned so much about you, and just learning the process and what you had to endure for so many years. And so to get 10 years, I was celebrating with you. Like, I'm still, every time you say it, I'm like, yes, you got some justice. You can't get your life back. It's still probably not enough, right? Because he does so much to you, but it's something. And so I think it gives hope for people to be persistent and not to give up, that there is a system in place that's supposed to work. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work. From your perspective, what worked well in your community with your prosecutor, your police department? What went right? Because we see it go wrong so many times.
I think that one thing, it was a very small community. So very small law enforcement. I was a public figure in my community, so I was known. And I went in there and said, I'm being stalked by a stranger. Now, if any of those things had changed, if I was a different gender, a different economic class, if I had dated him, if any of those things were different, I don't know that I'd be sitting here today. So I think that, and it is a very caring community as well. So I really think that it was me meeting the exact right police officer, Officer Bill Corrigan, at the right time. And that's just kind of kept things going. And I pushed hard for it. I was just like, I'm not giving up. Like, here's my reports. So it just really feels like, and I know some of us have all talked, like, in some ways it was the perfect case of just every single person. I mean, there are tons of people that have come in and helped me over the years to get to that point, and even down to the right judge overseeing that trial, because it was a bench trial. And so I think even having this judge who, when Jeffrey was, trying to, object to me and stuff like that. Even the judge said this is not a time to victimize the witness. So even a judge using that language was really huge to me.
Yeah, I think we need to see when it goes right. So when we're advocating for others, when we're experiencing it, we could see what right looks like and know you need to do more for me. You need to do more for me in my community. From all of you, what do you think law enforcement, lawmakers, politicians, what is one thing that you think that they can do to help someone like you?
Believe us. Start by believing. I think is the bigger one. Don't dismiss it. It's a crime that gets dismissed. We're told we're overreacting, all of these different things. So don't dismiss it.
Okay. Love it.
And I guess on that note, one of the things that I push for is law enforcement training. Go to the trainings. I mean, I have been all over the United States, and I have seen an awful lot of good work in law enforcement, but I also see failure in law enforcement. And oftentimes those agencies are the ones who are saying that we don't need the training. You do.
I want to build off of what Anna and Debbie said too. Like, I'm trying to create a stalking task force here in LA. So not only is it the believing and the training, but I also want to see funding for forensic psychologists on staff, because even if you have the training, you don't have the correct risk assessment tools. And I'm sorry, but there's bullshit like Mosaic, which is this computer program. You barely listen, you type some stuff in and you're like, oh, you're going to be fine. It's not acceptable. You really need people who can, for example, just like forensic psychology wise, the forensic psychologist who evaluated my case, even the language is able to say, like, you are more at risk because he doesn't speak about you like a person, you are an object, right? And like, you can't expect them to have that level of training. So we need funding to go to these additional people as well.
And up level with your education and technology. Again, I'm in a major tech hub in Seattle, and one of my officers replied back when I gave him an IP address, what's an IP? And had no idea when I was explaining it. So how are you going to solve a crime in cybercrime if you don't understand the fundamentals of cyberspace?
I think in addition to the education, there has to be, they have to care, right? They have to be intentional about being concerned about this. I don't think it's always rooted in ignorance. There's a million cases like Debbie's where someone came forward and they said, we can't do anything about it. And then later that person ended up being dead. And I'm sure it was brought back to their attention. This is the person you said you couldn't help. So it's not always rooted in ignorance. It's rooted in them trying to compare what we're talking about to other violent crimes and saying that's not on my priority list because there's people that's actually being attacked. So law enforcement have been rooted more in being reactive, right? They go to places after things have been happened. So now when you come up with a crime that requires you to be preventive, they don't care. So I think they can have all the training in the world, but if I don't care to fight something, I'm not going to do it.
I love that. And I'll tell you all this because I'm very transparent. And I do believe that we have good law enforcement. We have good politicians, prosecutors. We have them, but there's some that's not doing their job. And there's some that are guilty of this. So I have 2 girlfriends who have told me that they were dating police officers and they started stalking them. Police officers are known for stalking, right? So you have to be careful that we're not even reporting to somebody that's actually doing the act, right? Because it's about power and control. We see a lot of power and control, and that's one field that they have a lot of power and control. They could roll up and see who's parked outside of your house and run a license plate. So it's very important that you get the right person there to support you and that you don't give up and that you ask the right questions. For you all, what are some signs that there's a problem, right? Because I know Obi said he didn't even realize he was being stalked, and I would tell you a lot of us don't, right? Especially when you just think they like you. Oh, they just like me. Then it goes way past that they like me. They won't stop. What are some signs that people can look for?
If I could start with this one, I think one of the biggest signs is when a person disregards what you desire for yourself and they prioritize what they desire from you. I think it's a huge sign. When you notice a person is most of their day is occupied with thoughts of you, when you start seeing stuff like it was nice seeing you today and you didn't see the person, someone saw you, when you start seeing things like that. So there's telltale signs that a person has pretty much made you a priority in their life. They've created a relationship psychologically with you, and now they feel like they have an entitlement, an obligation to you, and they're expecting you to fulfill that role. And when you don't, they literally feel like they're being wronged. They don't feel like they're wronging you. They feel like they're being wronged because you're not satisfying a relationship they created in their mind. And when they feel like you're depriving them of what they're entitled to, measures become extremely desperate. So I think we need to be able to recognize when somebody is just overindulged in us. Not take it as flattery, but take it as a threat. I think those are some of the telltale signs.
Thank you. Anyone else?
And I can just build off of that. When we talk about the definition of stalking, it's this unwanted contact. You have repeatedly said stop or no, or have disregarded this person or disregarded the contact that they are trying to make, and they don't stop. So we always have to think about that. It's that unwanted contact. And it's that gut. I had that gut feeling when Patrick walked into our family home unannounced. I had no idea how he found out my mother's address. What was he doing there? But my gut instinct, the first time I saw him, was not good. So oftentimes when I speak, I will say, trust your gut. If something isn't right, it's probably not right.
That's great advice. Intuition is powerful. And a lot of times we just ignore it and brush it off. Dr. Juanita said the same thing. It happens to her and she brushes it off. So we have someone, Miss Regina, and I'll put her comment up so that you can all see it. She said, this is amazing. I have someone stalking me now. They are using a burner phone, but they use the name of people who I know in the community. I have reported this, but I don't see a sense of urgency. Nobody has called me in to show the messages. The person said his group has 7 people paid to track me because they want to know me in case I decide to run for office. This is nerve-wracking. Thank you, Regina, for sharing with us. And I just wanted to know, do y'all have some maybe insight or a perspective for Regina, or maybe some things that she can do?
Anna, go for it. This was the same situation I was in, and you slapped me with a ton of advice. I'm muting. Your turn.
So one of the things, and I mean, Lenore, please tag in on this too. First of all, I'm so sorry that's happening to you, Ms. Regina. And one of the things that I always advise people is to go to your local advocacy center before reporting to police and get an advocate. All too often we look at domestic and sexual violence centers and we don't think that they'll serve victims of stalking, but they are able to, if they've had training. And so that's something I think is really important, is to have somebody, because we don't know what state you're in or community or your laws. So if you can go there and start to see what assistance there is available and have them help you document things and put together something that you can take to law enforcement, I think is a good place to start. Lenore, do you want to tag on to that?
No, I mean, that's absolutely right. I would literally echo everything you said. Also, just like one thing I always just put out there, because that's part of it, but also you're going to go through so much emotionally, right? It's also important to really build up your support system. And when I say that, it's great if we have loved one in our lives, but they may be well-intentioned and not fully understand and sometimes give bad advice. So seek out survivor community as well. I mean, that's just really instrumental in sharing stories and sort of getting, because a lot of times also we don't even know how scary our situation is until sometimes we hear someone else and you're like, oh, wow, that's starting to mimic what's happening to me. So definitely, it's great that you're here because you're doing exactly that, right? You're engaging with community, but I just always throw that in because I think it's so important.
And knowing you're not alone. So asking that advice from others and coming forward. And Regina, she actually lives in South Carolina. So understanding the laws, and the laws are so different in every state. And sometimes that frustrates me too, is that we can't help people nationally because every state has their own world rules, laws, regulations, their policies, they're all different. And so we have to understand that from our own foxhole. And Ms. Regina, I will gladly help you because I'm also in South Carolina, and just so that we can understand the laws and come up with a system. So part of the things that we heard them say was copyright your picture. Now, Danny, I didn't think about that, but that is phenomenal. So maybe because you're going to run for office, that you consider copyrighting your picture so that we can actually do something about it. I love that. Actually documenting everything that they're doing and doing a timeline. So I heard Danny say he had a timeline. Obi said the documentation, Anna documented. They all are documenting what is happening to them. And to not take it lightly. It is serious. It can be fearful. And if you have fear, that's going up under the definition of stalking. And so thank you for being so transparent, and I honor you. And I promise that I will try to do what I can to connect you with different resources, and let's see if we can get you some assistance. So thank you for coming forward. Because we know that statistics say that people are 3 times more likely to die if they are being stalked, right? That's pretty high if stalking. So if there is domestic violence, if it's human trafficking, whatever it is, and stalking is involved, the risk of dying is so much greater. So we can't blow it off. We have to take it serious. If your friends or your family members are going through this, you got to tell them, we got to report this. Let's start documenting this and start protecting yourself, because that's very important. Right, Regina said she would have brushed it off until it kept happening. And I totally agree. And her daughter just said that we know they are watching this right now. They probably are watching this. And I hope people that are watching it realize that it's serious and that it's a crime. And like Anna said, you can go to jail. She got 10 years. So we're fighting back, right? We're just not taking this lightly. This is serious. And we're trying to inform people so that they know exactly what's going on and how to protect yourselves and not to just blow it off. Right. Jennifer said, I echo connecting with the nearest victim service organization to provide support and advocacy. Yeah, they do. And people don't realize that that's one of the things that we do as advocates. It's help from a stalking perspective as well. So, and it's different in every state. So no matter where you are, make sure you understand the laws. I don't care if it's domestic violence, if it's incest, get the laws and know your rights in your state, right? I just had to tell somebody about some laws as it relates to domestic violence, and stalking definitely occurs in domestic violence. You saw that with Debbie's sister. And so don't take it lightly. We have to really protect ourselves. So I want to know from you all, what are some things that people say to you that is offensive, right? That aggravates you, that could come off as rude, but they think they're saying good things to you. Sometimes they think they're not. I want to know, what can we say as a community to somebody that is going through this or who is a survivor? Dan, you smile. Said to you.
I know. I just had this happen yesterday. Isn't that so funny? And it happens so frequently that someone somewhere, well-intentioned, somebody close, will say something like, it really wasn't that big of a deal. At least it wasn't a real crime. I hear that all the time, and that's such a dumb answer. And one of my recommendations is, if you're going through it, to trust your gut, build your community of support, but set boundaries while you do it. And I cut those people out when I was going through it because they were not healthy for me. And now I have a toggle, I'll turn them off, even now. Because it is my judge, Judge Robert Lasnik, federal judge, when he sentenced Joel, he said, it doesn't matter if it's a knife or a gun to the head or an iPhone, crime is crime and you'll do the time. It's a serious business, serious crime.
Kudos to your judge. I like when you all mention the police officer, the judges, the prosecutors. I think it's important for people to know the good ones, right? All right. Anyone else? What are some things that people have said to you?
In addition to what Diane was talking about, I think people need to acknowledge that stalking is more than just somebody calling your phone a lot. We have 5 people on the line and everybody has lost something. Anna lost an art gallery. Lenora lost an art gallery. Danny lost a job. Debbie lost a sister. And I lost opportunities. There's nobody on this line that hasn't lost something. And everybody on this line still feels like their stalker is omnipresent. Anna's got 10 years, but when those 10 years elapse, she'll still be alive. I'm sure that's in the back of her mind. The only person that's not worried about it no more isn't alive. So people have to sincerely acknowledge that this is a real crime, and it's not just somebody who's contacting you a lot.
Yeah, I also want to include the collateral damage, right? Like we've talked about as far as work and everything, but like, do you know what it's like to go on a date and people, like, they Google you or whatever they find, and you have to sit down and be like, yeah, I like you, but this guy's been trying to kill me for a decade. I hope he doesn't, like, it's like that kind of stuff, right? What it does to our friendships and our family who are constantly under stress and worried about us. So there's just collateral damage. It really sort of infiltrates every aspect of our life. And the other thing I just want to throw, because I feel like I've talked way too much, is that, when people say, oh, it's not like a crime, right? Because if the violent event hasn't happened yet, a lot of us are multi-trauma survivors. I've already been raped. So when I get rape threats, what that does, like, right? So we have to really be careful with our language when speaking to people. And I know people are trying to say that not because they're trying to minimize or trying to make me feel better in some weird way. They just don't know how to articulate it properly. So just know you never know somebody's history, and you don't know if this particular threat is really triggering for them. Or maybe, like me, I had a very close friend who was murdered by a stalker, right? Not everybody knows that. So just to remember that as well.
I'm going to kind of I agree with everything that everyone else is saying. And then we'll just kind of speak to that collateral damage as well. It's like, yeah, even though this guy's in prison, he's going to get out. Like, this isn't a crime that stops. He's still writing all of those letters. Like, I'm still dealing with, I have safety and I'm so lucky, right? But it's still in the back of my head, and just that psychological toll. Yeah, of just, trying to get employment, trying to date, trying to rent an apartment. All of those things are more difficult if you're an ongoing victim of crime. And I think one thing like that I always think is really important is our language. We hear people say all the time, oh, I was stalking him on Instagram, or you run into somebody a couple times in a day. Oh, were you stalking me? Like, when we can start to shift that away and take that away from that romantic context is really important to acknowledging what a serious crime this is.
It's not a joke. It's not funny at all. It's not funny. Debbie, what about you? What are some things that people have said to you?
Oh, where does the list start and end? I would say what Anna had just said about the language. I'm stalking you in the library. I cringe. I cringe when I hear people say that. I cringe when it's written in an email. Like, oh, hey, I was stalking you while you were out hiking the other day. Like, the use of that minimizes the crime of stalking. And also, I guess it's nothing that was never said to me, but it was something that we've used in a presentation. It was a t-shirt that was targeted to, I think, like tween girls. And it was very sparkly, and it had something to do with equating stalking and love. So we're sending this message to these young girls. Some call it love, I call it stalking. We're sending this message to these young girls that if you are stalked, you are loved. And I've spoken in high schools where these girls are like, no, you want him to call you 20 times. You want him to check in on you. So this mindset is happening to, younger and younger. So it goes back to language and the use of stalking, because when you have people that are experiencing stalking, and then we have the use of how we use the language and these sparkly t-shirts out there, in that victim's mind is, well, how could it be a crime? Should I even tell anybody about this? Because society makes light of it. So I struggle with that. And yes, it does make me angry.
I can see that. For me, I always tell people to say things like, how can I help you? What do you need from me? And it doesn't matter what trauma that is. That applies to all trauma, all things that people are going through. They don't always need your advice. They want to know want you to say, what can I do for you? So they might need you to go with them to the police department. They might just want you to sit there with them. They want to know how can, you support them. And they may say, I'm fine, I don't need anything. But that's probably all you should say, because people don't want to hear all the extra comments, right? They don't want your opinions. Well, if I was you, I would do this. Well, you're not me. You don't know what I'm going through. So don't say that. Try to just have a better conversation with individuals who are struggling. And this is serious. This is not something that you could take lightly. Dr. Juanita McDonald had a comment. She said, the degree of what each of you lost is what I focused on earlier. To what degree do you shut yourself off from loved ones and resources? Any one of you can answer.
I'll regurgitate the question to make sure I understand what she's asking. She's saying, at what degree do we detach ourselves from
love, other people, resources?
Well, for me, there was a period of self-blame, right, where I had to ask myself, what did I do to contribute to this situation, and what could I have do? And in doing that, it seems like I automatically issue the person stalking me a certain level of reprieve, because I'm saying that I did something. So it made me feel like when you meet a person, you never know that these individuals have these tendencies, right? So there's no way to look at the person initially and say, okay, this person has a red light on their forehead that lets me know they're going to do this thing. You just have to take a chance and hope that it doesn't happen. So it made me feel like Like I just wasn't motivated to create any new relationships with anyone who I didn't know. As far as family, that comes to when people try to try to minimize the significance of it, right? And that level of insensitivity makes you just not want to deal with that person. So it makes you reluctant to meet new people because you don't know what anybody's capable of. And then people who try to minimize it, it makes you want to detach from those individuals as well, because clearly they don't have, I guess, the intelligence or the regard in order to care about what you're going through. So I hope I addressed your question to some extent.
You did. Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll chime in from what I saw happen to my sister about how so detached she became from everything. And I know, especially with her family, I mean, we have a really, really close, good family. And for her, being present in our life, she felt like she was putting us in harm's way. And that was something that was very, very difficult. She had 3 young nieces that adored her. And for her, the struggle was, I want to be with them, but I don't want to put these little girls in danger. So that was really, really hard decision-making for her. And she struggled with it a lot. But, at the end of the day, she was trying to keep herself alive.
Thank you.
I would echo that as well. I think one of the things that my stalker did as well was involved 2 of my closest friends who are watching now. I'm glad they're here. Also, my family. And with that being said, too, y'all know my past, right? I've been through conversion therapy. So my relationship with my family is already kind of on the rocks. We've repaired and rebuilt in some marvelous ways. But there is a point where it became unhealthy to continue that relationship, and I had to put up boundaries, and that's okay too, right? To trust yourself, know yourself, build the community that's going to support you and lift you up through this as well.
Boundaries are important.
Yeah. And just to add to that, my dad was my best friend. And when he was dying in 2013, it was in the pretty early stages of what was happening to me. And I did not disclose the severity of what was going on because I didn't want his last thoughts to be that he was leaving this planet and I was not okay. So I have to carry with me the rest of my life, the closeness and the love that my father and I had, that there was one thing in my life that I didn't talk to him about, so that stuff is really heavy, and we carry it with us.
Yeah, it has definitely put strain on my family over the years for sure. I think that there's, this one thing of people don't ever quite understand this a lot of times. So a couple years ago, one of my best friends called me up. She had a situation where a woman was kind of stalking her for a couple of weeks. And my friend called me up and she's like, I'm so sorry. I never understood until now what you've gone through. I can't even imagine. And so, that's hard to be able to describe it. And, similar to Lenore, my father passed away a couple of years ago. And it was during that time of him dying. It was a short time period of about 9 weeks. I went to be with my family in Ohio and take care of him. And it was during that time that I actually realized that, because suddenly I could walk the trails of my parents' house, I could go to the grocery store without fear. All of these things had been removed, I could do again. And it was through the passing of my father that I realized that if I ever wanted safety, I was going to have to leave Washington. So there's the distance and there's the closeness as well.
For you that are single, does it affect your dating? Are you dating? Or is it
Absolutely. Everybody crazy. It's what it feels like, because especially with the evolution of social media. And then to go back to the previous question, how do we cut ties with people? We sort of have this thing where we abandon some of the ways that are innate to us as well. We abandon the ways we take care of our business. With the evolution of social media, promotion is through social media. There were people who would hire me for speaking engagements, and I would tell them, yes, I can do it, but I can't share the flyer because right now I'm dealing with this and I don't want this type of chaos to come towards. So it was hurting business. But as far as people, someone can say something like me, I noticed you're going to be in North Carolina on such and such date, and it'll raise a red flag. This is a flyer that I've shared. So it's clear that but just hearing somebody say, I notice you're going to be, is like, what? So it makes you skeptical of everything. Things that are done in innocence, they look like red flags now. So it absolutely affects trust. It affects your ability to let people in.
see that.
Yeah, I would say like it definitely affects an ability to date. One, because of the work I do, it terrifies a lot of men. I identify as heterosexual, so I honestly, if someone asks me out, I give them my business card and say, go through my entire website and let me know if you still want to go out with me. Just because I'm like, I don't feel like dealing with this. But I have had men that I've been dating, and this was, before I started my business and was public about this, once I disclosed that, we're like, I can't date you. You're a danger. Like, what if he comes here? He might harm me as well. And so yeah, it's definitely very much affect those areas of my life.
Yeah, I can see that.
I love it. Honestly, I'm on the other side of it. So when you Google me, you'll see that I put somebody in prison for stalking me and not respecting my boundaries. And now I'm coming back and saying, if you're going to date me, if you're going to ride this train, you're going to respect my boundaries. And if you don't, there's going to be consequences. And that's sound mental health right there.
Oh, it definitely weeds out a lot of people. Like, the pickings are slim, but that's okay. I'd rather it be that way.
Yeah, I was kind of in the middle with it. When my husband, who's like an amazing guy, apparently we were friends. He had a crush on me for years, and he never came forward and told me because he knew this was all happening to me. And the last thing he wanted to be was just some creepy dude or make me feel threatened. So he just held on to that crush for years, right? And then when he finally told me, we started dating, like literally 3 weeks into it, I like looked at him and I said, I am up to my neck in male bullshit. If you do anything, I will ruin your life. And he decided to move forward, and he's been nothing but wonderful ever since. So it's both. But I think even sometimes there's the nice people like that who are just like, oh, I don't, they've been through so much. I don't want to potentially, scare them too. So it's complicated, but that's why my wedding, I was so celebratory with it, because I wanted to show survivors you can find love. You can find that,
Thank you. That is very special. That is very special. And I'm happy that you did find love and that you're married now. That. And it's kind of scary too, because then you start worrying about he's going to do something to your husband. So I can see that fear. So I love that. Regina said, this is why I have slowed down. My fear is that someone will get close to me and douse me with acid or something like this. I only feel safe when I'm with my daughter or a few men in the neighborhood. So yeah, it does affect your relationships and dating and trusting people. And we do have to get on top of this one, Regina, because you shouldn't have fear, right? You've all experienced fear, and you don't want that to be the way that we live, right? So I do want just one word of advice that you would give anybody, just for your advice, your last words before we get out of here today.
Oh, there's a lot, but honestly, get yourself an advocate. Please find someone in your neighborhood, jurisdiction, city, college campus. Find someone to talk with. Get an advocate by your side before you head into this realm of reporting your stalking case, because they can be an amazing support system. It's something that I wish my sister would have had.
Thank you.
I would say,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say, if someone comes to you and says that they're being stalked, take them seriously. Don't diminish it. Take them seriously. Believe them. Point them towards advocates. Just be there to support them. But as always, like, start by believing.
Yeah.
Lenora.
Something that Obi said really got me thinking about a lot of people that come to me, and it's, they're very hard on themselves. I dated this person. I brought this friend. And what I say to them is, life is hard enough. Do not make it harder on yourself. Like, just show yourself some kindness and some grace and love. And also, with that being said, every survivor has a different journey, right? Some of us are afraid of police. Some of us love police. Like, what everybody has to do to get to where they have to go, and to try and just listen in a place of non-judgment is really important. Because there's sometimes when people say things, you're like, why do you think, and it drives, because you're coming from a different place. And it's just to understand we're all so different. Our stories are so different, and we don't all have the same way that we go about things.
I love that. I want to share too, mental health. Let's normalize it. If you have the resources to get a therapist, one that you trust, it has been such a lifesaver for me throughout this whole journey. And getting my mental health in check was critical. So I'm going to pay that forward.
I love that.
Along with what Danny said, as it pertains to mental health, you heard a lot of people on this panel today say that the person that was stalking them had mental health issues. So just like Lenora said, we're not saying that people with mental health are dangerous, but on the flip side, Don't allow mental health to be a reason to justify somebody's mistreatment towards you. So if you are connected to somebody who's dealing with this, just understand you are the first line of defense, and how you respond to what they tell you might determine whether or not they go forward and get help. If you discount it and call them crazy, they might stop there and just deal with it. So in order for them to go forward, you have to be supportive. So if you are that friend, you're going to be the first line of defense. And how you respond to them is going to determine whether or not they go to that next layer of defense. So be cognizant of that when you're responding to people.
I think that's important. And our organization, Hush No More, we provide free counseling. So if you don't have insurance, if it doesn't matter where you live, we try to find you free counseling because it's important to tackle your mental health for you as well, right? And for your family members. So reach out to us at hushnomore.org, and you can call us also at 1-888-285-2161 and contact us to inquire about free counseling, because mental health is important, not just for your stalker, but for you as well. I am truly honored to be here with all of you today. Unfortunately, you are subject matter experts because of your experiences, but also because you are difference makers in your community. You are raising awareness. You have decided to hush no more. I honor all of you in this moment because you are giving a piece of yourself to help somebody else, to help another child, a teen, another family member. And I thank you so very much for joining us today. And you can all reach out to them. You have seen their information, their emails, their websites, their IG handles. Contact them, reach out to them. I love everything that they do. You could follow the work that they do, and you can invite them to your organization, churches, youth groups. You need to talk about this. Different colleges, they will come out and talk to the community about what they do and about the knowledge that they have to inform those who are with you. So please remember that. Okay, you have words in the chat one where everybody's saying thank you. Thank you, Jake. Thank you. It really was incredible, and I'm honored to be able to be your host. My name is Dr. Vanessa Dunn Guyton, and if you need any services as it relates to any of the hush topics, we are here for you. And remember that January is Stalking Awareness Month, and what's coming up next is April. April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and so we all will have a lot of activities going on. We'll be out speaking because a lot of times stalking is a precursor to sexual assault. So you won't hear a lot about this in a couple of the months, but you can see it coming out a lot in April. So follow us. We're trying to make noise. And you don't have to talk about stalking in the month of January. Talk about it every month because we need to know this, and it affects us all. It doesn't matter about your race, your gender, your sexuality. It doesn't matter if you're poor, if you're rich, it affects us all. So peace and blessings to you. I hope you have an amazing day, and share this video because so many people needs to know how to handle stalking awareness. And I think we did an amazing job. So please share it in our community. Thank you all. Peace and blessings.
Vanessa, can I say one last thing?
Yes, you can.
One last thing. I hate to add this after the closing, but do not discount your situation because it's not as severe as the situations you heard on here. If it's not as severe as Lenora, it's not as severe as that doesn't mean that it's not happening. Any level of this needs to be addressed. Don't discount your situation. That's all. I swear I'm done.
Don't discount it. Does anybody else have anything? Like we say in church, all minds clear? All right, all minds are clear. Thank you all. It was a great show.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of So because I think we have a lot of us on here, this is already going to be a fun roller coaster ride. So grab your virtual seat belts, snap yourself into place, because we have with us today CTR Media Network podcasters. Now, everybody give yourselves a round of applause because we're going to have a great episode lined up for you. And actually, you know what I'm going to do, Anna? I'm going to put you above myself and hold you to a higher esteem. If I can swap us out, I want to hold all of my guests to a higher esteem than myself. And we're going to have a great episode for you. So grab your virtual seats. Let us know who you are in the studio audience as you're coming in. And we're going to get this show started. Dr. Tina Ramsey, look at God, how he done already use you to be a visionary to bring all of this goodness about. I'm excited. All right, everybody, we'll be right back right after this. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show. Welcome back, and welcome to this episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. Dr. Tina Ramsey, I believe that God gave you a vision, and this vision is nothing short of extraordinary. And so I want everybody here today to just hear a little bit about you as the visionary behind CTR Media Network podcasters. And you are a two-time best-selling author, #1 podcast specialist and coach, certified homeschooling consultant, and sought-after international speaker, podcast coach, media relations specialist. That's why, of course, that's why you have this vision, because God has gifted you to be able to have this organization and platform be in over 350 million global listeners in over 50 countries with an impact on positive content. Welcome, Dr. Tina Ramsey, to the Kim Jacobs Show.
Well, thank you so much for having me. This has indeed been a roller coaster, to say the least, but a good one. The simple answer for why I decided to start CTR Media Network is because I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. I saw so many amazing content creators, business owners, and that didn't have a voice. And so CTR Media Network is just a place for you to find positive resources, community, podcasters, educators, all in one spot to give you that hope again, because the last 2 years have been very difficult for many of us. And this will kickstart you to walk into your purpose. You can still dream. And I can't do this by myself. So God placed all these amazing content creators right in my lap. So I just thank him for that. And it started around the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, because I'm a podcaster too. But then the vision got bigger, and it said, okay, this is outside of you. This is a mission to impact the world with positive content. And so that's how it started.
That is awesome. And so do you have like a hand-picked, how do you pick these wonderful women that are here today? And even I know it's some men involved as well. So how do you go about picking the type of people that would officially have a podcast on CTR Media Network?
Well, first of all, I pray about each person that I speak with. I personally speak to everybody that is on the platform, and I need to hear what their ground foundation is. And based upon that, like the content that we present for CTR Media Network is not exclusive, meaning that it's open to the general public, because we want the public to see so that they can walk into their purpose and find whatever they need to find in order to navigate their life more positively. But the content creators is exclusive because we don't let everybody on the platform. It has to be about positivity. It got to be about motivating. It has to be about bringing people together to bring them hope. So I know after I pray about something, he lets me know, okay, this is the person. This is a person. Now, do I understand how it's going to all work out? No, but as I see, he is the one that's navigating this. I'm just in the driver's, no. I'm in the passenger seat, in the back seat. He is navigating all of this. So I can't really take all the credit. It's really him navigating it. He's using me as the messenger, the spokesperson. And I'm glad and I'm honored, and I'm sometimes like, why did you pick me? But I'm just like, at this time, I'm just so honored to be in position to be in the presence of all these amazing content creators.
Wow. And you know what? I feel like I'm amongst greatness as well here, because each of you all have so much value that you're bringing to this earth. And we all do something different, and even if we're talking about the same topics, sometimes the beautiful part, in my opinion, about podcasting and having a show is that people will listen to other people differently than they listen to other people. So there's no competition. Some people are going to want to listen to you, Constance, Dr. Liddy, Dr. Connie, and you, Anna, and you, Dr. Tina, and Queen Candy, who's coming back in. Guess what? People want to hear all different types of contents, but sometimes they can only hear from certain people.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a blessing that God has given all of us a voice here in the podcasting world. And thanks to you, Dr. Tina, for making that possible on CTR Media Network. All right, so I'm going to pull Queen Candy back in, and I know, Queen Candy, you are at work, and so I'm going to pop you up for a second in the middle here. You know what? I'm going to put you right in the middle. That's what I think I should do, so people know exactly. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you over here front and center. Now, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you right over here, and I'm going to put you full speed ahead so people can see you. Hold up. Everybody just work with me for a minute, because we're going to make everybody have their moment to just really be able to shine here for a moment. Because these are podcast hosts that you want to know about. Now, Dr. Tina, that means I got to go back and shine the light on you full screen again. So get your mind right about what your next point might need to be, okay? I can't have one person shine and not have the visionary shine. So Queen Candy, how are you today?
Good. How's everybody doing? Thank you for having me on the show.
And see, that's a perfect example again. You see how smooth and sultry and soothing her voice is. Meanwhile, I'm over here screaming and hollering. Hey, how you like? We need Queen Candy, Kim. We don't need all that high-pitched talking you doing. So I am happy. I'm happy to have you here today. And Queen Candy, I know you were born in Georgia, grew up in Jacksonville, but you're a spoken word artist. And you've been writing since you were the age of 16. And I'm not going to go through your whole bio, but tell us about your podcast on CTR Media Network.
Yes, the name of my podcast is the Queen Candy Podcast. And been doing that for about 2 years to celebrate our 2-year anniversary in October on the 11th. And
but you have to use your cheerleading voice today, though, because I need you to talk a little bit louder for me. Come on.
Well, the purpose of our show, one of the main things we do, I am a Muslim woman, so I teach Islam on my show. I give my backstory, my upbringing, child abuse, foster care, mental illness, domestic violence, so on and so forth. And I also use my show as a platform to spread positivity, give encouragement, and to do my best to help our sisters. And, to be an example that you can, go through hell and you can still be beautiful and you can make it here today. So,
wow.
That's great. Connected with Tina on wisdom, and I really do thank her because she's helped my show and helped me to push myself to another level. So it's definitely been beautiful.
Wow, excellent. And so now you're saying that a wide variety of women can tune into your show. They can learn about domestic violence, going through hell basically, and still getting out on the other side. And you're going to be teaching them this on your podcast. So let me make sure people know how they can stay connected with you, Queen Candy.
Yes, definitely. That's the goal for our show.
Excellent. And so when you say this yourself, are there some things that you had to personally overcome to make you feel so passionate about this particular topic that you wanted to have as a whole show to touch the nation?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of things I had to overcome. Not loving myself, abusing myself, going through homelessness, domestic violence, and just about everyone in my life has hurt me or, used me in some way, shape, or form. But through all that, I still made it here.
Wow.
And through all that, I also realized that you got a story to tell. Your
That is
life can be right. Your life can be an example or a testimony for somebody else that may be going through, a teenage girl or a young woman that's going through what you went through, and it may help them. I never know, but that's my ultimate goal. It's not really about money for me. That's gonna come, but it's about helping. Now that I know better, I feel like it's my mission to do better and step up and be a leader now instead of a follower.
Wow. That, you know what? I see a lot of different comments coming in already in the studio audience. And thank you all so much for being here today and just getting a taste already of Queen Candy's platform. If you all are dealing with domestic violence or people that are dealing with homelessness, and I had a gentleman on my show, Queen Candy, that just literally he's still homeless, but he made a way to be able to be on the show. And some people poured into some finances for me to be able to send to him. And I want people from all walks of life to grace this platform for that reason, because we all have a story to tell. We all have circumstances and situations that we have had to overcome. So I'm so excited about Queen Candy and your broadcast and how people can stay connected with you. One more time, I want to pop that up on Facebook. She's on Instagram, and you obviously know she has the Queen Candy podcast. So make sure you all stay connected with the Queen Candy, Candy podcast, and check her out. You're going to be seeing that right on CTR Media Network. Let's go to some of the studio audience comments. Mackenzie, if you could pop some of those up for me. I see quite a few that came in here. Let's see. Because if I go all the way through all of y'all, then the comments are going to be like, well, we were saying that to Queen Candy, Kim. Okay. Give me a second. We good. Marlene actually said, I think because it's the whole platform is so many people on, and then it's lagging or something. But anyway, amazing blessings, Marlene says. Good morning to all of the podcasters. I see some laughs and some smiles. Laugh out loud. Cheerleading voice, that's funny. Boss Life says, you're funny. Okay. Boss Life. Marlene. People are just commenting to all of you. Robert, I see you. You all share the broadcast and let everybody know that we're talking today with CTR Media podcasters, and they are on a national tour, and they just stopped by the Kim Jacobs show today. So it's only a few of them here today. We have a whole lot more that Dr. Tina Ramsey can tell you about. So right now, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we're going to get to come back and hear from Dr. Connie Green. Let me put you over there in the hot seat, Dr. Connie. And when we come back, we're going to get a chance to hear from you next. All right, we'll be right back, everyone, right after this commercial break. You're like, don't put me up front and center until you're ready, Kim, right? You're looking cute, though. Go to the commercial, Mackenzie. We're ready. I think it's like a little delay for whatever reason, but it's all good. We'll figure it out. So let's go to commercial right here.
It's not just another day. It's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands feeling at home means feeling safe and happy. No credit checks, no contracts. We offer payment arrangements, and we'll even give you a free door camera. Find out how we can brighten your day even more at silvershield-security.com. Silver Shield Security.
Realized that my person that helped me backstage is not back there. So I said, oh, that's what's happening to me. Okay. All right. Dr. Connie Green, I'm so glad to have you with us today. And I want everyone to get a chance to hear about your podcast. Tell us a little bit about your podcast. Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you as well as Tina Ramsey for this opportunity to share about my broadcast today. And I'm so excited about all the amazing podcasts that are on. But the reason I started Wisdom Tips was to help amazing women and men survivors overcome life disappointments and childhood trauma. And I do that by teaching them the precepts and examples of wisdom, because wisdom is the principal thing, which simply means the first thing that we all need to know about and learn to navigate through this life. I grew up on welfare and a drug addicted, alcohol induced home where my father beat my mother on a regular basis. And in 60 seconds, my father killed my mother with a single gunshot wound to her stomach. And in 60 minutes, I lost my mother through death. I lost my father through prison. I lost all of my siblings, which was 5 of us, because we were split up to live with other family members. And because of that, I became depressed, an alcoholic, and I was suicidal. But by the power of God, he gave me grace and delivered me and gave me total deliverance. And I was able to forgive my father and all those that victimized me as a young child. So that's one of my stories. But now I serve.
Wait, let's stop for a second, because when you say, I gotta put us in a different view here. When you say that's one of your stories, that story alone, and everyone on the panel I'm sure can relate, that story alone is enough to make anybody give up in life, to call it quits. But you didn't call it quits. And you, like you said, your mom and your dad were lost in different capacities, but yet you still moved forward some kind of way. Can you tell everybody how you were able to do that? And I know it's not a full interview today. We're just hearing more about your podcast, but that will help people tune into Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green. So how did you do that, Dr. Green?
A lot of prayer, a lot of crying, a lot of bitterness, anger, and rage. But through all of that, I had an aunt, and she went home to be with the Lord a few years ago that was a Christian. And she poured into me and told me not to give up, that I need to give my life to God. And at first I didn't listen to her. I just moved out of Charlotte to Atlanta with my husband because he attended law school. And while I was there, I was on a conclusion course, alcohol, drugs. After work, I would go to different places. But I met this young lady that worked with me, 19 years old, that poured into me and invited me to her church. She invited me to my church. I gave my life to the Lord Jesus Christ, and the rest is history. I was able then to bounce back because I had something to stand on. Although I lost my mother, my father, and my siblings, through the scriptures and through what she taught me on our lunch hour, we would have Bible studies. She taught me that God loves me more than anybody, and he died for me. And that just clicked in my little mind at that time, only 20-something years old. And my life has never been the same. And now my husband and I, we pastor a church in Charlotte, North Carolina for over 25 years. And we've been married for 47. I have a son that is the youth pastor. His name is Roger Green Jr. And my other son is Oliver Green. And I have a bonus daughter, Tracy. 6 grandchildren. I'm a serial entrepreneur, a Christian counselor, certified, and certified master coach. And I love God's people, and I love helping people and pulling them out of the darkness into God's marvelous life, because I know what it's like to have pain, disappointment, discouragement, betrayal, suicide tendencies, being raped, molested. But God is the secret, and he teaches us all about wisdom. So we need to have the wisdom to be able to navigate through this crazy life that we live in.
My
and
God.
We don't have to give up, and we don't have to die.
Now, people can tune in to your show. I want to make sure everybody knows too that you have a doctorate of psychology, a master's of Christian counseling, a bachelor's of biblical studies, ministerial training, and certified health and wellness coach. So when people tune in for these wisdom tips, they're going to be tuning into someone that knows exactly what you're talking about, from an educational, a personal journey, and all of that. So how can they stay connected with you right quick?
They can stay connected with me on all the platforms that are Facebook, Instagram. I also have a YouTube channel where I come in on Thursday evenings at 7:00 p.m. every Thursday, where I teach precepts and examples of how you can navigate through this life. that we live in. And
Wow.
as well as I have a website, drconniegreen.com. And also they can also purchase some of my books. I have 2 books, When Love Hurts and When Love Heals. And the 3rd book will be out in November, When Love Heals, The Ugly Spirit of Jealousy.
When
So I would
love
love for
heals
you all
the
to tune
ugly
in.
spirit of jealousy.
Ugly
Okay.
spirit of jealousy that we've all experienced.
Wow. Wow, y'all. Stay connected with Dr. Connie Green. Check her out. Again, we are here on what we are calling the CTR Media Network Podcast Tour so that you in the community get a chance to see what are some of the different podcasts that are available to you. There are no excuses. You can definitely get the help you need, even just by tuning into CTR Media Network with one of these different podcast hosts, okay? Let's see any comments that came in. Quite a few comments are coming in. I'm trying to merge all in. Okay, it says resilience and strength, someone said. Amen. That's the only way to do it, is to give it to God. Robert said, put in the Lord's hand and he will fix it for you. Rochelle says, wow, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Ms. Kim said, what did you say, Ms. Kim? I'm trying to get to you too. Not at all. Overcoming and deliverance. All right. And y'all right now, don't drop off yet, because I see some of the other ones coming in, which is good. And we're going to rotate everybody off as we talked about. So Dr. Connie Green, I want to know if there are any other comments you want to say before I let you go ahead and go on with your day. Is there a closing comment?
Yes, I want you to smile, forgive, and love, and live your best life. Go on out there now. You can do it.
Did y'all hear that? Say it one more time.
I want you to smile, forgive, and love, live your best life, and go on out there.
Oh,
do it now.
There you have it. Y'all make sure y'all tune in to Dr. Connie Green. And Dr. Connie Green, on that note, I'm going to let you carry on with your day. And thank you for being here today. Listen, we're going to take a commercial break again, and we're going to go over to Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer and business coach. So when we come right back after this next commercial break, you're going to get to hear from Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer, not just any old lawyer, the good lawyer and the business coach, right after this commercial break. We'll be right back.
I have peace of mind with Silver Shield Security, which has been protecting my family and home, along with servicing the Carolinas for over a decade.
So
Silver
with
Shield
everybody
Security
being
knows the
backstage
importance
too,
of
where
convenience
it's
and
like,
safety. Whether you
but
live
it's
in an
all like
apartment, a
trying
home, or run a business, they are here to protect you from unwanted intrusions and fires. Call now at 704-440-4688 or visit the website at www.silvershield-security.com. You can use my promo code #ToneX and get 1/2 off your installation price. Don't forget to ask about the new no money down options. Let Silver Shield Security help to give you peace of mind, just like me and my family, and keep your business safe.
You're on mute.
Liddy. Let me make sure you unmuted back there. All you have to do is hit that unmute button and you'll be ready to start talking. Uh-oh. Dr. Liddy, like, wait a minute. Well, guess what? We are going to go right on to you, Miss Constance Woolard. How about that, since you're already on the screen and I am seeing that you're ready to go. You were born ready with those glasses. So let's go ahead and pull you in. How are you today?
I am wonderful, and good morning to everyone. I'm just happy to be here. I thank you for this opportunity, Kim Jacobs, and I thank Tina Ramsey and the CTR Media Network for all that you're doing to inspire and encourage me as I inspire and encourage others.
Oh, and you know what? I don't even know what your age is or anything. Don't even need to know it publicly. But what I do want people to know is that no matter what our age is, there are no excuses. God still has a purpose for each of our lives. Can you just speak to that for one quick second as well? Because I want to hear your thoughts on it.
Yes, I can, because 2 years ago, I had no thoughts of doing what I'm doing. And when I began to do all this, one of my cousins say, you need to slow down and focus on retiring. Why are you doing all this? I said, because I still have relevance. And I still have something that needs to be heard. I have things to say. I have wisdom to spread, because let me tell you something. There's nothing like old school knowledge and wisdom that is few and far between in these days. And
I
so
love it.
I'm here to spread it, and I'm going to spread it.
Well, you're not only here to spread it, you actually are one of the top 10 women to watch in 2022 by Courageous Women magazine. You're a leadership expert. You've had a lot of different hats, 9-time best-selling author and nursing leader, leveraging over 30 years of leadership experience. So you're not just here holding a space on earth. You actually have some stuff that you bring into the universe, right? To the world.
Yes. Oh, yes. And, you know, as long as the blood is still running warm, it's never too late.
Well, tell us about your program.
Okay, so my podcast, the Speak Easy Podcast, and the main goal is to educate the public on finances, spirituality, relationships, mental health awareness, self-care, whatever is out there that the public needs to know. My goal is to put it out there and to educate and to inspire. And so that's the whole premise behind the Speak Easy Podcast.
And how do you spell Speak Easy?
It's SPEAK and then EAZ, not
That's what I thought.
Z.
The Speak Easy podcast.
Speak Easy. That's
So
right.
do you have guests that come on? Are you doing more training or teaching? How does it work?
I have guests, I have panelists on that, you know, that come on and talk about different topics. This month, October, as we all know, is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And I have men and women coming on talking about breast cancer, because guess what? Breast cancer affects men too.
That's
And
right.
men tend to suffer in silence when it comes to issues. They keep it to themselves. And so the silent scream, as far as I am concerned, it's time to stop it and to end it. So I have some men coming on the podcast this month. Just different experts coming on talking about their survivor stories, their journey with breast cancer, the treatment, diagnosis, what was going on with them when they became diagnosed. I had a wellness specialist on yesterday talking about nutrition and self-care. So whatever the need is, that's the goal of the Speak Easy.
That is incredible. That is so incredible. You listen, everybody, make sure y'all tune in to the Speak Easy, where on CTR Media Network podcast. This is one of our podcasters, and Dr. Tina Ramsey is the visionary behind this entire movement. So I want to put your information up for people to know how to stay connected with you on social media as well. Let them know how they can stay connected with you.
Yes.
You can stay connected with her at Constance Woolard, and also on IG as Anointed Educator. So that's how you can stay connected over there with Constance Woolard. Now, I do want to ask you one more question.
Sure.
Okay. So when you were thinking about doing a Speak Easy for a podcast, that's a very unique theory. So what made that be the theory that God put in your spirit?
Well, what happened is I started a clubhouse room about 8 months ago.
Okay.
And getting a lot of traction from it. It comes on Monday nights, Sabotaging Behaviors and How to Overcome Them. And that's one of my biggest passions, because I suffered with childhood obesity and with obesity for 47 years of my life. And so as a result of that, I began to engage in sabotaging behaviors, the self-doubt, the lack of confidence, you name it. Because of my weight, I struggled with that. And so when I overcame and I lost my weight, and then I thought about it, I said, you know what? You need to go back and start talking about those sabotaging behaviors. And so when I started the clubhouse room and I was getting a lot of response, I'm like, you know what? You need to do a podcast. But I do not talk about the sabotaging behaviors as of yet, because people feel comfortable when they're hidden to talk freely. I'm not sure if they'll be willing to come on live and talk about things that they're engaging or flaws. You know, we all have flaws, but a lot of us are embarrassed by them and afraid to talk about them. but I keep the Clubhouse room going for that reason. And so when I was coming up with the name, I wanted a platform where people could speak freely. New Orleans is one of my favorite cities, the Big Easy. So I came up with the Speak Easy, but I changed the S to a Z.
All
Because
right.
I want my guests to come on and speak freely, speak candidly, because people need to hear the truth.
That's so good. That's so
And, you know,
good.
that's something that you don't get, not even in church. Hello, I'm not knocking any ministers out there, but you don't get the truth. And people need to hear the truth.
Well,
And
they're
so
going to hear
that's
the
how I
truth.
came up with it.
They're
Yes.
going to get to hear the truth right on the Speak Easy. And you're going to hear that with Constance Willard. And I see Vanita said, this is a strong woman. I am loving this. And then I also see Boss Online said, you know what? We seniors are not dead yet,
Hello, come
so don't act dead. We are alive with plenty of wisdom. And that's what some of the comments are. I see some more comments, and we'll just pop them up throughout the rest of the broadcast. But Marlene said, wow, won't he do it? Amen. Somebody
Yes, he
said,
will.
amen, amen. Listen, Constance, we're so glad that you made a stop by here at the Kim Jacobs Show on the CTR Media Network Podcasters Tour. Can you tell one closing comment? And we're going to go ahead and let you take off for the rest of your day.
The main thing I want to leave with the listening audience: do not allow yourself to fall prey to the invalid validation of others.
Wow.
Trust in God. God made you unique with your flaws and your strengths for a reason. And it takes diversity and it takes variety to make this world go around. If he would have created all of us the same, this would be a dull world.
Wow.
Diversity exists for a reason. So never doubt yourself.
All right.
Know that you are bad.
Bad to the bone, and come
Bad
speak
to the bone.
easy.
That's right.
On
Bad,
Constance program.
fierce, fabulous. Go for it.
All right.
Go
Thank
for
you
it.
so much, Constance, for being here today. I appreciate you. I'm going to pull Dr. Liddy back up here, and I see that you were right backstage anyway. So I'm going to pop you up here. Where is Dr. Liddy? Did I see you, Dr.? Yeah, there you go. Dr. Liddy, I hope that you're ready to tell us about being a good lawyer, because we want to hear about that, and also being a wonderful business coach. So let's get a chance to hear from you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. This has been so fabulously amazing. And my gift, if you will, is that we are all spiritual creatures having a human experience, but the law comes in and tells us all the things that the ladies have talked about, that they poured their heart out and shared with us. We oftentimes don't see the law in that. We oftentimes think that law is negative. And if you think about it, God is what? He talks about laws, his laws, following his laws. And in doing that, we become more powerful, more inspired, more infused. And that's what I want our community to understand. That law is a powerful tool for us to trigger, because all law comes from God. All law is good. But what happens is, in the application sometimes, because people have been hurt, because people don't know how to do certain things, they default to the negative side of the law. But I want to remind us that we look at us here. Look at us here. We're talking about the beauty of God in our lives. That is the law of God in our lives. And man's law is something that we have to learn. So my podcast is called The Secret Legal Codes. And the reason it's called The Secret Legal Codes Revealed is because we don't know this. What I've shared with you comes from my father. My father was an Episcopalian priest and a business lawyer. So I grew up watching him serve the community. I grew up watching him teach on Sundays and going to war in the courts on behalf of small businesses and individuals. And that's the duality of God. And we often think that God isn't listening. Well, why isn't it happening in our lives for us? Part of that is that he's waiting for us to recognize our power. He's waiting for us to recognize you are mine. What are you doing or not doing oftentimes in terms of taking your royal place? And a lot of that comes from what the ladies have shared. Our oh, our young histories have been so violent sometimes that we internalize that violence and we don't realize how powerful we truly are. We don't know how to show up powerfully anymore. We've been abused so much. And the truth of it is, it happened. That cannot change. What we have to do in terms of restoring ourselves is that happened over there. And the God within us requires us to step up, acknowledge that, and move forward with our gifts. And each of us have wonderful, wonderful, unique gifts. And whether it's singing, writing, poetry, dancing, raising beautiful children, having wonderful businesses, and we don't see that oftentimes as good enough. Well, let me change that for you, hopefully. We are here because it is God's will for us to accomplish something, not just for ourselves, but to be the example for others. And that's how I live my life in terms of being the good lawyer. I will not allow others to hurt people that are within my vicinity, because we are all related in the spiritual realm. And if my power is to protect, that is what I will do. Someone else's power may be different, but recognizing the beauty of our divine connection, and all of that is based on the law of God's universe, and never, ever forgetting that we are as powerful as God has made us to be. We really are powerful beings. So for me, I connect spirituality with business law. So for me, everything is spiritually imbued, from our logos to our podcasting, to our guests, to our books. And if we see that connection, there's no stopping us. We become unstoppable because we're infused with a glorious power that we call our God. So that is what I do in my law practice, in my business practice, and in my spiritual practice.
Excellent, excellent. And now, how can people stay connected with you?
I love the little link tree, and thank you for popping it up. Most people don't realize Linktree, but it's there. You can have a free version and connect so much of what you do to Linktree. So I think it's perfect, the absolute perfect way to connect.
Absolutely. So you all make sure you screenshot how you can stay connected right with Linktree with /Dr. Liddy. And she's also spoken with TED Talk in London. She's a former Wall Street advisor, financial regulator, has been on international committees on accountability, you name it. This woman knows what she's talking about. She's a good lawyer, and she's also a good business creator, and she's willing to help you. If you tune into her podcast, you're going to get to learn a lot more about her. She's been featured on the New York Times, USA Today, New York Law Journal, Entrepreneur, NBC, CBS, ABC, Fox. I mean, this is not no average situations, y'all, that you're experiencing here on CTR Media Network podcast tour. You know how you get out of break, like, tour, okay? There's some good stuff happening. So, Dr. Tina Ramsey, I thank you for even finding people like Dr. Liddy that's here on the podcast. Thank you for being here today. Any closing comment? I'm going to go to the next person right after your closing comment.
We are brilliantly and powerfully made. Never forget that, and rise up and do what God wants you to accomplish.
All right. There, you heard it, guys, right from Dr. Liddy. And we are going to keep it moving. Wait, before I don't go, because it might be some comments for you. And I like to pop some of these comments. Wow, amen, Dr. Liddy, speak that confidence. That's right. Teach the beauty of God. It's all kind of comments. So y'all can go back and look at all of these comments some more. Ain't no stopping God. Amen. I see all of your comments. She is amazing. Good afternoon. So y'all should be staying connected with her right on her podcast. Okay. That's why they're here today on the Kim Jacobs Show. Now we may go a few minutes longer today because we got a large group of people here, but you don't want to miss a moment of the Kim Jacobs Show and what's happening here today. When we come back after this commercial break, before we go to commercial break, Dr. Tina Ramsey, please take a moment. I know we had you say something at the very beginning, but this is your baby. So we need to hear from you throughout the broadcast, okay? So I'm going to put you over here and please say something, just anything. Let God bless you, bless us through you.
Well, literally, like I said, I'm the messenger, the visionary, the founder and CEO behind this, but really it's God that helped me do this, right? I'd much rather be in the background, but for certain occasions such as this, I have to come out and show my face so you guys can see. But really, it's all for me. It's all about all the podcasters. Okay. Yes, I am an executive producer of multiple TV shows and podcasts. Yes, I have my own show, the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. But my mission is all of them. Okay. What my team is doing behind the scenes is to make sure that people connect with our podcasting hosts, their guests, and get the information that they need. This is the time. The earth is shaking right now in a positive way to have action, people. And I'm not having the information, the resources. All these people are here for a reason, to give you the resources, to be the answer to the prayer that you've been praying on your knees, crying and saying, I need help. This is CTR Media Network Podcasters. We are a community that stands on community, education, opportunities. Because without the education, you can't go into that next step, okay? And so we have the good lawyer, Dr. Liddy, because in our minds, we look at lawyers as being negative. But here, look at what God presented. It's lawyers out there who really want to do good and fighting for you, okay? Yes. And then you also have doctors that's dealing with your health and wellness, teaching you how to do things. We have a collective of so many different people, from entrepreneurs to coaches to authors to lawyers to homeschoolers to TV producers. And then we have celebrities that come on these shows too. So we have nonprofits. We have everything here for you. This was not created just for it to just lay out in the world. This was created to move you guys to action. No longer will you have to sit down and watch other people win. No longer. It's your moment. And this is your opportunity. Seize it.
See what we needed to hear from you, Dr. Tina Ramsey, the visionary behind CTR Media Network. And this is her podcasters tour. So these are just a few of the podcasters that you're getting exposed to. And so we're going to get a chance to hear from Dr. Mary Zenit next. And so glad to have you here with us, Dr. Mary. And again, thank you, Dr. Liddy. I'm going to put you backstage and bring someone else back on. And let's pull up someone like Dr. Vanessa Dunn. And it's Guyton, right? Vanessa Dunn Guyton, that's going to be with us as well. And I think this is going pretty smoothly as I can do it. But God gave me a lot of gifts and talents. I didn't know I could be like, I'm doing it. Okay. So, Dr. Mary, right after this commercial break, we're going to get a chance to hear from you. But everyone that's watching, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Stay connected with ctrmedianetwork.com. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Dr. Tina Ramsey is the visionary behind it. And I want you to know that that's why they're making just a pit stop today here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And it's a beautiful blessing that these queens have blessed us with already today. So let me, you know what I did also want to do is put up the QR code for Dr. Liddy. She had shared a QR code. And so that's her QR code. If you all want to scan that, it'll take you directly to all of her information as well, which I love that. I wanted to pop that up. All right. So I see, Vanessa. Okay, I'm going to go to Gio Monroe show. Come on up too. Pull you up on the stage. So just so you can wave, we're going to take a quick commercial break, learn more about CTR Media Network, and we'll be right back.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, everyone, and we are back. And I want to make sure that we get a chance to hear. You have to unmute your own self over there. But Dr. Mary Zenit, talk to us, if you will, about your program.
Thank you so much. I want to thank you all for being here. And Dr. Tina, she is so inspiring. It is an absolute privilege to be a part of CTR Media Network. So a little bit about me. I've been a psychiatrist for 35 years, but I also have an executive MBA in healthcare with an emphasis on public health.
Yes.
And that's my heart. My heart is the globe is hurting right now. There's so much pain and suffering, but there are little things we can do to raise our vibrational level. We live in a world where we've got toxins bombarding us, okay? They're hidden in our food, in the air, in the water. How about on the airwaves, all that negativity, okay? And we need to rise up. So on the show, you will learn lifestyle tips and strategies that will help you make that shift so that you are not a victim, you are victorious. And your health, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, it all works together. So when I met Dr. Tina, I said, this has been on my heart for a very long time. But when I met Dr. Tina, because I do have a show, I said, oh, I have to be part of this network. And I'm so privileged that she invited me, she welcomed me to be part of it, to inform, empower our listeners.
Wow. And now I know that you, like I saw here on your bio too, that you deal a lot with global health, and that is very important to you as well as.
It is. You know, we're all in our own little world, right? Is that not true? However, as we raise our vibrational level, right? We're eating healthy, we get the toxins out of our lives, we're vibrating at a higher level, and we can have more empathy. You know, the heart is the highest vibrational organ in the body.
Okay.
So we're able to think about, now we might have a day where we don't have a lot of financial ability to donate. However, your thoughts, your heart, thinking about your neighbor across the globe is so important. So yeah, on the show, we will be spotlighting different initiatives around the world too, that are very inspiring and that will inspire us to learn about them and do more. Each of us can level up.
That's good. That's good. And you feel like that will make the world just an overall better place. And I do want to find out, how did you become passionate about this? So we're going to go to our next person shortly, but I do want to hear, it takes a special interest to even have the interest in knowing about your vibrations of your heart and compassion and global health. Why was that the case for you?
Well, I will tell you, when I was very young, my mom was very sick. She struggled with health issues her entire life. So, I mean, as a 3-year-old, I remember, being there to help my mom, get her a glass of water and just be there. And what happened, okay, she was given a diagnosis of 6 months to live. And we were just absolutely devastated. She's a very kind person, and she really cared about the world. But guess what? Power of prayer and her mind. She says, I'm not ready to die. 6 months? What? And she was 83 pounds. She was so weak. But she made it 26 more years with good quality of life.
Oh my gosh. So this is, you know what? This is so important as you all are doing this media tour stop to hear some of these backstories, because now I see why it's so important for you to know that the heart can keep on and keep on if certain things are happening. I love it. Thank you, Dr. Mary
Thank you.
Zennett. Now,
Thank
tell
you.
people how they can stay connected with you. I see you put your YouTube channels.
YouTube and Facebook, Mary Zennett. It's real simple. And LinkedIn. Those are the
Okay.
best ways to reach me.
So on YouTube, LinkedIn, I'll add that as well. YouTube, LinkedIn, or Facebook, you can find Dr. Mary Zennett. But of course, you don't have to go to any of these places that I'm naming, because you can just go right to ctrmedianetwork.com and you're going to see her broadcast there. And the name of your show is called what?
It's Dr. Mary Zennett.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. All right. So listen, everybody, make sure you check out Dr. Mary Zennett's show. And we are going to go next to Gio Monroe show. We're going to keep this moving right along because they're just taking a moment out of their day to stop by here. We're doing a special episode of the Kim Jacobs Show today. So get your mind right. We have a few more hosts that are back there, and we're going to give everybody a fair amount of time. And every once in a while here on the Kim Jacobs Show, we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. The way we're doing that today is by exposing you to some of these different episodes that will help change your whole family, your lives, your mindset, your heart, your wealth, your legal stuff, you name it, it's happening right here on the Kim Jacobs Show by introducing you to the CTR Media podcasters. All right. So Gio Monroe, how are you today?
I'm good. And thank you so much, Kim, for having me.
Well, it's a great pleasure to have you. And you know what, before I go on to you, Gio Monroe, I'm over here being a chameleon, working everything over here. But let me go to some of the comments that may have come in with Dr. Mary. I didn't go to your comments here. There is nothing, Benita said, like the power of prayer, Mary. That's a comment that came in. And I see people saying share the broadcast. Yes, make sure you all take a moment and share this broadcast and have people go back and watch. Good morning, Sherelle says. She said, good morning, everyone. Oh, someone said, hey, I need to be a guest on all of these podcasts. This is some awesome sauce. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And here you go. Here you go again, Dr. Mary Zennett. Here you go. They're clapping and just giving kudos. So we see all of your comments that's pouring in. Okay. Gio Monroe show. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you, Kim.
Oh, good. I'm so glad to have you here. Tell us about the Gio Monroe show.
All righty now. First of all, I want to say how I came to CTR Media Network, and that was through Dr. Tina J. Ramsey.
Okay.
She had a friend contact me to be on my show, and I'm like, okay, I guess I can do this, because I'm just new at this. So when she came on the show, it was just so great, and God was in the room with the both of us. And she started after we did the interview, we stayed to talk, and she told me about this CTR Media Network, and I'm like, she ain't even have to sell me on it. I was like, let's go.
It's really that simple when it comes to Dr. Tina Ramsey. Once you hear her story, you're like, what? I gotta be a part of this. Go. Carry on.
So that leads me to say, I just wanted to say just a little bit about how I came to work for myself and why I wanted to. I come from a family of 8. There was a mother and a father in my household, but my dad, it was 3 brothers and 5 girls. But my dad always would tell the boys how to work for themselves because he had his own mechanic shop. That's what he did for a living, and he was the best in the neighborhood. And so he would tell them how to take care of a family and all of that. I used to hide behind the car. I was about maybe 8 or 9. And I said to myself, I tell him I'm not having no children and finding no man, because I believe that I need to work for myself and take care of me. And also, what my friend Kim always says, who's in the chat now, a man is not a plan.
Oh, that's hilarious. A man is not a plan.
Right. So I proceeded on, but I lost my mother when I was 17, and that took me back, because grief is hard if you play grief. Okay, so I played grief because the grief was so much that it just was just too much. This was a job for God. Okay, so I went on through life, but it was like everything that I started, I couldn't finish. But then God was always in my life. I just didn't know it. I just forgot about it. But He gave me a job at a treatment center where I was the administrative assistant, but I had to have a therapist, because if you work at a place like that, you have to have a therapist because it's just so much hurt and pain that come through there. I sat in that chair for 5 years, and that was one of the best decisions I can make for myself, is to tell everybody there's nothing wrong with going and get some help.
That's so good.
That changed my life. It gave me tools. It helped me have a mindset of I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Okay, so that leads me to getting my own business. Okay, it led me to saving $10,000, which back in the day, that's a lot of money.
You better believe it. And on top of that, I see that you actually was an affiliate marketer for over 15 years, owning your own website, City Penny Saver ad board. You are a YouTuber. So you were like a hey mom, wearing a lot of different hats.
Right.
Monetized 3 YouTube channels, had a business plan with at least 10 channels on YouTube, independent associate, you name it. I'm only rattling some of these things off because it is amazing how many different hats you've worn on your journey. So when people tune into the Gio Monroe Show, what can they expect?
They can expect my motivation. They can expect for me to tell them how I made it, and how they can make it, that there's no job too hard for God. Don't give up 5 minutes before the miracle. They also will find on that channel my friends with super channels, because my friends is very important to me on YouTube. And they support all 3 of my channels that are monetized. So I give back by giving them a short bio on my channel called Friends with Super Channels. And then I take that and put it on my podcast. So that is how I give back to people. Also on the Gio Monroe Show, there will be a segment starting probably in the next 2 weeks, how to start a YouTube channel and how to get it monetized.
Wow, okay. That's gonna be good. That's gonna be good.
Right.
Okay, this is awesome. So, what's like a closing point you want to make for people, just as a takeaway of something that just kind of burns in your heart?
Just don't give up 5 minutes before your miracle. Pray, pray, pray. Because when you're down in that tunnel, and I can only just tell y'all my take on it and my story and how I got out of that tunnel. I remember my mom used to always say, when you in the tunnel and you don't know nothing else to do, you can't see no light, call on the name of Jesus. And that's what I did.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Call on the name
I
of
made it out, and I want women, and especially women, to know we don't have to stay in the tunnel. That there's another way to look at it.
Wow. Okay, y'all, Gio Monroe Show. Y'all should know anyway, anytime you have a podcaster's tour happening, you're going to have to stay on for a few more minutes because we all talk, all of us just talk, okay? We talk a lot. We love communicating. That's why we sharing our life's gifts with you guys, okay? So y'all just sit tight. We have some more podcasters that's going to be with us today. Twins on the bottom, someone said. Gio, I'm trying to put your comments up here. People are commenting. Twins at the bottom. Get the help that you need. Amen. Go get that help is what McKim said. Boss Life said, Boss Life hiding behind the car, getting her information. You're trying to learn something. Correct. Yes, I see all of your comments. And I really appreciate your studio audience participation. The show couldn't be the same without you all. So thank you. And thank you, Gio Monroe, for stopping by the Kim Jacobs Show today. I'm going to pull somebody else in. I see you, Marlene Sanders. I'm going to pull you upstage. And Alethea, I'm going to pull you in as well. Whew, this is a whole thing, huh? Us getting through all of the podcast tour people. Marlene, talk to us. How are you today? What do you have for us today? Tell us about your show.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on, Kim. And I have to give my kudos and props to Dr. Tina because I came in the back door from Gio Monroe. So Gio found Dr. Tina, and Gio was like, "You got, come on, girl, come on." So she believes in me. She's not only a friend to me, a sister. She's so many things to me. So I appreciate Gio. But my story is about people shifting upward because I came from a very dark, low place in my life. And I just want to elevate somebody who thinks that you can't. And I get emotional about it sometimes because I had about 4 suicide attempts in my life. I came from a place where I was raised and talked to that I was nobody, but I want to let somebody out there know that you aren't. You are somebody. So now that I came out of that dark tunnel and now I'm in the light and I feel like I'm prospering. Now I want to be the voice to somebody else who's down, feeling low, and reach down and pull somebody else up. Because I think that's so important that once you find your light, you find your voice, now reach down and reach back and say, "Come on, it's okay. It's nice over here." Don't allow life and circumstances to take you out. We sometimes have to learn that we have to change our thinking. My whole thing about my whole life, I was angry and bitter at the whole world, but I didn't realize until I went through therapy that that was my choice. So I had to learn to shift that and to heal and to forgive people and to take my power back, because I definitely believe it's a thing about taking your power back, that if you don't believe that you have the power to have anything you want in your life, shift your finances, shift a good relationship, shift good friends, travel the world, change all your circumstances, your weight, your health. And I made that decision that even though I didn't come from, that kind of setting where people believed in me and supported me and talked about having things and doing things and that you're somebody, I said, now I want to be a voice behind a person who may be voiceless, because back then I didn't have a voice. I didn't know how to say I was hurting. I didn't know how to say I'm in pain and I'm sad and nobody loves me. I want to be that voice and say, it's okay, come over here. And I will support you until now you can stand up and now you reach back and pull somebody else up. So
oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm gonna need y'all to come back, and Dr. Tina, please let everybody, with your permission, come back and do your full hour as just the guest on my show with just the two of us. All of you. This is just a
told you.
I need like a whole hour because I have so many questions. And oh my gosh. I need each of you all. Please commit to doing that with me so I can hear your backstories. And you know what I'm going to do for 1 minute, because one of our podcasters that's on the tour, I'm coming right back to you, Marlene. She has some audio stuff and we want to get her in. So Dr. Vera Thomas, I hear you on the phone. I know you have some electrical stuff happening in your area, but we don't want to miss the opportunity with you being able to stop by as one of our podcast tour hosts today. So Dr. Tina Ramsey's on the screen, Alethea, Anna Brothers is back there, Marlene, and I see Dr. Vanessa Guyton is back there too. So they're still on. So everybody can hear you. Talk to us, Dr. Vera.
Well, but first of all, let me say these podcasters are awesome. And Dr. Tina Ramsey, thank you so much for including me in this group. It is just a wonderful thing. And I thank God for this opportunity. My show is the Vera Thomas Show. My focus is to uplift, encourage, inspire, motivate, and educate. I have guests that come on from all walks of life in all different professions, who share their life stories, who share their successes, who share how others can be uplifted, encouraged, motivated, and just being able to encourage others to know that God is in control, and do not give up on your dreams. Do not give up on yourself. Do not give up on all the things that God has intended for you to do and for all that He wants you to be.
Awesome, Dr. Vera Thomas. And I know that you do a lot with the spoken word. So when people tune into your show, what are they going to walk away with?
They're going to walk away with knowledge, encouragement. They're going to walk away feeling, I can. They're going to walk away feeling that no matter what the circumstances, and I listened to Dr. Connie, and her story is just, oh my God. We never know how other people's situations can impact our lives. And sometimes we think our situation is so bad until we hear someone else's. I just like the saying, I can't even remember the saying. I'm going through so many changes right now. But what I want to say to all of you, to hold fast to your dreams, even if at times it seems it may not come true. Living your dreams will depend on you. The roads we take, the paths we choose are necessary to live our dreams through. There may be detours, winding roads, and wrong turns, all in which are lessons to be learned. As your journey unfolds, you'll realize your goals. What a beautiful story soon to be told. So hold fast to your dreams. And in order for your dreams to become a reality, you gotta take action. Things will happen. Persist and you will gain. Pursue your goals day by day. Your life will not be the same. Dream dreams without hesitation. Visualize them. See them every day. Feel the excitement, exaltation while you're on your way. God bless you all. And I again am so honored to be a part of this group.
All right. That you talking about you can't remember some girl by you remember the whole thing like that. Listen, how can people stay connected with you? I put Dr. Vera Thomas show on the screen. Is there another way that you want me to put anything else right quick?
Well, I am on Instagram, and that's vera.thomas, Instilling Greatness. I have the Vera Thomas Show Facebook page. I am on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter. So you can find me in any of those places. And please like, subscribe, and listen.
All right. Well, thank you so much for stopping by on this CTR Media podcast tour stop on the Kim Jacobs Show. All right.
And thank you so much for having me. And you all have a wonderful, blessed day.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. So we do that anyway on the show. You can call in. You can use the link. I didn't share the link today because it's not nay way. Let me put my glass. Not nay way I could actually pull in anybody else from the studio audience today. But I typically will give you the opportunity to come on into the studio and ask a direct question of the guest. Not today. Couldn't do that today. Okay. All right. So Marlene, I saw a lot of comments that came in, and I want to make sure that people know how to stay connected with you. People said, great. Wow, we made it. Yes, Marlene is all of that. Don't give up. She's a great motivator. Correct. Yahweh brought you and Boss Life Online and her through. Robert says, Marlene gives us energy, make it through each day. Sharing is caring. Please share this broadcast to help our host and the entirety of the podcasters. And God is using you, Marlene. So anyway, lots of comments. Let your emotions. I didn't get to go through all of them because it'll take me till 2:00 to get through all of this today. But come back for an hour of your own, and we're going to have more time together. How can people stay connected with you, Marlene?
Well, I have 4 YouTube channels. Marlene Motivates. The newest one that I just made for the CTR Media Network is Marlene Saunders show and podcast. And also my email and all my other information will be on there as well.
Excellent. Y'all make sure you stay connected with Marlene Saunders, who's here making her stop here on the Kim Jacobs Show, representing CTR Media Network podcast tour. What's your closing comment? And I'm going to put you backstage, and I'm going to be bringing Anna Brothers on, and I'm going to bring you on too, Dr. Vanessa. And y'all going to be all closing us out here today on this special episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. Tell us your closing comment, Marlene.
Well, I just want to share that we can have real talk and real conversations, because I was raised that you stay silent and you hide things. So I want to bring exposure to things and that let everybody know, don't hide your pain and push it down, release it, let it out so that you can thrive, because it's very important to have real talk and real conversations so you can take your power back.
Wow. Thank you for being here today, Marlene, and have a wonderful day. Alethea, how are you today? And I want to go ahead and pull you up and give you a chance to have some words. Talk to us with the beautiful yellow. And I'm going to pull Anna and Dr. Vanessa in. Y'all are going to be our closing and pulling up the rear in a fantastic way. Alethea, talk to us about your program.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Kim, for having me on. Let me tell you, this morning has been spectacular. I already knew that CTRB was awesome. Let me tell you, hearing from everybody, I am absolutely blown away. Dr. Tina, you know how I feel about you. I love you so much. And thank you for creating this platform for us so you can have so many different voices. But to tell you about me, I am Alethea Tucker, and my podcast is Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. And the motto is, there are levels to this, and we're going to hit all of them from the ground up. So what do I mean by that? My niche, women 45 plus, because I am one of them. I know the pain points, and we address those things in my show, in my podcast. So I frequently have women on who are doing great things in their prime. I always say it's prime time, we need to do to level up, whether it be professionally or personally. We talk about the things that, kind of plague us around this age, physical things, mental things, relationships. We're at an age now where we may be caring for elderly parents. We may be empty nesters finally, and getting to go after those dreams that we want, So we take a look at those things and we give our audience the tools that they need. Now, I'm not saying that my guests are all 45 and older, because, younger people definitely have something to contribute. We've been there too. They can tell us how to stay young as we go up, right? So I tap into the experts to make sure that, as I call my audience, my risers, we're rising so we can reinvent and rise.
That's right.
So we tackle all of those things. And above all, I want my women to know that they have a voice, and right where they are, they can do great things. Age has nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. They have been given an
Hi, my name is Terry Brinston, and I am so excited to be added to this edition of the Homeschool Magazine. Thank you so much for clicking on this and listening to my article. The name of my article is Did I Do Enough? Again, my name is Terry Brinston. I'm a registered nurse, and I'm also the CEO of the Nurturing Wellness Group Foundation. And so the first part of my article is I want to just read a quote. The author is unknown to this quote. It says, "If you think their messy room is hard to look at, just wait until it's empty. The bond that a mother shares with her children is an unbreakable one." I have 2 sons. My older son, Travis, since he is my firstborn, I shared a special bond with him. I was a part-time student and stay-at-home mom at the time when he was born. So I was always around for the first few years of his life. more than I was with my youngest son, Terrence. I would go to the market and buy local fresh produce, bring it home, carefully wash it, and cut it up and puree it and make all of his baby food. I was extremely particular about what he wore, the detergents I used, and who he was around and who was allowed to touch him. You know, the usual first-time mom precautions. It was an entirely new and exciting experience for me. I loved him with all of my heart. It was a love that I had never experienced before. When I brought him home, I remember praying and asking God to help me to raise him to be a strong, loving, and God-fearing husband and father. I did not care how tired and exhausted I was and how much I had on my plate. I would always make him a priority. Being a mother would generally make me feel like a super mom at times. If you're a parent, you know how that phrase, time flies, really fits in nicely for children growing up. 1 minute you see them taking their first step and say their first words, and then the next thing you know is they are all grown up, leaving for college. I feel it was just yesterday my son would get excited seeing balloons and how he would pop people in the face with the perfect aim, leaving them stunned by the amount of strength this little guy had. I still remember how devastated I was when my husband and I drove Travis to college. He was leaving home for 5 years to become an electrical engineer. Although it was just about a 45-minute long drive, I cried the entire way back home, and my husband said it was the longest ride he had ever taken. Although I never really shared with my husband the motive for my tears, my anxiety stemmed from my fear of not preparing my child for life. As an African American mother, I was riddled with fear. I thought, did I prepare him for the world? Did I prepare him for this cruel world? Did I tell him that the rules would be different for him? Did I teach him how to survive judgment, rejection, and loneliness? Did I teach him how to stay motivated and focused despite rejection? Did I teach him that life is more than a job? A job is something that you do. It's not who you are. Did I equip him with the values he needed to navigate this world while staying true to his faith? Or did I fail and he was biting at the bit to get out of my house and to escape? I had an opportunity to really connect to this memory when I became infected with COVID-19. I suffered from memory loss, so I started journaling to reconnect to my lost memory. You can learn more about my story through my book, Grateful for the Journey, Surviving COVID-19. It's on Amazon, or you can check my website out at terrybrinston.com. Well, when I reconnected with my lost memory, I remembered the anguish I felt when both my sons left the nest. So to save you from worrying if you did enough, I thought I would share some recommendations that you can start immediately today to assure that you are covering all of your bases. One, I would like to recommend that you pray for your children. Although I was apprehensive about my children's future as we dropped both of them off at college, I did find comfort in knowing that I prayed for my sons. I prayed for them daily. Although I had no idea what the future had for my children, I did know who held the future. All we can do is our best and hand it over to the Lord and pray that He will bless our efforts. The second recommendation that I would like to share with you is to teach them God's word. My children were what you might call drug babies. I drugged them to church. I drugged them to Sunday school, to every church service and every event. I read them Bible stories, and I could be heard singing Christian music throughout our home. When they graduated from high school, they were pretty much burned out. I was heartbroken when they did not want to go to church anymore. Of course, I made it all about me. I was blaming myself for not doing enough or for not being a good example. God helped me to see that it was not my battle. I did my part, and then I let go and let God. I will never forget the day my youngest son shared with me how he recalls scripture when he is struggling with life, which helps guide his decisions. Isn't that what it's all about? Hallelujah. The first recommendation was pray for your children. The second one was teach them God's word. And the third recommendation is have integrity. It would be best to practice integrity in all that you do. Never be the type of parent who says, do as I say, not as I do. The definition of integrity is the equality of being honest and having strong moral principles and moral upright. I would like you to think of integrity as being workability. When you are not in integrity, things do not work. Life does not work when it is not in integrity. When things are broken, they cannot carry out their desired role. If you lie, you lose trust. If you cheat on your marriage, the relationship and the bond is broken. So when you are not in integrity, things do not work properly. What you do in moderation, your children will do in excess. Have integrity in your life, and your children will follow your leadership and model your example in their own lives. So, to recap, pray with your children, teach them God's word, and have integrity. I pray that you have found value in my article. I am here to help if you need support in guiding your young adults. I'm an expert at assisting busy parents in equipping their young adults with skills that set them on a path to independence and success. I provide an 8-week one-on-one coaching program that helps young adults develop a vision for their life, develop habits that will help them stay motivated, positive, and productive. And also, my 8-week program helps young adults develop a strategy to reach their vision. To learn more about how I can help you, schedule a strategy session with me by texting your name and the word help to 734-992-9211. Again, text the word help to 734-992-9211. Please visit my website at terrybrinston.com to learn more about me and how I can support.
Into this episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. Be sure to subscribe to The Kim Jacobs Show right on YouTube. Turn on your notification bell to all so you never miss a beat. And guess what? Every time you watch, you're going to receive a real relevant and relatable guest that's going to share with you a piece of the puzzle on this journey called life that will help you be able to manage just a little bit smoother. At the end of the day, the Kim Jacobs Show goal is to be able to provide balance to the world, one household at a time.
You're watching Kim Jacobs Show.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. I'm the Balance Doctor, and today we have with us Nadia Francois. I love saying her name. Welcome, Nadia. How are you today?
Thank you. I am wonderful. Thanks for having me.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I cannot wait to talk about, what are we talking about? Tell everybody well, you know what? I'm gonna give, wait. I'll say something and then I'll give you a chance to say something too. I'm super excited that we're here with Nadia today because this woman has started a movement, not just something that is like a topic or a title, but an overall movement that is sure to change how we look at ourselves at the end of this episode. So welcome, grab your virtual seats. I know y'all out there. I know you, I can see you. You lined up, you in the virtual. Okay, come on in, get your seat. Get in, get your seat. Go ahead and tell everybody hello. I know you want to talk to your friends. Some of you brought some people with you. Let everybody know, listen, girl, we got to talk after the show because Nadia Francois is on and she's going to be talking about what? Tell everybody.
What's your superpower?
What is your superpower? You're going to learn that today. And if you don't know anything else, you're going to know how to discover your superpower at the end of today's show. You're going to be implementing it not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, now, today, right? I am super excited about that. So everybody, listen, share the broadcast. Let us know where you're visiting in from. Just type your name and say, hey, I'm here. So sometimes people are here and I don't even know it until you later say, oh, I was watching that episode. Well, let me know that you're here so that we can go ahead and acknowledge you and give a quick shout out to you for being present today, okay? What we're going to do now is just take a quick commercial break because we have several episode sponsors, and one of which is attorney Charles Everidge with Hunter Everidge Law Firm. If you're dealing at all with personal injury or you're dealing with the loss of a loved one and it was wrongful due to someone else's fault, or you're dealing with disability, make sure that you reach out to attorney Charles Everidge with Hunter Everidge Law Firm and let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. We're going to hear from them now. We'll be right back to introduce Nadia.
I'm attorney Charles Everidge. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
Make sure you give them a call, the first call for injured workers, okay? Welcome back, everyone, to the Kim Jacobs Show. And I'm Kim Jacobs, the Balance Doctor. We have here with us the superpower hero expert, in my opinion, Nadia Francois. And she is a lifestyle entrepreneur with a heart for people, a veteran trailblazer in the beauty industry. I knew you with that beautiful smile over there. I knew it was something. Okay, a veteran trailblazer in the beauty industry, business strategist, and 7-time best-selling author. Nadia is the CEO of Harris International and What's Your Superpower TV and digital media. The host of Power Conversations podcast. This woman is doing a lot of different things. Editor-in-chief of Power Conversations magazine. And she's going to tell you how to stay connected with her, which will pop up throughout today's broadcast. But it's NadiaFrancois.com. Okay? All right. Welcome, Nadia, to the Kim Jacobs Show.
Thank you again. Happy to be here.
Let's jump right into this today. Get going. When did you discover that you even had a need for a superpower?
So about 15 years ago, I went through a divorce and I was the mother of 4 sons at that time. And so that's when I found out I needed a super something, right? Because I became a single parent to my 4 sons and their sole provider, an entrepreneur, and it was very, very hard. And I had to look to who? The only one that we can look to get us through these types of moments. And that was our good Lord, right? And so I'm an only child. So I didn't have too many people to turn to help me, to even get advice from, to vent to. And sometimes you don't want to vent to other people anyway. But, you know, all that I
Preaching,
was going
Nadia.
through, I think I would have just vented to the rock, right? And so, you know, just in building that relationship, I really had to build a relationship with God, right? It was well beyond just going to church, praying, and, you know, faith and all. It was well beyond that when, you know, I realized the task that I was being presented with as a single parent. I take that very seriously because those are 4 more lives that I'm responsible for, right? And so in going through all of that and finding my way specifically to God and getting my relationship with him click tight is like what I like to call it. And, you know, he just told me, you have a superpower in you. You all do. And meaning all of us women, right? And our superpower is our God-given gift of overcoming. So whatever that is, whether it's your resilience, whether it's your ability to be able to communicate effectively with people, whatever you find that helps you overcome those obstacles that life brings about is your superpower. So that is what I discovered way back when I had to literally put on a cape that I did not want to put on, because I don't, even though I love us having superpowers, I really don't agree with us being super women, right? Because that takes us too far. Like, I don't want to work that
Way too
hard.
far. But it's like it's thrust upon you sometimes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not like it's necessarily by choice,
Right.
but it's sometimes that this is inevitable.
You
This
gotta
is
do it.
by force.
Yeah.
Is what's happening. I don't have a choice in this particular matter, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I did not know that. So
Yes.
to hear that takes us in a whole additional direction, because now to know people that are watching today, many are women that officially are mothers, and they are trying to figure out how to balance their lives, especially if they're mothers of sons. So just talk about that just for at least 2 minutes. If you're a mother of sons, how do you recommend that those mothers balance all of the hats and responsibilities of raising sons? Talk to us for a second.
The first thing, God.
I have 4 sons too. 1 is in heaven and 3 on this earth, and it is a whole different. It's just a whole different world.
Yeah.
Raising sons is nothing like just, hey, I have some children. No, I have 4 sons. It's like an army, you know.
Yeah, and they really harden you. So for me, to another mother of boys is, 1, give them to God. That's the first thing that I had to do, like literally, because I, you know, am a girly girl. I'm an only child. I didn't really know. So I was very intimidated by that, taking on this task by myself. Their father, he kind of just went on with his life. I didn't hear from him financially, you know, emotionally. He just literally abandoned us, right?
Aww.
And so it was just a lot to get over, a lot to get through, keyword through.
Right.
And, you know, first off, after you get that good relationship with God where you can call on him and he can let you know what to do in your time of need and in your time of trouble, because that's the only person I had to call on. Of course, you know, you have your mother and your support system, but sometimes they have their own issues, right? They can't always be your crutch. And so I had to use the Heavenly Father, the Bible, prayer, so much. But one thing I can say is, you know, giving them, devoting my children to God was the best decision I ever made. Meaning, take them to church, let them know who saves us in these times of need that we can't do on our own. It's a supernatural shift when you are in the arms of God. And so letting your children know that, even though mine were young, they were 5, 6, and 1 when I first became a single parent. But, you know, so there wasn't really a lot to explain to them, however, putting them in those environments. So I enrolled where they were already in Christian school, preschool, all the way to like 3rd grade when I couldn't afford it anymore. But God, sustained us. They went to a good public school that allowed them to be able to get trades. And now 2 of them have graduated and gotten their trades. So, this is just a testimony for women, even fathers. They're single fathers out
That's
there
right. There
that
are many
don't
single
really know
fathers,
what
right.
to do, right? And so I still can't give you like the 6 recipe, the 6-step recipe.
No, there's no guide.
Yeah. But the thing is trusting God and making sure that you root in them, the good things in life, to treat others how they would like to be treated, to
Yes.
make good decisions for their life, and be good to people, and it will come back to them. And so that's what I've done, showed them what hard work is about. And God has just blessed us. He's carried us. It's all God.
Oh my gosh. I am so excited about what you're sharing, especially as a mother of boys. And any of you that I see a lot of comments coming in, if any of you that are mothers that have sons or fathers that have sons and you're raising these young individuals by yourself, then feel free to put some comments in here and let us know your thoughts on what's being shared as well by Nadia Francois, who is the superpower queen is what I'll call her. Good morning, beautiful Kim and Nadia. Happy Tuesday. How are you, Benita? Thank you for being in your virtual seat. Share the broadcast. I see you, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. If you all don't know her, make sure you follow her immediately. She is the founder of the CTR Media Network, and that is a platform that has over 350 million viewers. We stream there as well, just so you know. Your show, this episode, is streaming on CTR Media Network as well in 46 countries. Thanks to Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. Okay, Ramsey. I like to say Ramsey with the extra, like Francois. So if you all are looking to have your show on a platform, make sure that you reach out and let her know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you her way. Listen, I see you, Cool Gamer, too. I see you out there. Thank you so much for being in the studio audience. And we are here talking with Nadia Francois today about our superpowers. What is your superpower and how do you discover it? When we come back from this commercial break, we're going to talk about what is a superpower and how do people find out where to begin to determine what theirs really is. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
I have peace of mind with Silver Shield Security, which has been protecting my family and home, along with servicing the Carolinas for over a decade. Silver Shield Security knows the importance of convenience and safety. Whether you live in an apartment, a home, or run a business, they are here to protect you from unwanted intrusions and fires. Call now at 704-440-4688 or visit the website at www.silvershield-security.com. You can use my promo code #ToneX and get 1/2 off your installation price. Don't forget to ask about the new no money down options. Let Silver Shield Security help to give you peace of mind, just like me and my family, and keep your business safe.
Right, everybody, and we're back. We're talking with Nadia Francois, and I was looking here. You say that you are really trying to make sure that women know that they can achieve whatever they put their minds to. So
Yes.
what is a superpower? Talk to us about that for a minute.
So, as I stated previously, your superpower is your God gift of overcoming, right? Whatever that's built in you. So, whatever that gift is, that is your superpower. Whatever just emerges when you are in trouble, when you have an obstacle, when adversity hits, that's your superpower. So, like I stated, it can be resilience, it can be, being able to think your way out of something, it could be the way to communicate your way out of something. It can also be just that relationship that you have with Christ, right? That you can tune into him and get your guidance. So it's all about being led in the proper way to the right things, the things that are going to bless your life, the things that God promises us in his word, right? So that is your superpower. That God-given gift of overcoming.
Yes, please type that backstage for me. Your God-given gift to overcoming is what is your superpower.
Yes.
So, how do people identify that? Because what's the process? We know it's your God-given gift to
Yeah.
overcoming. That's your superpower. But how do you actually identify? What are the steps to identifying your superpower? And then how do you apply it to say, ooh, this is my superpower. This is who I am.
So I do want to mention that you can have several superpowers, right? Some
Yeah.
of us are gifted in different ways. However, I feel like our way of tapping in, is, as I stated, that one-on-one, with God, when you can just touch and agree that this is going to be okay. I am going to get through this.
Yes.
Whatever it is in front of me will be behind me, right? And so being able to tap into that takes what? Healing.
Mhm.
You can't do it when you are all crossed up. So that's why I keep saying getting that relationship with God is the key, y'all. He's gonna give it to you. He's going to show you exactly how you are supposed to operate in every area.
That's good.
Every area. You don't have to leave anything out, but you have to go to him with prayer, and you have to go to him with faith and believe that you're going to get through this. Believe that his promises are going to keep you, that his grace and his mercy is going
Yes.
to pull you through. And once you believe that and you walk in it, and then you activate that superpower, right, within the realm of whatever that adversity is, whether it's your children, whether it's your relationship, whether it's your business, right, whether
Fill in
it's
the
just,
blank.
like I stated, healing yourself, because we go through a lot of things as children all the way to adulthood that may determine how we feel about certain things, or may determine our belief system. But we have to really dig deep and figure out, why do I feel like this about this, and why can't I do this? Because you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. And so that's why we have to keep him in the plan, y'all, because he's ordering our steps. And if we take those steps, when we go through that adversity, it's going to feel like a breeze. It's going to feel like walking through fire and not getting burned, right? Because on the other side of adversity is always the triumph.
That's good. That's good. On the other side, it's just so much better. So you have to go through the process to be able to get to the other side, because we know that God, he's the author, he's the finisher of our faith, and he is not going to steer us wrong. He's guiding us and ordering our steps. So if we trust him, and I don't know, everybody's different in what we believe.
Yeah.
And I don't have any condemnation for anybody's belief. So when anybody comes on the Kim Jacobs Show, no matter what their nationality, relationship, religion, sexuality, none of that stuff, all I do is just say, I pray in Jesus' name, because that's what I do. I do pray in Jesus' name.
Right.
So just like everybody says who they pray in whoever name they pray in, but I honor whatever name you choose to pray in. I also say, hey, I recognize and understand who you pray in the name of as well. So we can all coexist,
yes,
no matter what our belief systems are.
Absolutely.
Hang our soul and our hats on what we ultimately believe. So for me, I believe in Jesus Christ, and I'm honored to be able to say that, because that's my belief.
Yes.
What is your superpower in the studio audience? I would love for you all to just put some comments. What do you think is the thing that's your superpower? So what I would like to know from you is, do you share your superpower publicly with people?
I will. I believe that my superpower, one of them, is resilience, and the ability to think positively, right? So when those moments of adversity come up, I kind of reverse it into not why me, or that I'm too good to go through anything, right? But flipping it and really looking at, why is this happening to me or for me, right? Because most times we look at things happening to us, but a lot of times it's happening for us
For
to
us,
be
a
able
lot
to
of times.
either give a testimony to someone else or to even show ourselves what we are not believing God for, right?
That's right.
And so, you know, I believe that we all have several, like I stated, but I believe that in my overcoming, just being resilient and being able to think positive through all the situations that I've been through, whether they were ordained for me to go through them, whether I put myself through them, because sometimes we put ourselves through
That's
things,
right.
right? By making the wrong decisions and choosing the wrong people and certain things like that. But coming out on the other side is always how I look at it, you know,
Mm,
just being able to come through. I love the word through. We going through some things,
yes,
but we will definitely come out victorious on
that's
the
right.
other side.
Well, we sound similar, like twins almost, because for whatever reason, God has gifted me to see. I can see when things are happening that other people may totally break under that particular type of
Yeah.
pressure. And I'm not comparing myself to somebody else, but I feel like God has gifted me to be able to deal with some very difficult adversities in life.
Yeah.
And he's graced me to be able to say, okay, this is what's happening. It's the season that I'm in my life. But
Yeah.
I know and I trust God that no matter what it looks like right now, he has my best interest at heart and he always has my back. So
Yeah.
something is working out for my good that may be unbeknownst to me. I don't know why this is happening. I have no clue. But I
Yeah.
do know that God is in control of my destiny and the outcome of my life. And so something about this had to have been for my benefit in some
Yeah.
regard,
Yep.
you know? And so I do believe that as well. Let's see, what are some of the things that you all are saying that are your superpowers? I'm grabbing any glasses. Let's say somebody said, the gift of joy through adversity is my superpower. And ADHD is her superpower. Okay, you really gonna have to elaborate on why you think ADHD is your superpower. Talk to us about that, Sean Larray. Okay. All right, Dr. Paulette Harper said, true. This is true what you're saying. And actually, she's coming up soon on the show. And very soon, we have a great episode coming up with the Queens That Rise. So you want to make sure you tune in for some more episodes that are all new here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Okay, Jenny, oh, my Aunt Jenny's on. Hey, Aunt Jenny. She said, this is so true. I believe God will fix everything. Wow. I believe that too. And I trust and believe. When you trust in something, you can free fall in it because you know that you know that you know, right?
Yes.
And I know that God will fix everything. Okay. Benita said, amen, amen. All right. God-given gift for overcoming. You have a God-given gift for overcoming, Sean said. Hey, beautiful. Nice to see you on with Miss Kim. Hey, Sean. Sean, you over there in the VIP section, girl. We see you. You can come on up to the mic. Let me tell you how you can come to this. Let me tell all of you how you can come on up to the front and say something at the mic if you want. Just copy and paste this link that I just posted here. It will bring you up backstage and we'll pull you right on screen. So you know how you want to get up to the mic and say something. You're like, hey, I'm here and I want to make my comment. I'm asking my question. Feel free. Hold on. Whoop. And just like that, you can remove the guests from the virtual studio audience. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to take a quick commercial break and learn more about CTR Media Network. And Mackenzie, we're going to play that now. CTR Media Network. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
And we are back here on the Kim Jacobs Show. We're talking today with Nadia Francois, and I am glad to have you back. And see how the superpowers work? You were like, "What, girl? Bye! I'll be right back." Right on, and that's just how life is. Such is life.
Yes.
With CNN and CBS, ABC, NBC, all of the different broadcasts. I'm just naming different ones, but all of us virtually, in some regard, PBS, you name it, anybody. Fill in the blank, the Kim Jacobs Show, okay? All of us have had some type of virtual glitch along this virtual journey. So sometimes people will say, well, can you edit that out? Girl, bye. I ain't thinking about trying to edit all this stuff out. Do you know how many bloops and blunders I make on these episodes? This is just real, relevant, raw information, okay?
That's
We're gonna
it.
keep it moving and go through the rest of the conversation with our superpowers. All right. Actually, you did look like a superhero, so you could use that.
Had to catch it.
You can use that. That can play out well right there. You never
Yes.
know, some things that happen in life that we look at as that was just embarrassing, that was hurtful, that was whatever. You use that because that's sometimes the things that can get you even more support, more love, more of a way to share your message with people, because now they realize you're just a real person just like I am, you know?
Yep.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right. So what's your superpower? We were asking some of the people in the studio audience. Let's see who says some things. Pop them up, Mackenzie, if you don't mind. And for those that are tuning in, if you want to know the story right quick behind while she's popping the comments up, these glasses have a glare on them, right? And you all in the studio audience, you got to know that. You've been watching this for a long time. I need some glare-free red glasses. I like red glasses, but I need some glare-free. Okay. So anyway, that's why I'm not wearing my red
Put
glasses.
her on your holiday shopping list.
That'll be on my holiday. Now I'll get like a bunch of different red glasses, but I'll put it on.
Yes.
All right, girls, just woke up in California in my PJs. I can't come on screen today. Not today. Sean said, girl, I'm just watching this show backstage. Okay, thank you, Sean. Go ahead.
Thank
Who
you
else?
for joining us.
Who else had a comment? Vanita said, my superpower is making my friends feel better when they are feeling depressed. That's a special
That's good.
thing.
Yeah.
I need you in my life, Vanita. Let's see.
Right.
It's like, call me, Vanita. Because I have more energy than anyone my age on the whole planet, and I get to do a lot of things. That's her superpower.
Yeah, I think that was her explanation for the ADHD superpower.
That's out over here. That's good. Okay, go ahead. You read one too.
Miss Jenny says, my superpower is believing. Yes, that's really good.
That's real good. Okay. Standing strong, Dr. Paulette Harper said that's her superpower. That's good.
Yes.
All right, these are some good superpowers.
Absolutely.
Mackenzie, I see your, that's why for the ADHD, I get it. And Mackenzie, I see your comment. You said that I did it all alone as a mama till I met my husband late last year. And she said, I had my baby at the age of 20. Do you have any words of encouragement for mothers out here that they became a mother at a young age, but they're trying to still make it, and maybe Mr. Right hasn't come along yet because you are a single mom?
Absolutely. You can do anything you want to do. The thing about being able to accomplish the things that we want as ourselves, right? As Nadia, not as mom, not as, sis or anything outside of us, right? The thing to accomplishing that is prioritizing yourself. At some point, you will be able to do that. I have to give you the advice that my clients, as Kim stated, I'm a hairstylist, and my clients brought me through a lot, like the words from them. And these were older ladies that I shared a lot of time with. And they told me these words: the kids don't stay young forever. All right. So
That must be
we-
universal advice. I've heard that too. And the kids aren't going to stay young forever.
They're not going to stay young forever. So, of course, the pressure that we feel with young children, you know, the stress that we feel with young children, it does subside at some point. However, it brings about other stressors.
Oh, different ball game. Somebody should have told us. How old is your oldest right now?
My oldest are twins and they're 21.
Yeah, so somebody should have, at least for me, as the balance doctor, now I'm balancing a whole different phase of life. I have like my 17-year-old, he goes out and he's boating. Oh, what? I've never even been out on I've been on a boat, but not where you literally decide by yourself. You just go out there and start out. That's a lot of adventure.
Yeah.
Way more than I could have ever expected.
A lot of praying.
He's not afraid at all in fishing and doing all of this stuff that is throwing me way out of my comfort zone as a mom, you know?
Yeah, but just y'all keep it going. You know, we have to sacrifice while they're younger. We have to sacrifice, you know, the things that we aspire to do, but keep writing it down. Keep it as a goal because you can do it. You know, like I said, you may have to wait until they get to a certain age to start it, you know, but don't ever negate yourself from the things that you want to do for you, right? We just have to delay it a little bit, all right? And take care of God's babies.
Yep, that's some good advice. And I know I started a Mother Dreamer movement for people that are moms and you have your goals and your dreams, but you put them on the back burner. Well, in this group, we talk about ways that you can still accomplish your goals and dreams, and while you're still raising your children, while you're still being a mother. So you don't have to do either or per se. You could do and some, if you choose either or, that's fine too, because there's no right or wrong way when it comes to how God has for you to raise your family, you know? So.
And do you mind if I see she's put a couple of more
put them up
comments. She says, I fully plan to, no, she had to leave college early. So did I. I had twins and I was pregnant with twins. I didn't find that out till later on, and I was still enrolled in college. And then I had to be put on bed rest. So that meant I had to quit. And so sometimes that hits us very hard because, as I stated before, that's what we want for ourselves. That's how we figure we're going to take care of our children, right? And sometimes it's just, you know, bumped down the list a little bit, but you are definitely not denied. Keep going. I went back to college way in 2010, I believe. I graduated in 2012.
That's good.
So therefore, my children were there to see me walk. And I think that inspired them, you know, to want to put on their graduation gown and cap and walk. Right. So just include your children. This is something else. Include your children in the things that you do.
That's right.
Whether it's, you know, if you're an entrepreneur, as an entrepreneur, I had to. They were my team for years. They still my team. But it shows them whether they want to take the entrepreneur path or they want to get a job, whether they, you know, and so just let them be your support. Once they're to that certain age, and it will be well worth it. You know, sometimes our decisions don't match our dreams, but you are still able to go and do all of that. As long as you are walking this earth, you are able to accomplish whatever you need to accomplish.
You better believe it. And I know when my children were younger, I used to have to do counseling with people or meeting with people, but it was like, wow, you know, I have a lot of children. So I would have my children come to the restaurant and I would have someone come and sit at the table with them right beside me so that it wouldn't feel like we had to be away from each other for such an extended period of time. So where it would have been like I had to leave the house for a few hours before I would get there, eat, then come back. Now we've not seen each other for 4 or 5 hours. I
Yeah.
would actually have them right there with me, and I could turn, talk to them, say what I needed to say, feed somebody, cut something up, whatever, order for them.
Yeah.
So it just made life a lot easier. Hence, that's why I'm called the Balance Doctor. And in this book, Extreme Balance Makeover, which is on KimJacobsShow.com, it's all kind of tips in here about how to balance different aspects of your life. This is just a natural balancing book, how to balance it, whatever phase of life you're in. Okay, I fully plan on going back to become an elementary school teacher, is what Mackenzie said.
Awesome. Go for it, sis.
She said, I would have graduated this December. Don't worry,
That's
graduation.
okay. Don't worry about the past. Worry about right now and your future. That's it. You
That's
got
right.
this.
I love these comments. Keep them coming, everybody, and let our expert, the superpower queen, talk to you about them. Let's talk about some things you have going on. So
Okay.
what we're going to do right after this commercial break, we're going to hear from GetInsured.Solutions, and they are one of our episode sponsors. When we come back, it's going to be all about Nadia for a moment, okay? So we can learn what projects you're working on. We'll be right back. Hold on one second. Here we go.
Nothing says I love you more than final expense insurance whole life protection. With funeral advocacy nationwide, saving you and your family 30 to 80% off funerals and cremations. Nothing says I love you more than Get Insured Solutions, LLC. GetInsured.Solutions. 704-499-3616.
All right, everyone, we're back and we are talking with Nadia, who is the queen of What is Your Superpower? So I'm going to pop a few images up and I want to talk through some of them, if you don't mind. All right, let's start here.
Yes. So this is the start of What's Your Superpower movement. What's Your Superpower anthology was birthed in 2019 and published in 2020 during the pandemic. And it included 10 women telling their stories of overcoming adversity, utilizing their God-given superpower. So this is the one that I birthed after getting with God and meeting a lot of amazing women that kept calling me a superwoman.
Yes.
And I was like, but you're one too, sis. And so we all came together, on this anthology.
I love that. Oh,
Yes.
man. I actually have a cape and everything too somebody gave me, but like you said, you don't always want to wear the superhero cape, but some aspects of our lives make it appear that way, even
Absolutely.
though it's not something we want to sign
We
up.
don't want to. We don't want to be super women,
Yeah,
but sometimes
that's
we
not
have
like
to be.
Okay. All right, let's talk about. I'd like this logo. So, what's your superpower? Television. Talk to us about that.
Yes. So after the anthology was published, I was approached by one of the authors that had moved to Africa. And she was like, you should do a show. You should do a TV show and, keep it going with the authors of the book. And so that's how What's Your Superpower television was started. It started with the show. And then a few months after that, it progressed into a channel where I offered other people the opportunity to put their content on the network that I'm on, which is Exposure Plus TV.
Go! I am so proud of you. Even though I'm not old enough to be your mom, but my cheeks are burning over here.
Thank
because
you.
you're doing it. I'm so proud of you and what you're accomplishing. When can people see What's Your Superpower television? Where can people see your show?
So you can go right to exposureplusTV.tv.
Okay. I'm gonna put that
And
up there.
we are listed under the channels as What's Your Superpower.
What
You
is it
can
again?
exposureplusTV.tv.
Check out and that's Power Conversations, right?
That is What's Your Superpower. So it's What's Your Superpower.
Check out What Is Your Superpower. But you have don't you have other stuff too?
Yeah. So after, of course, the TV there was a need for women to, I had a overwhelming response of women wanting to tell their stories of overcoming, right? And it was just like too much for TV. It was too much. And so I was like, I still want to get these women's stories out, right? And so I came up with Power Conversations, which is a podcast. And I was like, I'm going to run them on the podcast and their stories are going to get out. People need to hear this, right? Because we are, just inspired by other people's stories. And so that's where Power Conversations podcast came. And then they wanted to be seen, right? They wanted to put their business out there, their books out there. So the magazine was the last piece to the puzzle that created the What's Your Superpower digital media.
Okay. Wow. Okay. This is a lot to process in a great way. So you have an anthology of books, Superpower Anthology, and then Power Notes. And what's the other one back there?
So the other one is the What's Your Superpower Reflection Journal. It helps people that may need some help to discover their superpower. It asks a few questions, gives you some motivational quotes and scriptures. And then Power Notes is just a free writing journal for you to put it all in.
That's amazing right there, in my opinion. Now with this, how can people get a copy of those items?
So everything is available on my website, www.nadiafrancois.com. If you want more information on being a part of the TV show, the magazines, any of that, www.whatsuperpower.com is where you go for that.
Good. So
my website, my personal website, sorry to interrupt you, but my personal website has links to everything that I do.
All right. So it's NadiaFrancois.com or What's Your Superpower? And what superpower? Because I know I have some podcast listeners, a lot of you all on iHeartRadio, iTunes, SoundCloud. And so let me make sure it's WhatSuperpower.com.
Yes.
WhatSuperpower.com or Nadia and Francois, FranCois.com. I want to be mindful of my podcast listeners.
Yes.
And thank you for listening as well. I know you're not seeing me put my hands over with cup together in a prayer, but I thank you for being a podcast listener on any of the platforms that you're downloading the shows. Okay. All right. So you need to get in contact with CTR Media Network, girl. Okay.
Yes, they are on my list. Don't worry.
And can you please tell them that the Kim Jacobs Show referred you? Okay. I'll send you a form so you can go ahead and get everything going and say I shared it, which I'm excited about you getting on CTR Media Network. All right. And the president is on here watching today, by the way.
Yes. Awesome.
All right. So let's go to another image. Tell us about this.
So after publishing What's Your Superpower Anthology, I felt the need for encouragement even more for our women in business, right? So of course I have a heart for women, female entrepreneurs specifically, and this book was birthed, Powerful Affirmations for Fempreneurs. Our first edition was a #1 bestseller for several days. And we had about 20 authors in that book that gave affirmations, prayers, and great inspiration for other business women. So it's from one businesswoman to another. And we are now recruiting and getting ready for volume 2 that will be released in January of 2023.
All right, y'all. So listen, these are opportunities. If you're tuning in, you're looking for ways to partner with other business female entrepreneurs. Here's a way to do that by collaborating with the Powerful Affirmations Volume 2 for fempreneurs. So you don't want to miss that opportunity. And you can learn more at, let's go to NadiaFrancois.com. All right. It's so important to be able to partner with business women and entrepreneurs. And especially if you are on a mission to get to the next level in your business, in your goals, your dreams. So anyway, I'm excited about everything that Nadia is sharing here. Let's take a look at this last image that I have and talk to us about International Author Boss Awards.
Yes.
What's going on with that?
So yes, this year is our second year. What's Your Superpower Television and the Power Conversations brand are bringing the International Author Boss Awards. It's a virtual award show that celebrates indie and traditionally published authors, publishers, writers, etc. And so we have Author of the Year, Anthology of the Year, Visionary of the Year, Young Authors of the Year. So we try to hit every spectrum. And I'm thinking next year we're going to have to add Podcast of the Year.
Yes,
But-
these come through podcast.
Yes, yes.
You never
So
know. I might be in that category. You never know what God planned for you to be in.
Absolutely, that's right. So all it takes is nominations from your peers. You know, these people were nominated by their peers, by their supporters, and we just caught on and reached out to them and they accepted, and we are rolling. And I will say this, very, very good information. We have an amazing inspirational talk that will be done during the awards. So y'all make sure that you tune in. It's virtual and it will be on, of course, What's Your Superpower TV, December 29th at 6 p.m. Central.
So I'm going to put it back up for you all to screenshot it right quick. And then, of course, you know where you can go to learn more about it, NadiaFrancois.com.
Absolutely.
So for those that want to capture it right now, let me show you how you can do that. There you go. Make sure that you go ahead and screenshot that December 29th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. It is a virtual event. So you can go to Nadia Francois to learn more about how you can be in your virtual seat for that event.
Yes, you can reserve your virtual seat on Eventbrite.
Make sure you go and do it today. All right, all right. And I played a little bit of music. I don't know if y'all heard that. Did y'all hear that back there? Let me play it for a minute.
Yes.
All right, look, I'm just playing around with things over here. It's so much fun being a talk show, podcast, audio podcast, video podcast, you name it. I'm that host, and I'm excited to be able to serve you, and along with Nadia here today. So when we come back, let's learn just maybe like a fun fact about you, because I would like to know. There's some fun stuff going on with you, right? That everybody may not even know.
Okay.
All right, we'll be right back, everybody. What I'm going to do, Mackenzie, I'll take it from here. I'm talking to a person backstage. I'm going to play because I didn't tell her what to play. But we're going to let you, especially with it being about business entrepreneurs and stuff. I'm actually the managing director in Charlotte, North Carolina for eWomen Network. So I want to make sure that I expose you all to this phenomenal network of women entrepreneurs. And no matter where you are in the country, you can definitely put that I'm your sponsor, Kim Jacobs, and then I'll connect you directly with your local managing director. We'll be right back. Hi, I'm Kim Jacobs, the managing director of the Charlotte, North Carolina chapter of eWomen Network. I am so excited that you stopped to watch this video. I've got good news for you. You just discovered an international network of women entrepreneurs who are committed to helping you achieve, succeed, and prosper. We're on a mission here to help 1 million women entrepreneurs each achieve $1 million in annual revenue. Here at eWomen Network, we have a complete success system that supports you every step of the way in building and growing your business. You being here right now, it's no accident. We're supposed to know about you. We want to meet you to find out how we can help you, as well as learn about what you have to offer. With over 500,000 women connected through 118 chapters across the United States, Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom, you are never alone. If this is resonating with you, please go to ewomennetwork.com/Charlotte. Notice too my contact information. I invite you to reach out to me and to check out our upcoming in-person and online events. I'm really looking forward to introducing you to our special community. All right, everyone, we're back talking with Nadia, our What is Your Superpower Queen? So tell us, Nadia, just a fun fact about you, because we want to know maybe something everybody wouldn't know.
I love trap music.
I would never have known. Okay, so you love trap music. Why?
I think that I've been trying to figure out why, but I think it's the era that I grew up in, the environment that I grew up in, and then it's just so motivating to me. Like, I love the Lord, but I also love trap music.
Oh, you love trap music, okay. And for those that don't know what trap music is, you want to tell them what it is?
Sure. Trap music is a form of hip hop rap music that is talking about people getting to their bag. I'll make it simple like
that. Money. Okay. Now I cannot envision. I'm trying to visualize you. Do you like giving the business with it? Like, you're gonna get that money.
Yes.
So, on beat. Never mind. What are you doing? Tell me how role play for a second, because I gotta.
So I always do it. I do it best in my car, right? So when I'm on the way to events or something like that, I'm like,
so you that person in the car. Okay. So I'm riding down the street and I'm riding and I'm listening to my music, yes, come on. I'm blessed in the city, blessed in the field, blah, 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 blah. And I look over and I see you, and what are you doing? You're like, hey, pointing at me and everything.
Yes, I'm like in my own little world.
That is so funny. I do that. Like, I get in the car and I'll blast up the music, and I don't even like loud music, but sometimes it's just like it'd be like a stress reliever.
Right.
And I'm like singing, praising them, and I look over and I'm like, hey, and I look over and people,
what is she doing?
Yeah. I can relate for sure.
Yes.
So people more comments came in. Let's see some of the comments. I see you, Vanita, cracking up with us. Who else put a comment? You are doing it, Nadia. Looks good on you, sis.
Thank you, Queen.
Yes, y'all make sure you share the broadcast. So when I think also about my superpowers, I think about, it's a book I read about creating like an alter ego. What's the difference from your perspective in creating an alter ego versus having a superpower?
I think that creating an alter ego is something that you have to transform into, but having your superpower at bay is something that is always with you. It's built in you. And so you're not flipping and flopping, you are that, right? And so, which alter egos are good if that's the way that you have to pull it out. But sticking to what is built in you, what God created, is the best way.
Yeah, I love that. That's a great explanation of the difference between the two, because I do have superpowers, which I believe God has gifted and embedded in me. Those are the things that you've talked about that are in you: resilience and a determination like no other. I am a very determined person.
Yeah.
I'm also a very compassionate person. And I want the best for other people, even if I already know that they don't necessarily want to even necessarily deal with me. But I'm like, well, why not? Why didn't you speak? Why didn't you da-da-da? And people are like, girl, I'll slap you if you don't get away from that. Like,
let them go. Let them go.
What anything to do with me? It's like, me. So I'll go almost to extremes when it comes to trying to pour myself on people, which is not good. So I've learned how to back off and let people be who they are. There is a God and I'm not him, and let God deal with you, not me, because I philosophy on something. Then I think about with the alter ego, there are some components of people that I admire, that I kind of want to implement some pieces of what I admire about them, not because I'm trying to be them, because I only want to be me.
Right.
The best me that I can be. So I'm never even interested in being a carbon copy of anybody else.
Absolutely.
But my mom, the compassion that she has, whenever I do speak or I do something, I immediately go into that as a part of my alter ego, the compassion that
Yeah.
my mom has. Oprah, I've admired her in the whole television world. So the commanding presence that she has,
Yeah.
Michelle Obama, and how she can command the audience and show love, compassion, and authority all in one swoop.
Yes,
Yeah,
powerful.
she is
Powerful.
like, hey,
Yes.
I gotta do a lot more Just Dance to even remotely.
I'm telling you.
Angela Bassett, Queen, you need to get to going some more if you're trying to hold this coat. So do you have any alter ego?
I don't think so. I mean, I definitely resonate those powerful attributes that these women that we admire. I think of it more as an admiration.
Right.
But I haven't really thought about it in the way that you just described it. Like just, you know, getting in that zone before a presentation or before, so I definitely will think about that sometimes, but I do have people that I admire and that I look up to, of course, but like you said, not trying to be a carbon copy, but just like, if she can do it, I can do it. That's my
more like
thought
an
process.
inspiration. But
Yeah.
ultimately, my inspiration is God. It's like,
Absolutely.
no, what God has for me is
Yes.
for me.
Yes.
It does not matter what it looks like, but at the end of the day, what he has for a person, he has for you, and only you can be you.
That's
Only
it.
you can do what God has gifted you to do. And the
That's
whole
it.
world misses out when you don't use that gift or that talent,
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so tell us what else you want us to know about Nadia Francois today.
Well, I think that we have pretty much covered everything. However, I will just throw in my hair care business.
Come on, tell us.
So I've been an hair care entrepreneur, beautypreneur for the past 20 years, and
You look
I
like you
have
know
a
what
hair.
you're doing over there.
So I have a hair care line that I introduced back in, I think it was 2020 as well, may have been 2019, but I started it because I was diagnosed with hyperthyroidism and Graves' disease in 2018. I was in a car accident. I had been experiencing a lot of different symptoms, but I never went to the doctor, just to be 100% honest. I never went to the doctor. I was still working. It was like I was having hot flashes and I'll be freezing my clients out. They like, girl, you too young to be going through menopause. And I'm like, I don't think it's menopause. I don't know. But it didn't take me out. So I was keeping going. Right.
Right.
And so I was hit in the back in a motor vehicle accident, and I had to have an MRI done, and they saw the growth on my thyroid during the MRI. So that is how I found out. Then, as I stated, I was diagnosed with hyperthyroidism that then progressed to Graves' disease. And so
what in the world? If
my
you
hair
in an
had
accident, you wouldn't have even known.
I wouldn't have even known.
Okay, and then what did that have to do with your hair? What happened?
Girl, all my hair fell out.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yes, I would be driving and hair would be all on the back of my chair, my seat. Just if you touch it, it's just hair. And I never experienced that. Like, I'm always like, my hair is, an attribute.
Right.
And so, it kind of got me down. And then one of my mentors, she had been doing some research. She's a super busy woman, but she was like, I think you should do your own hair care line. And I'm like, what? And she's like, I'll be the investor. And so,
what a
right.
friend.
Oh God. Yes. Yes. And so began the hair care line, which is a hemp infused full line shampoo, conditioner, oil drops for your scalp, scalp balm, moisture butter, like everything you need. Plus I have way more now since it's been a while. But just wanted to throw that out there because I found out that that is not a genetic disease in my family, and it was all caused by stress, y'all.
By stress?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know how many people could be walking around with this and not even know it then?
Yes.
Oh my
and that's why I like to, if I have an opportunity to mention it, I do, because the other part of it, the overcoming part of it, is when I went to the doctor last month, all of my levels were normal.
Oh, yeah.
God is
Wow.
good, y'all. God is good, y'all. I did have to be on medication. It took about 2 years, but I did a major lifestyle change, right? I did a major lifestyle change in backing up from those things that I can't control. I can't stress over that. I know that my life was stressful raising 4 boys, so I can't, deny that, and that probably added to it, right? But once I found out, I eliminated a lot of processed foods. It's, eliminating that stress, putting self-care first is major, guys.
Now you have a whole head full of hair over there?
I got a whole head full of hair.
Did you
Look,
be shaking
literally, I
and
was
what?
wearing
What is that?
wigs
What
and
kind of
weaves.
dancing? And what kind of dancing? Trap? What is it? Trap? You said trap? What is
Not
it?
trap music.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead. What else were you saying?
Yes. But what I was saying was, I know that, the raising the kids added to the stress and all of that. But once I knew what to do to change my life.
Oh, you know what? Mackenzie backstage is actually
wrapping us up.
She done found one of the dance pop things in our backstage.
Oh.
I was like, I thought it was your phone. I was like, what's happening? But she's like, here we go. Turn it up.
But yeah, so I just made major lifestyle changes and prioritized self-care like no other, y'all. And like I said, I changed my eating habits. It was suggested that I go organic, but I couldn't quite afford that. Still feeding all those boys, so they would be I started it, but they would be eating up my organic food, and I'm like, listen.
My
This
son's
one for y'all.
on here, our sunshine expert. She's a boy mom too. I'm gonna tell you, they can eat a whole bunch. I'm like,
Girl,
you need to put that back. I just bought all of that that's for the month, not for no. What in the world?
1
That's for
week. Yeah.
2 days for them. And I ate the whole box of cereal. That's crazy.
Yes. Look, that's a whole other show, right?
Yeah, that's a whole
But-
different episode. So I'm glad you brought that
Yes.
that hairline up because I'm very
Yeah.
interested as well. And it's for like natural hair or for any kind
Or
of hair?
any kind of hair. Any kind of hair. That's one thing that we gotta know. Hair is hair, y'all. Hair is hair. All right. So if you are struggling with any type of hair loss issues, scalp issues, anything like that, this product is for you.
Wow. Athena Robertson said, yeah, I'm over here shaking my head because she's going like this. Girl, I can relate. Because
Yes.
she has older sons and
Mm.
and she's on here as our sunshine expert. So she's like, Lord, I done met my twin over there.
Them boys, the young
Yeah.
men, should I call them now?
That's right. All right, listen, everybody. We've talked as much as we can on today's episode, learned a great deal from Nadia on what is your superpower. Go think that over and mull over it and decide what is your true superpower, the thing that God put down on the inside of you to be able to exercise on this earth. What's your closing comment, Nadia?
My closing comment is do whatever you want to do in life. Conquer it. God has your back.
Yeah. On that note, we'll see you tomorrow right here on the Kim Jacobs Show at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, Nadia. Thank you, studio
Bye.
audience. Have a great one. See you all at 11. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show.
You're watching Kim Jacobs Show.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. How are you today over there, Miss Wendy Jones? How are you?
I'm good. I'm blessed and proud to be here with Miss Kim Jacobs.
Well, I'm proud to have you here today. And listen, everyone, we're going to have a great, informative episode lined up for you. So make sure you share this broadcast, invite people to learn about something that I know I even need to know more about. So I'm honored to have you here today. What are you going to be talking about, if you could, just in a nutshell, let our viewer and audience know what they can expect?
What I will be talking about is scammers. I was scammed being a loyal friend of Charlie Kent Wilson, and I decided to write a book to heal myself and also to help others. So I have a TV show that's called The Watcher, Scammer Beware. So I want to educate people on how to avoid being scammed. It's so many scams out there, so many people getting scammed out of their hard-earned money. And it's devastating. It causes anxiety, embarrassment, depression. Some people even commit suicide because they lose so much money.
Yeah.
And so I want to help people because I've been there. It's a terrible experience for somebody to scam you.
Wow.
And so how I got started was
Wait. Don't tell them, y'all. You're ready. Whoa, Wendy Jones, you like, we jumping right into this. Let's go. No bio, no intro, no commercial. We get ready to go. Y'all need to know this full information for the full hour.
I'm very passionate about helping people, and
that's so good.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm really grateful for that synopsis, that snippet of what we're going to be talking about today. What I want you all to do is, again, tag all of your friends, invite people to be a part of today's broadcast, and get ready for a kind of like a riveting background of what's happened. When we first come back, I want to make sure I introduce you, and then I also want to hear your backstory as to what brought you even to this point. Okay. When we come back right after this commercial break with our first episode sponsor, Hunter Everidge Law Firm. We'll be right back.
I'm attorney Charles Everidge. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
All right, everyone, we're back and we're talking with Wendy Jones, who is going to talk to us about being scammed and catfished and all of those things in between. I want to introduce her to you today, and she is a nurse, and she has a BS in science degree in psychology, and she's an author. She's written 5 books, and her husband was a minister of the gospel who passed away in 2021. She has 2 living sons, and I'll let her talk to you about what's happened even with her family dynamics, because that's here in her bio, but we'll be sharing some of her backstory. And she decided to write this book called A Loyal Fan of Charlie Kent Wilson, Scammed and Catfished, to heal herself from some of the trauma that she experienced being scammed. And so at this point, I just want to welcome Wendy Jones here to the Kim Jacobs Show. And let's hear your story. Let's hear some of your backstory, Wendy.
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, and I am a nurse, and I love writing. Romance writing and poetry is what I like to write about. However, having this bad experience being scammed, I decided to write a book about how to avoid being scammed, especially if you are a fan of a celebrity. And my husband and I, he passed away in 2021. And we this he was a minister. He was a great man. He was a powerful man. My husband had been a military policeman. And I remember when I was pregnant with my last son, my youngest son, we used to go in the laundromat and we would go, wash clothes. And this lady would always speak to me. She was always smiling. So when I went in the hospital to have the baby, she was afraid to ask my husband, you know, what happened to me? Because when I went back after I had my son, she said, I was so scared. Your husband looks so serious. I said, he's a good man. It's just that he's been in the military. And he was a serious type person. He was a builder. And he always wanted to help people. And so when we got scammed, he was there with me. He wanted to help the person because he actually thought the guy was Charlie Wilson because he had provided us so many documents proving.
Okay, wait. So Charlie Wilson, the name of your book that you have here, Charlie Wilson, who that's American singer, right? That's
yes, the
Gap Band,
famous R&B singer.
Right. That's only Charlie Wilson I know about, but I'm trying to determine that's not who you're talking about, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the story, the beginning of the story.
Right. Okay.
So, like I said, I was a fan of his, and my husband always loved this song, "I Am Blessed."
Yes.
And so I decided to post something very nice about Mr. Wilson on his fan page. And I had been doing it for a couple of years, but this time somebody posted on my post saying, well, if you are a loyal fan of Charlie Kent Wilson, then they gave me a link to contact them on Instagram. And so that's how it all got started with me thinking that this was indeed the R&B singer, famous R&B singer, Charlie Wilson. And so we text back and forth and he about 3 months, and this guy, I'm thinking, he done asked me all about my husband.
Good gracious.
Where did he work and where did I
gathering
work?
Key information from you?
Yeah, he was just pulling information out of me because I'm thinking this Charlie Wilson. And so about 3 months into texting, he said, well, my wife left me for the chef and they hacked my bank account. And he said, I'm homeless and hungry and I don't have anything. And who wants Charlie Wilson to be homeless and hungry?
Nobody.
Because he had been through that life one time. So, I told my husband, I said,
looking at the comments over here too, guys. I see your comments coming in. I'll pop them up. Wow.
I told my husband, I said, this guy said he Charlie Wilson and he homeless and hungry. And so my husband said, well, I don't mind helping people. He said, but I got to have proof because, there's so many scammers out there. And the guy sent us a driver's license. He sent us the bank account, Rogers Bank, where they had taken, he had $8 million in there and he didn't have but like $3 left. He was saying that they had taken money out of his bank account. And he just sent me videos and pictures, just all kind of documents to prove that he was Charlie Wilson. So
Okay, wait. So stop in the studio audience now, which this woman, Wendy, has just described. How many of us would have easily been like, we're coming to the rescue?
Right.
In this case, Charlie Wilson.
Charlie
So
Wilson,
just
right.
be transparent in the virtual studio audience. Would you have stepped in and helped Charlie Wilson in this case, who she's talking about? Or would you have been like, nah, that's a scam? Based on them providing all of the proof that it is in fact the person. I think I actually would have. So
Yes, and you know, we wanted to help him. So my husband said, well, okay, we'll send him some money. You know, we always put money in church. And then, in fact, the guy, he used our spirituality against us, the thing that these scammers do. They use psychological and emotional manipulations to get you to give them money. So he knew that we were Christians. So he was saying, well, you know, the Bible says you're supposed to feed the hungry. So he had us going. And so
and this is all through texting or
all through texting. Cause we said, well, you know, can we call you and talk to you? No, we can't call because my manager won't let me do that, you know.
So every answer for every
he had an
situation.
answer for everything.
Now
That's
let me interject some of the virtual studio audience comments because they're chiming in. I see you, Sharice. She says hello to you, and then Sexy Scorpio said, "Hey, this day and age, no, I would not have helped Charlie Wilson, and nobody else is what this person is saying." Clarissa Lee says, "I would have definitely helped." And speaking of Clarissa Lee, let's go back for a minute. She is definitely a person that you all want to connect with if you're looking to publish a book, because she helped publish this one that you have here today. And she is an international book publisher and is welcoming the opportunity for other authors to connect with her. Please let her know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you her way. Okay, she'll take care of you over there. All right, Dr. Lotus Verche from the Lotus Verche Ignites show is on. I'm sure she's going to possibly have you as a guest on her show too. She said, this is great information. Many of us get scammed like this, like you're describing, Wendy. Dennis Spraggin says, hey, yes, ma'am, I am a secured investment. If it actually was Mr. Charlie Wilson. Yes, yes. All right, all right. And Vanita said, wow, wow, this is so crazy. People are always scamming someone. That is exactly why people do not want to help people out. All right, go. So he wouldn't talk to you.
No, he wouldn't talk to us, but he had sent us all this information proving that he was Charlie Wilson, but it was all fake. The driver's license looked authentic. The bank account looked authentic. The videos he sent of him look authentic. And so, you know, we wanted to help him. It's in our nature. We're Christians. We want to do God's work. And even though, you know, we found out later that he was a scammer. In fact, after things didn't seem to be working out, he sent us a check for $40,000. And he said, this check is good. This is from an investment that I went and I pulled this out of one of my investments.
Here.
He sent us a check. It's in my book for $40,000. I took the check to the bank thinking this Charlie Wilson, this is a good check. So took it to the bank, and the cashier, it was so much money, she called the manager.
Of course.
And I went back to talk to the manager. He was amazing, nice guy, young guy. He was really nice. And he said, let me check this check out. He said, I want to make sure it's
Of course.
good.
Of course.
It was pulled on some kind of playground. And he could never get the people. And, you know, he kept calling the playground to see was Charlie Wilson an investor. and he could never get anybody. He said, well, you know, I could go on and process this check. He said, but if it's bad, he said, you know, we're going to have to cancel your account, and then you may suffer some fees. I said,
Right,
"No,
lots of fees if it's $40,000.
let it go." And he said, I advised you to go to the police department and make a report. And that's
Right.
what I did.
So
And
you actually never cashed the
I
check.
never cashed that check.
Wow.
No,
Great.
because he could never find out if it was a good or bad check.
Okay.
And the thing about it, I contacted the imposter, and I said, you know, they said your check was fake. No, it's not fake. You did, you know, he's texting all this stuff. It's not fake. You did something wrong, you know. He just had a
Lit into you.
Yeah, he lit into me. I said, oh no, this is not right. And we finally realized that this guy had scammed us.
Well, when you realized it, let me ask you, we're going to take a commercial break and I'm going to come back and get the answer. Were there any indications once you actually did come to the realization that this guy is scamming us? When you look back, because hindsight is always 20/20, everybody says that. Were there any red flags or signs along the way that really did make you think something is off about this? Through social media, through the communications via text. When we come back after this commercial break, I want to hear your answer. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Wow. We'll be right back, everyone. We're talking with Wendy Jones, and we're talking about how to prevent being scammed and catfish. She, a loyal fan of Charlie Kent Wilson, got scammed and catfished. We'll be right back after this commercial.
I have peace of mind with Silver Shield Security, which has been protecting my family and home, along with servicing the Carolinas for over a decade. Silver Shield Security knows the importance of convenience and safety. Whether you live in an apartment or home or run a business, they are here to protect you from unwanted intrusions and fires. Call now at 704-440-4688 or visit the website at www.silvershield-security.com. You can use my promo code #ToneX and get 1/2 off your installation price. Don't forget to ask about the new no money down options. Let Silver Shield Security help to give you peace of mind, just like me and my family, and keep your business safe.
All right, everyone, we're back. We're talking with Wendy Jones here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And we're talking about being scammed, and catfish. That's a play on words, cammed, right? Okay, Wendy had this happen to her thinking that she was supporting someone that she's a loyal fan of, Charlie Kent Wilson. Now, were there any red flags that you had experienced along this conversation?
Yes, the fact that we couldn't reach him by phone was it was a red flag. Plus, you get this feeling in your gut. If you ever get this feeling, you're supposed to listen to it. That something is wrong. But then, being a Christian, you say, well, I want to help this guy because
type that somebody a red flag is you can't reach the person by phone.
Right.
Put that in the comment section so you'll have your own notes for later. Dr. Lotus Rache always says, if you are a note taker, you are a money maker. So make sure you take some notes here. Red flags. Okay, go ahead. What other red flag?
Red flag was that he wanted us to send the money through cards and through a Bitcoin machine, and you're never supposed to do that. And because there's no way for you to trace the money. I don't have a bank account. He said his bank account was hacked and that they closed his bank account. And I said, well, don't you have any friends? I don't want my friends to know.
You know Charlie Wilson got plenty of friends, right? The real Charlie Wilson.
Right. Right.
Like, look here.
No, they're after me and they just want to see me. He had an answer for everything.
Wow.
So, his friends wanted to see him fall. He had came up, and then now that his wife had left him, they wanted to see him fall. So we was the only somebody that could help him. He was
Now, how did he get in
definitely
touch with you all in particular? Like, and was he wowing you with gifts, or because you said
Yes.
you followed
He-
him and he started reaching out to you?
Right. And he did send me flowers. He sent me flowers.
To your
He-
home?
To my home, because he wanted to show his appreciation because he sent me this big, beautiful bouquet of flowers. This guy was a professional. He sent me a necklace. He sent a Charlie Wilson t-shirt. I'm telling you, he was on it. He was on his scam.
So he wowed you with things that were like things that fans would receive, some memorabilia, some
Fans would
paraphernalia stuff, stuff.
Yes.
Wow.
And doing my research, I found out that a lot of these scams come from Nigeria. And in the 1920s,
Wait, I have to put a disclaimer there because I have global viewers and I have a lot of viewers that are not scammers from Nigeria as well. So I just want to make sure that scammers are everywhere around the world.
Yeah, they're everywhere. But this is from the Secret Service. I did a lot of research, and they do have universities in Nigeria that have taught undergraduates how to scam. This is true. This
is facts. Okay, I just don't know these facts.
This is fact.
Okay.
And they have an anti-scam law in their criminal code for this 419 scam. It originated in Nigeria, and this is fact. And this scam is very prevalent. I'm sure a lot of people have gotten this scam through their mail, where they say that you've won so much money, and if you send some fees, that is the 419 scam.
Yes, I get that. I get that all. And so how do people even get you to be the person that they decided that they're going to scam? Are you just in a database? Do you know? I don't know, because I get scam approached.
Cyber criminals, these guys are professional. Not only that, they have a network of people that they work with, banks, services, all kinds of stuff that people that they work with that help them. This is serious stuff. And people just don't know. I was innocent. I was like an innocent babe. We just wanted to help somebody. I had never been scammed before. And so I didn't know that scammers had a network. And I tell you, since I've been scammed, I went back on Charlie Wilson's fan club. And these guys, they are still surrounding his fan club. In fact, they're probably surrounding a lot of celebrities' fan club, because that's where they get the money. People love these celebrities, and they can, they use celebrities to get money. Like Charlie Wilson supports orphanages. They'll tell you, well, send so much money to this, or you think you send it to Charlie Wilson and you send it to these scammers.
So how do you know the difference then between the person that is genuinely supporting an orphanage and out here making an impact in the world and living his best life and doing what he says he's going to do with the money? But then there's an imposter that's using his information and getting any money for themselves. How do you?
That he needs to deal with, because like I said, I went on his fan page last week, and they contacted me and said same thing. If you're a loyal fan of Charlie Kent Wilson, then contact me on Instagram. And I did, naturally, because I wanted to see what was going on with this.
Right.
And the guy, he wanted to know where I worked, how do I support myself, how long had I been a fan of Charlie Wilson's. And then he come out with, well, would you like to support my orphanage? Or would you like to support my cause? I said, no, thank you. I said, where are you calling? Where are you texting me from? And he blocked me. He said, this is somebody who knows something. They are still
Wow.
after Charlie Wilson's fans because his fans really love him.
Of course.
They are so proud that he was able to pull himself up from, a bad life, and so they support him. And these scammers use that. I mean, they really use that, and it's something that I think he needs to look at because fans are falling victim to.
Well,
this
one of
scam.
our viewers, Clarissa, which your publicist, actually says, does she still receive threats from the scammer to this day?
Yes, I do. They taunt me. They are very upset with me because I wrote the book. In fact, I put my book on Charlie Wilson's one of his websites, and the guy told me, "Take that book off that website. Take it off." And I said, "No, I'm not taking anything off." I said, "You don't have the authority to tell me to take something off of Charlie Wilson's website." I said, "You're not Charlie Wilson. I'll leave it on there as long as I want to." And they call, they text me and pretend that there's somebody else, and then they threaten me.
So the police is aware of this, is what you're saying?
Yes, I reported this to the FBI, the local law enforcement, the FTC, and it's not much they can do about it. Like I said, a lot of these scammers are international scammers, and they on some of them. It's this guy called Ray Hush Puppy. He's made $480 million off of scamming people. They recently got him. He scammed some COVID money from America, and he is from Nigeria. I don't want to, you say you don't want to, but he is from Nigeria, and he was living in Dubai, but he's got connections.
I love my Nigerian viewers, and I love my Dubai viewers too.
Telling the truth is the light. And they know this. I have some Nigerian friends. In fact, I text a Nigerian pastor constantly. And they know that the Yahoo boys is what they call them. These are the scammers, the Yahoo boys, the Yaya, the Yayi.
I know none of this stuff. I would be so scammed. Goodness gracious, I'm so
They
glad
know
you're
about these people. They have written songs. They are very famous in Nigeria. They have written songs about these Yahoo boys. So they know in Nigeria that they do have a lot of scammers that scam. And these people get rich. They get filthy rich. Ray Hush Puppy had a fleet of Rolls Royces. He had so much property and so much material. It was amazing. This is from the Secret Service.
Well, this is very informative. This is extremely enlightening information that you're sharing.
I know. I didn't know any either. Had I known that it was a lot of scammers out there, I would have been more careful. That's one reason why I want to educate people to knowing that these scammers are out there. They just waiting to entice you. And they have psychological and emotional manipulations they use because they study this stuff. It's not that you stupid and you gullible. These people are professionals. They know how to get to you, like the spirituality way they got to us. That strategy really worked on us. Because like I said, my husband was a military police.
So he has a good eye, a good knack for this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And he
so
still fell
they
victim.
fool him, if they can fool him, they can fool anybody. And there are investment scams. These people are really smart, with these investments. So they use the same psychological strategies on everybody.
Wow.
It's whatever they can get to you with, they'll use it because they just want money.
Wow, this is I'm looking here at this article too, and it says that 1 in 10 adults fall victim to a scam or fraud every year, and 1.3 million children have their identities stolen every year. And this is right here. I just Googled it, and I'm like, this is a high number of people getting scammed and frauded throughout the year. And they said nearly 50,000 seniors, according to the Comparatech, I think Comparatech.com. It's several different sites that have these statistics on here. But if you just Google how many people get scammed a year is what I put in the computer, and it's all kinds of alarming statistics that come up.
That's right. And it's all kinds of scams out there. I was doing research, and this guy from Jamaica, he scammed these older senior citizens out of $87,500. He told them that they had won the lottery and they had to pay a fee before they could get the money.
Wow.
And they fell for it. And see that you have to make sure that your parents or grandparents are protected. You gotta, keep up with what they're doing and how they're spending their money. And
That's so good. Good
and
advice.
this guy, he was a black guy, and he just took all their money, and he got like 18 years in jail. But these people done lost all their hard-earned money.
Right.
And a lot of older people lose all their savings and retirement. It's terrible. So that's one reason I would like to inform people and educate people on how to avoid these scams.
I'm glad you're here to do that today, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And listen, you all make sure you stay connected with Wendy Jones by J. Wendy Jones at AOL.com. J. Wendy Jones at AOL.com. She'd be happy to be able to give you advice and tips on how, or even maybe you share some of the things that you think might be a concern. Share it with her. She might be able to give you some feedback on it.
Absolutely.
So your message that you're wanting to convey to the world, I know you have a book here, and I want to put that image up for people to know. How do they obtain a copy of your book?
Amazon.com.
Okay.
It's
So if you go to Amazon.com, everyone, you'll see a loyal fan of Charlie Kent Wilson. And in the book, the main takeaway that you want people to walk away as a reader is what?
Be informed and know, that there are scams out there. It doesn't matter. You get all excited about a celebrity, and they know that these scammers know this. And my book is like a guide on what not to do when you are contacting or you're on a celebrity's fan page, because I put in there from start to finish how I got scammed. So it's like a guide how not to get scammed or how to avoid being scammed, especially if you are, contacting a celebrity. And it's fun being a fan of a celebrity, but it's no fun if you get scammed.
No, not at all. That changes the whole dynamic. When we come back after this commercial break, Wendy, I'd love for you to tell us maybe 3 tips or something that would help us, as me as the host, but also our viewers and our audio podcast listeners, know how to avoid getting scammed. What are some things we can look for? Because I need to know. I know the red flags, but I want to know, what can I do to make sure I don't fall prey to this? And you have the answer. We'll be right back after this break.
Nothing says I love you more than final expense insurance whole life protection. With Funeral Advocacy nationwide, saving you and your family 30 to 80% off funerals and cremations. Nothing says I love you more than Get Insured Solutions, LLC. GetInsured.Solutions, 704-499-3616.
All right, everyone, we're back. And Wendy is okay. Let me pull her out for a second. She's getting in her seat. I was like, hey, we're back. No, I'm back. All right, listen, I know that you all are in the virtual studio audience. I'd love to hear some of the comments that you are sharing regarding Wendy Jones and what she's sharing about being scammed and catfished. She, a loyal fan of Charlie Kent Wilson, was just a fan, a genuinely authentic, sincere fan, and was catfished and scammed by people that took advantage of her loyalty to someone that she admired. So I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. Have you ever been scammed? And how did you deal with it? Please make sure that you put that in the comment sections. We're gonna pull our guest right back in right now. Hey, Wendy.
Hi.
I was like, what's happening to me? All right, so give us 3 tips, if you will, on how to prevent being scammed and catfished.
First is be informed. Educate yourself on, the various scams that is out there. And you can do that by watching my show, The Watcher, Scammers Beware, which comes on the Daily Gospel Network, 3:30 p.m. on Saturday.
I'm going to write that down. I didn't capture that, so I will get that. Being informed to prevent being scammed. All right, I want to make sure I put that. And then let's get your show again one more time. What is it?
It's called The Watcher.
Okay.
Scammers Beware. And it's on the Daily Gospel Network on Saturdays, 3:30 p.m. Now that airs on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon.com.
Okay. On the Daily Gospel Network at 3:30 on Saturdays, Eastern Standard Time, right?
Yes.
All right, I want to put that too, because everybody's on different time zones. And you can catch that every Saturday. I'll put that in here so you all will have that information. Make sure you all check out that show, which is The Watcher, Scammers Beware. And you better beware messing with Wendy Jones. She's going to educate you. She's going to put her own incognito stuff in there and start asking her own creative questions. Now, that's a bold move, by the way, Wendy. You becoming a person that behind the scenes start doing your own investigations. How do you decide to do that too?
Well, I find the scammers and the scam that they are perpetrating on people. And then I tell people how to avoid that particular scam. Like I found this lady, she was said she had cancer. And she convinced everybody for 2 years that she had cancer. She even went to get some cancer treatments. And she had gotten over $200,000 out of people through GoFundMe, and then through a GoFundMe page. And they found out that she was a fake, an imposter. It's so many scams out there. And this guy, this you gotta hear this. This guy named Dalen Pierce, he was a romance scammer. How he charmed these women into giving him all this money is beyond me. He was a nice looking guy, but he wasn't that nice.
Not no millions, huh? Like
he conned this lady out of $240,000 on an investment scam. And according to the police in Scottsdale, Arizona, he didn't even have an investment license. And he also got this woman, she didn't have any money to go to the bank and take out $100,000 to invest in an investment. And they asked one lady, what did he do to you? And she said, he was just real charming. I was divorced, and he just said the right things. And, I fell for his charm. But anyway, he's gotten 18 years in jail, but they'll never get their money back. And that was a terrible thing. And another scammer that's notable is like Bonnie and Clyde, but it's Sneed and Sneed. Crystal Sneed and Kyle Sneed. Kyle worked for this hospital in New York. and he got all the patients' records and the credit card numbers and everything, and he gave it to his wife, and she got their American credit card numbers and everything, and she got the money and went on a shopping spree at Saks Fifth Avenue and bought all of this merchandise from people that was patients in this hospital in New York. It's so many different scams out there.
Yeah, I'm reading what you're saying while you're saying. I'm actually pulling these different ones up, and they are public knowledge.
Yes,
And
they're public knowledge.
there is
and
public knowledge here, which I'd never heard of any of these things at all. But I do
terrible
see the
thing. It is a terrible thing, and unless you are aware of these scams, they'll get you. And like I say, you don't have to be gullible or stupid. They use a psychological thing. In this case, with the hospital, they should have had more security, I think. You
Right.
know, he was able to go in the hospital records and get credit card numbers, and she would call and pretend like she was a senior citizen or somebody, and they would get this merchandise, you know.
So you said point number one was being informed to prevent being scammed.
Yeah,
That's
you got to
important.
be informed about these different kinds of scams. And
what's number two?
Number two is don't give your personal information to anybody. Now, it's hard sometimes to not give your personal information to anybody, to somebody, but do your homework. Know who you're giving your personal information. Do
good.
research on the person. As you know, if it's you want to give to a charity, do research on the charity. Find out.
Please get some of Gabe's Heart Foundation. We don't even know hundreds of nothing, thousands. The people. That's the weirdest part to me, Wendy, is that like a show here, the Kim Jacobs show, or whatever. I'm just using myself as an example, but there are situations where you're trying to make sure it's a pure, wholesome, accurate situation, and those kind of situations don't always get supported or funded at the level that someone that comes out and does the flashiness and the hey ho ho, and guess what? There's great amount of funding going in those directions. Not that everybody that does that is scamming you, because everybody that's doing that may also be just a billionaire or millionaire mindset, and they've learned some great tips and strategies that's yielded them the result that they have in their lives. So not everyone that's walking around with the Rolls Royces or the houses or the mansions
That's right.
are people that are scamming people. I don't agree with that. I
No.
actually think that many of them have worked very hard,
That's true.
and they've earned the right to live in that manner.
Absolutely.
But there are some situations where, like you're sharing here,
That's
lots
right.
of scams that's happening.
Yeah, that's why
And-
you have to do your research and see which ones are good and which ones are bad, because you don't want to, like we did, get a hold of the bad ones and don't know where your money went, because we'll never get that money back. So, it's a terrible
All right. Point number three.
Don't send money to anybody that you don't know. Because if it's too good to be true, like an investment, if they tell you you're going to get a 100% return on your investment,
Right.
that's a lie, because there's always some extenuating circumstances where, you may not get 100%. So you have to be careful about everything and watch everybody and do your research. Stay informed, do your research. Don't give money to anybody, especially through Apple cards or Google cards or big cards or, things like that. And that's the main thing that those scammers do on on the Charlie Wilson fan club. They ask you for gift cards. So
They
that's
ask
a
you for
red
gift
flag.
cards?
They ask for gift cards. Yes.
Well, see, let me say this, because I know I've asked for gift cards in years past with Gabe's Heart Foundation, and And when people gave the gift cards, they mailed them with the receipt attached, and we distributed them to the community. So I didn't even think there was anything wrong with that. But is that not a good thing to do?
No, they have a network where they cash these gift cards in for money.
Oh my
Yes,
goodness.
they do. So and
They get the gift cards and then they go personally and cash the money in, is what you're saying.
right. They pass it through their network that they have.
Wow,
They have
wow.
banks. They have so many. This is a big network of criminals. That's why the FBI, the FTC, and local law enforcement is onto it.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
I talked with the FBI, and when it first happened to me, and they said, well, we'll take your complaint, but we'll look into it. But if it's international, it's not much we can do. And they get so many complaints. In America, we are good-hearted people, and they target Americans, with a lot of these scams. It's a terrible thing. It really is.
So those are 3 great points, making sure we don't send our money to anyone that we don't know, or that they're making it too good to be true. Make sure you all make note of that point. And then the other one she said was, let me pull that one up. You said, don't give your money, your personal information to
no
anyone.
Personal information to anybody, because they can use it for identity theft, for one thing.
Yeah, and that does happen too. That happens within families and buddies. So you're talking about international scammers, and you're naming different people in different places, but that happens right within family and friend circles too, scamming.
Yes.
So on social media, I wanted to find out, do you know of organizations or sites that help people in these situations?
SCARS is a good support group.
How do you spell that?
It's Citizens Against Relationship Scams. It's SCARS. You can find it on the internet, and it's
SCARS, like
like a scar you have on.
Okay. I actually talk about scars in my book, Extreme Balance Makeover, but it's not this kind of scar. It's talking about, but it could be situations that cause an outcome and a result in your life, and how to not keep getting the same type of scars in our lives. Okay. But SCARS is an online organization that helps people.
Oh, yes. Help people who have been scammed, and they have steps that will follow, and wonderful people that help people. I was on a scam interview with people that was from all over the world, that's been scammed. They're not just getting scammed in the United States, they're getting scammed all over the world. And it's the same MO. Yeah. They contacted people, especially in these romance scams. They contact them. They text them for day and night. This is to get them, involved, thinking they are so. And they call it love bombing.
Love bombing? I never even heard of that. Oh my gosh!
Make them think they are so in love with them. They tell you, and that's another red flag. If somebody meets you, and you've been texting them for 2 days, and they say, "I'm in love with you," that's a red flag.
Bye. And you ain't no love with nobody, no 2 days. Get out of here.
and these women from all over the world, it says the same thing. The guys tell them how much they're in love with them, and then the next thing, they got an emergency. Their daughter's in the hospital, or their business done failed, or like this guy told me, he was homeless and he was hungry. They come up with this urgency so that to get you to, and they befriend you, and then they come up with an urgent situation so you can send them money. And after they get the money, or they get as much money out of you as they can, then they disappear. You don't hear from them. And some of these women were just devastated because they thought these guys was really in love with them. It's heartbreaking. It really is.
Well, it really that is devastating to hear what you're saying. I wanted to kind of know, and I'll look it up too, what the difference is between, I hear people say scam and catfish. Do you know what the difference is between the two?
It's the same thing.
That's
When
what I
you've been
thought.
scammed, you've been catfished. Because we were scammed and catfished because he, like I said, convinced us he was Charlie Wilson. And then he catfished us out of our money. So, because we thought that he was actually Charlie Wilson. I mean,
Okay.
it's some sad. It's really sad,
So
when you think about it.
it's
And
very
then
sad.
where you don't trust your own judgment and you don't trust people, because here I am thinking, most people in the world are good people, but there's a bad element out there that you have to be aware of. And majority of people are good people, but you have to watch
Right.
because there's some evil. These people are heartless. They don't care. All they want is your money. They take your money and they disappear. That's the
Wow.
419 scam. In fact, they make songs about these guys. Like the guy I was telling you about, Ray Hushpuppi. He's famous in Nigeria. Really, I keep saying Nigeria, but this is where a lot of these scams come
I mean, if
from.
that's where he's from, then you can't help but say the one area because that's where you
And
experience.
they make the rappers glorify these guys.
Well, it actually says it here, the 419. I'm looking here on this site about the Nigerian letter scam definition
Yeah,
and how to avoid it.
I
It's
can make
actually
this
on
up. It's true.
Investopedia.com. Anyway, it says, and I don't have my glasses here up here. I don't. It says
No, I didn't make it up. It's true.
Oh no, I see. The Nigerian. Hold on my glasses for a second. The Nigerian letter scam, also known as an advance fee fraud or 419 fraud, is a scheme in which a sender requests help facilitating the illegal transfer of money, basically. And wow, okay. Then the other one I looked up too was the difference between that and being catfish. And catfish was saying, according to the urbandictionary.com, being deceived over Facebook as the deceiver professed their romantic feelings to his or her victim, but isn't who they say that they are. And also having like a fake Facebook profile, images, and avatar in order to lure people to having. Well, I've been catfished not by no romantic person, but by people that just creating fake profiles and acting like they somebody else.
Have so
having whole
many
conversations.
fake. They have so many fake profiles. I went to Ben.
Who does that? You go to the extreme to do that. That's insane to me. That's insanity.
They
Not
have
catfish.
so
They should put
many.
insanity.
It's a big business for them. So they don't have to worry about working. They just sit and figure out what kind of scam that they're going to perpetrate and victimize on people. And they sit back and collect the money after you have worked 9 to 5 day after day, making all this money for your family. And then they come along and they take your money. And it's sad.
It really is.
And
So,
like I said, some people commit suicide behind that because they've been lost everything.
but it didn't make you go that route, thankfully. But
No,
not
I
every-
am a Christian, and God always with me, and I'm what you call the bounce back lady. I'm gonna always bounce back because I know God is here. We all have a purpose.
Yes, we
And
do.
my purpose is to help people. And so it doesn't matter, what happens as long as God is with me.
Absolutely. I'm so glad to hear that. So grateful that you and your husband made it through this very unfortunate situation. How has this changed your life as a result of what happened to you?
Like I said, I don't trust people like I used to. It's like going from an innocent child to one that's been experienced. So I have experience being scammed, and I no longer trust people. I don't take them at face value. I go and research and try to find out what's behind who they say they are. Are they who they say they are?
Yeah.
And that's how it's changed my life, because I was just like a happy-go-lucky person, and
And you still are, by the way.
Thank you. I grew up that way, and so now I'm just, I gotta watch you and make sure you are the person you say you are, because you're not gonna you fool me once, it's your fault. Fool me twice, it's my fault. It's not gonna be my fault.
That's good. Good advice that you've shared today on this episode. I can't believe the time is going so quickly, because this is such an informative topic, especially when we're talking about bringing balance to the world one household at a time. This is the kind of stuff that I think that we need to know when we're running around here living our busy lives, trying to help the people that we can help in life and having our right intentions. Then there are other things that's happening unbeknownst to us that we need to be able to take the scales off of our eyes and become aware of. And that's what Wendy is.
Absolutely.
Anything that you didn't say that you definitely wanted to say on today's episode?
Just be careful and be aware of, everybody that you don't know, and some that you do know.
Right. Because you don't know that you're scammed until it's happened. And then you're like, are they ignoring me? Are they not going to take my calls now when they got my money? That's a problem. And so sometimes you don't know that.
And then they disappear. You don't know which way they went or what happened to your money. It's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing.
Well, I do want to take a time to thank all of our episode sponsors today. Get Insured Solutions. They deal with end of life expenses. If you are trying to care for a loved one and you know that end of life is coming, then having some of the income be able to stay back, the money stay with you and your family versus having to put it all to burial expenses is what Get Insured Solutions offers. And then also Hunter Everidge Law Firm. If you're dealing with disability or wrongful death of a family member or someone, definitely give them a call. They're in the Alabama area. They are in the Richmond, Virginia area and throughout the Carolinas. And let them all know that the Kim Jacobs Show did send you their way. Silver Shield Security is also one of our episode sponsors in the Carolinas and Georgia area. And then CTR Media Network. We're now streaming. That's why I kept saying what I was saying. We're streaming in 350 million households, 46 countries with CTR Media Network. So thank you so much, CTR Media Network, for allowing the Kim Jacobs Show to be on your platform. All right. This has been extremely enlightening. I want to make sure, did I ask you how to be safe online? You talked about that and gave us some great tips. I just wanted to make sure I didn't leave anything out. This is a never-ending topic, in my opinion. So
yes, it is.
How do you? It's not one of the questions that we had there, but I want to know, how do you just pick up after people have violated you that way, and then just move forward like it never? Not like it never happened. How do you just move forward with this?
With us, like I said, my husband was a minister, and I'm a minister's wife. And I was before he passed away, and we just prayed our way through. We prayed our way through, and with the support groups was a big help. And you start doing things that make you feel good, like going to church, exercising, eating good meals, and do things that make you feel good, because it's a horrible thing to know that somebody that you thought you was helping, just took your money just to go and do whatever they wanted to do with it. And like I said, it's hard-earned money. You got to work hard for that money, and you don't want to just give it to a scammer.
That's right.
So
This is good.
we had to pray our way through that,
And then it puts everybody on edge, because now you have children adult children as well, and they are on alert, looking out, like, don't get scammed again. Give it to me first before you even consider
right.
any
Yeah.
investment, you know?
Absolutely. You don't want to. You could do a lot of things with that money. You could have. We could have invested that money for the children and the grandchildren. Instead, the scammer got it.
And now your husband has transitioned to be with the Lord, so he's no longer here, and
Yeah.
one of your children too, right?
Yes. My son Jason was murdered in 2015, and his murder was never found. He was sitting in the car with one of his friends, and the guy came up to the window and said, "Give me your car." He was in his girlfriend's car, Altima, and Jason was the kind of guy. He's a big guy, big and handsome, and and tough guy. And he told the guy no. He said, "You ain't taking nothing from me," and he shouldn't have done that. Well, I don't know, but the guy did, and he shot in the window. He shot his friend, and he shot Jason.
And his friend survived.
His friend survived, and he was able to tell
the story.
Police what happened, but they have never found who murdered him. And it's terrible because he left two beautiful daughters, and they still really young, and they need their father.
Of course. You have my deepest sympathy and condolences. I know it's been years, but time just does not matter how long it's been.
Like it was yesterday.
I know.
Yeah, he was a fun-loving guy and he cracked jokes all the time. I'm telling you, that boy, he was something else.
And then your son, that you're
handsome and tall and big, and he was he was a good guy. He loved motorcycles. He worked for T-Mobile, and he was a good guy.
And you have another child as well, right?
Yeah, well, I have two more sons.
So. Two more sons that are here with you.
Yes,
I'm sure they're watching out for mommy a lot, huh?
Oh, yeah, definitely. They definitely looking out for me. And my son lives in Arizona. I live in Alabama. He wants me to move to Arizona, and so I'm working on that.
All right, yeah, it's time to get with the kids. Get with them and just let them love on you some, right?
Oh, yeah.
And love on grandma.
Yeah, love me. I love them too. They are the sweetest kids. They are very sweet, super smart. My son lives in Arizona. His daughter, she graduated college at 16, and she's going to. She graduated high school at 16, and is attending college. And she is so smart, very smart.
Wow, awesome. So Vanita, we're gonna close out. I just wanted to give you the full hour, because I know we came on a few minutes later, but my ex-boyfriend, Vanita says, pretending to be someone he wasn't for 8 years, but he could no longer hide himself because during the pandemic, he ended showing his true colors. And now he acts like he is the victim.
Mm-hmm.
That happens. Yes.
Yeah.
You have people that have been married and and
right.
You been scammed and didn't know it, huh?
Oh, no, really. Utilize your negative experience to feel 100%. That's what I'm doing. That's why I wrote a book. And I love people, and I want to help people. That's one reason why I became a nurse. I'm just used to loving on people and taking care of people, and that's what I'm doing now through my book.
Well, you all make sure you get a copy of it.
Positive.
Yes, make sure you get a copy of this book. I think there's a slight delay. That's why, but anyway, make sure you get a copy of this book. A loyal fan of Charlie Kent Wilson and how she was actually scammed and catfished by an impersonator. So make sure that you all get a copy of this on Amazon and stay connected with Wendy Jones, and I'm going to put her information up again one more time for you. You can email her directly at jwendyjones@aol.com. jwendyjones@aol.com. All right, I would tell y'all, but I don't know if I should or not at this point. But in order for this program to thrive and survive, we definitely need community support and contribution. So feel free to support in any way that you can. And I can tell you my team of individuals knows that they receive whatever pretty much you are sending our way so that I can keep them helping with the Kim Jacobs Show. Okay. All right. So closing comment, and we're going to close out.
One thing I like to I like to give honor to is Les Brown.
Okay.
He is one of my heroes.
Aww.
I know he is connected with your show in some way, and I just wanted to mention that.
Well, we all love Les Brown, and he's been very touchable and approachable from people around the world. And again, even as a celebrity, he still takes time to return the phone calls or to talk to people, get on their different shows. And he's just a real hands-on person. And he's made a tremendous impact in so many people's lives.
And what I would like to leave people with, always do your research. Don't just give money, out. Find out what the charity or the company is about before you release money. And that way you don't have to worry about not giving money through gift cards, because if you know what the company is about and, you check them out with the Better Business Bureau, whatever organization, investigate and find out before you release your money, because you won't get it back.
Yeah, no, you don't want to not get your money back after you thought you were doing something and it backfired on you. So this has been a great conversation. I hate for it to end. I hope that it's been a blessing to you today in the virtual studio audience. Please let me know, because I'll know whether these are shows like this that you're interested in hearing more of. And we'll continue to bring balance to the world, one household at a time. I'm Kim Jacobs, the Balance Doctor. Wendy Jones, podcast host. Tell them who you are one more time.
Wendy Jones, beware. The Watcher. The program is The Watcher, Scammers Beware. I'm so excited to be here and to talk with your viewers and to give this information out to help people. I'm very passionate about helping people and making sure that they keep their hard-earned money and let it go where they want it to go, and not some scammer sitting back, getting fat, buying Rolls Royces and all that. It's a terrible thing that they're doing to people.
Wow. Well, I'm so glad that you stopped by the Kim Jacobs Show today. It has been a tremendous blessing to our viewers. I've been working all of the buttons myself, so if you've seen my eyes go in different directions, I'm trying to make sure I give the best possible experience to Wendy, and also pop up and type up everything that she was sharing today. I didn't want you to miss one moment of it. Thank you for being a great studio audience, and thank you, Wendy Jones, for being an amazing guest. Go get your copy of the book right on Amazon today and let it bless your life so that you can know how to avoid being scammed and catfished. That's our episode today. Today is also a National Ugly Sweater or something day too. So make sure if you have an ugly sweater and you want to toss it on, go ahead and toss your ugly sweater on. And if you're watching the replay, I hope that you've enjoyed this episode, either the first time at the original airing or when it's replayed. Either way, the information is universal and can be shared over and over again. Bless somebody else with this broadcast, okay? Have a great one, everybody, and talk to you soon. Stay backstage if you will, Wendy, okay?
Okay.
All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow, everybody, 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. No, it's going to be next week now because it's the weekend. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's your girl Joy from Be the Difference Clothing. How is everyone today? Oh my goodness. I'm just so excited. I have 2 packages. One is from someone I met and someone that I know who is like a celebrity in my head. And I'm thankful to have met both of them. So I don't have my handy dandy unboxing tools, but I will do this with the strength that I've been having with all of my, visits to the gym. Check out some of those shorts if you want to get some exercises that you can try or even, do for yourself. Everything can be done at your pace, okay? So definitely make sure you are liking, subscribing, and sharing, and turning on your notification bells. So, before I get into that, let me tell you how my day went. So today, I had the opportunity to be a part of history. Yes, your girl Joy from Be the Difference Clothing was a part of history. One of the local branch libraries had their celebration for 100 years, a centennial celebration of 100 years of being in service to the community, providing all types of services and programs. Guys, if your local community is having something that is so historic, you need to be a part of it. So let's get back into this. So let's start off. Okay, this is going to be the harder one to open, but this one should be easy because it's all paper. So shout outs to Shop Bob, because I met this person through Shop Bob, and we've become really cool and genuinely, I would say we become very friendly with each other. I could consider Dana a friend, and she is from the Los Angeles area, and I'm definitely thankful for her. By the way, she's a notary, so go check her out if you need any notary services. So let's open this. Oh. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh, y'all! I got seeds. Oh my goodness! This is for cantaloupes. I got cantaloupes. String beans. Oh my goodness. I didn't know what was in this package. Baby gem watermelon. Watermelon. Oh. An herb mix. Oh my goodness. Peppers. Spinach. Oh, squash. Oh, wow. Okra. Pumpkin. Carrots. Oh my goodness. Chili. Lettuce. Guys, she gave me seeds. Because you guys, I don't know if you noticed, but this year I didn't post too many gardening videos because all of the crop was, I don't know if it was because of the weather or the seeds, but either way, I didn't yield much, not even tomatoes. Oh, this is so amazing. Can't go nowhere without your tomato seeds. And she wrote a book. She gave me her book. Home Sales Made Easy. There she is. Y'all, there she is. Go and get her book too. Wow, she has a book. I didn't know she had a book. She didn't tell me she had no book. You learn something new every day. See, I told you. Look, there's her information right there, guys. Go ahead, jot it down. If you're in Los Angeles or in the California area, go check her out. Wow, I did not know. Thank you, Dana. Oh my goodness, guys, all of these seeds. I'm just like, I'm lost for words. I'm lost for words. Wow. Y'all, and this next unboxing is equally as amazing. Y'all know Baby and Kids Unlimited, aka TT, aka Reborn Artist Life. So she was on her her Instagram live, and I saw she was making these necklaces, and they were really like necklaces for the pacifier. And I said, "Oh, I like this. I want it." What she made, and she says, "Thank you for all of your love and support, Baby and Kids Unlimited, Reborn Artist Life." Y'all go check her out. Go check her out, y'all. She's on so many platforms, and she's taught me so much. And this is what I got. I love the packaging. You guys know I love purple. That's my color. And I saw her making this by hand. Isn't this beautiful? Let me see if I could. Hold on, maybe it's better on this background. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Reborn. But isn't this beautiful? Let me see if you can get the richness of it. Isn't that beautiful? Not only does she make reborn baby dolls, collectible dolls, but she makes necklaces. And I absolutely saw her make this one by hand. I thought it was cool. I said, "Oh, I want it." And I got it. And it's a choker. Let me put it on. Y'all, if y'all loving this High Vibrations hoodie, you need to go ahead and check out the About Me section and go ahead and grab it. I don't know if I'm in an extra happy mood because of the event that I just came from, or if it's because of the words that are just continuously inspiring me. But like, I'm overwhelmed with like gratitude right now. What y'all think about this necklace, this choker? Y'all like it? Is it saying, "Ooh, baby, baby, but baby, baby, ooh, baby, baby, baby"? Y'all, oh my goodness, today was amazing. And if there's one thing I want to say is I want all of us to have more amazing days than not. If you haven't been following Be the Difference Clothing, this is the energy that I want to exude and to give to you through the camera. May you feel it and may your life be blessed more abundantly. YouTube, thank you so much. Everybody, thank you so much. Dana, thank you so much. Reborn Artist Life, aka Baby and Kids Unlimited, thank you so much. You guys mean so much to me. Everyone who watches my videos, who follows the content, who shares, thank you so much. Because without you, there is no Be the Difference Clothing. And without your support, there is no Be the Difference Clothing. Without your shares, there is no Be the Difference Clothing. So as we all grow in whatever journey that we glow to, please make sure you remember you could not be where you are without the help of humanity. Maybe people stay, maybe people go. But at the end of the day, it's all about the ones who stay. So I appreciate all of you who stay along. And for those who don't, I still thank you anyway. But this has been another unboxing. Go ahead if you want this necklace or this choker. Go to Baby and Kids Unlimited, Reborn Artist Life, her channel, and she'll definitely hook you up with something. And whether it be a pacifier or a necklace, maybe you want to give a gift. I don't know, but it's always gift giving time. So definitely check it out. I'm thankful. Dana, thank you so much. And until we meet again, guys, be sure again to like, subscribe, and share. I appreciate all of the growth that you guys are helping this channel do, and all of your financial contributions and emotional contributions, and good ones only. I appreciate you. My name is Joy from Be the Difference Clothing, and I'm saying thank you for all that you do. Catch me on Hello World when we exercise or do something else. And until we meet again, see you soon. Have a good one, guys.
Yes. Yes.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health and tip. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest.
Well, thank you so much. I am Sandy Sanders. I am the host and creator of Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. It is our platform where we have, yes, authors, and we have guests, invited guests that do come on and be with us. We have a weekly talking segment that comes on each and every week. And we're super excited. Coffee Conversations is an award-winning talking segment conversation to empower you, to inspire you, to encourage you. And most of all, it is a place of accountability so that we can be the person who we were born to become and be our authentic self. So listen, I am super excited that you have joined us on tonight. And if you will, I would like to welcome those that are watching and tuning in with us for the very first time, those that are watching from our YouTube channel, Coffee Conversations with Sandy. And I'd like to say hello to my family on CTR Media Network, our YouTube family there, as well as our Facebook family. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. I do ask that you share our broadcast with at least 5 individuals that would, that will benefit from our conversation on tonight. I'm all tongue-tied because I'm excited, y'all, so forgive me, okay? But listen, I am going to, without further ado, bring these fabulous, fabulous women that are on with me tonight. Coming forward to the table, because that's what this is a virtual table. I'm talking about Dr. Tina Ramsey, and she's coming on. Yes, there you are. Hey,
How are you?
I am good. I'm all fiberglass. Anyway, tongue-tied and the whole nine, but I am super excited to have you on tonight. This is the finale of the tour of the CTR Media Podcasters and our family. So I am super excited. Thank you so much for being here. And yes, and that we're ending it on Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends.
Yes, I'm so excited. Thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. Well, you brought along, we have some of the podcasters that are part of the family, and we're going to go ahead and bring these amazing, amazing podcasters on. We have with us, yes, Miss Anna L. Brothers and also Dr. Connie Green. Yes, hi, ladies. How y'all doing?
You guys are muted.
Yep.
Doing amazing. How are you doing?
Great. So, as y'all
Sandy,
know,
how are you doing?
I am doing great. Thank you, Dr. Connie. Miss Ann, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. And you?
Yes, I'm doing good. Having like you said, we had a busy day today. I think everyone, the CTR Media Network have just come off of, I think, a first adventure outing at a conference in Atlanta. We're going to be talking about that. But to our audience right now, we do start our broadcast with a word of prayer, and we ask that you all would join us, and then we'll get started right in with our conversation tonight with the CTR Media Network Podcasters tour. And this is the finale. Gracious Heavenly Father, we bless you. We do give you glory. We give you honor. We thank you, oh God, for being our Lord and our Savior. We thank you, oh God, that you kept us all day long. And God, we just thank you that you woke us up this morning, clothed us in our right mind, Lord. And we thank you, oh God, that we have made it here. We anticipated this time. So we thank you, God. We ask that you would forgive us for all of our sins, our iniquities, anything that would displease you. And by faith, God, we come before your throne of grace, asking you to bless this broadcast. We ask that you will bless the listeners, that something that we may say on tonight will touch the hearts of your people. And God, we thank you, oh God, that after tonight, their lives will never be the same. You will impact their lives will be impacted by these amazing women. And we thank you, oh God, for your servant, Dr. Tina Ramsey tonight, God. We thank you for her assignment that is upon her life. And we bless you and we give you glory. In Jesus' name we pray. We thank you, Dr. Tina, for carrying out the assignment. This is an assignment.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes.
It is. It is.
Yeah. And you've been a good steward in the assignment in which God has called you to do. And we feel honored to be a part of it. Tell us about the CTR Media Network. And we're going to just share a little bit about who you are. Dr. Tina Ramsey is the founder of this amazing network. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with 30 plus podcasters. This network reaches over 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms that have featured over 1,000 guests. We bring you positive, impactful content created to help you grow. Dr. Tina Ramsey is a global speaker. She is an international global speaker. She's also a author, international author as well, #1 bestseller. There's so much more. I don't have her bio in front of me, but these are just a few of the things that I know of her. And we're super excited to have you on with us tonight. I'm going to yield back and just let you share your heart here and welcome, say hello to our audience.
Hello, Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends audience. All right. I'm so happy to be here with you all today. CTR Media Network is more than just a network. And many people, there's so many different networks out there that's phenomenal, but we do things a little bit differently. And when one's come into the fold, they actually can feel the difference and experience the difference. And so she already gave you enough on me. If you want to know any more, you can just Google me. This ain't the Tina show. So I just came into this assignment and finally said yes to what God had in store for me to do. And this is just the representation and the manifestation of what he said. Tina, I want you to do this. Yeah. And the result of doing what I say, he's blessing my efforts. I don't take any of the credit. Credit goes to him and also the amazing podcasters. So let's go ahead and get this thing on the road.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to share with the audience that you and I, we first got to know you and I sat on a platform together with one of the podcasters that's part of the CTR family, who she had a conference, and it was for CEOs of nonprofit organizations. And Dr. Tina, at that time, she was not Dr. Tina, she was just Tina Ramsey, but the doctor was in the making. But yes, and her and I, we connected, and it was like a kindred spirit there. I admire this young lady. I admire what she's doing, what she stands for, and all that she presents. And it is now into a third year. I think you and I have been kind of connected about 3 years, and look what God has done. I'm super excited. Thank you for allowing me to be on your journey. We have with us the phenomenal Dr. Connie Green. Dr. Connie Green is also one of the podcasters of the CTR family. She has a podcast show. Dr. Connie, come on and say hi to us.
Hello, everyone, and I am so excited to be with Coffee Conversations with Sandy. I watch you often, and I get so excited to hear some of the topics that you go through, and it's really blessed me over the few years that I've known you, and I got to know you from Tina Ramsey, Dr. Tina Ramsey, from one of her shows. So I'm just so excited to be here today. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for inviting me to join you.
Absolutely. I'm happy to have you here as well. You have a phenomenal story. I look forward to you sharing with our audience a little bit about who you are and how individuals can reach out to you and be a part of your podcast. And we have, yes, sweet blessings herself, Miss Anna L. Brothers. Come on and say hello to the Coffee Conversation family, if you will.
Hello, and thank you for having me. I am so grateful to be here and blessed. Yeah. What else you want to know about me?
This is the girls sitting around the table. Okay, like you saying, this is exactly what this is. That's what we do here at Coffee Conversation. So
I'm not one to brag about myself.
Just having a conversation.
Yes.
Indeed.
I got my tea this evening.
Got your tea tonight?
Yeah, I got my tea tonight. And I got a little pot over here behind me, so I don't have to get up and go. I'm prepared to see.
You know what? That's like people that go to the restaurant, Dr. Connie, and so I'm not one that has the hot sauce in the purse. Whenever you go to They say they can't go anywhere without the hot sauce. Okay, so that's Miss Ann. I've learned something new about your Ann tonight. Take a coffee with her, her tea with her, wherever she goes, she gonna have it with her. Well, welcome to Coffee Conversations. I am delighted we had an opportunity to be on Vera Thomas show on last week, and so this is love. I do want to say hi to Lady Tracy Hocambry, and there she is. That's a girl. She says, "Hey, Tina," and
she's gonna be one of our podcasters coming soon.
Yes, we are so excited. Oh, Crombie, yes. Tracy, thank you so much. She said, can't wait to join the CTR family. God is doing some amazing works. Yes, he is. And yes, what a beautiful, blessed panel. Well, we honor you as well. So to our audience, this has been a tour. You kicked it off. Listen, I'm looking at the numbers here. I want to see who was our very first. I think it was Lady Tiffany.
No, it was Tiffany.
It was
Tiffany.
Yes, it was Tiffany. Okay. And so here we are. And what has it been like? Ann and Dr. Connie, where you tell us how this tour has been and what it is for you to be a part of the CTR family. And I'm gonna start with you.
Okay. Well, let me say this. It has been a learning experience for me. Because I am new at this. And so me coming on the programs, sometimes I feel like I'm out of place, but coming on the program, you all are so dynamic that I feel like, but I'm okay. I'm doing that because I'm new and I'm got the, that mindset. You got to get that mindset to what you're doing. I'm new at it, and so there is a fear of it, but Tina knows that I handle fear very well.
Oh yeah.
So
and someone could be listening to you right now that also have had that little apprehensive and they've wanted to start a podcast. What has helped you get over that hump? Because fear may have several humps, but you made over that first hurdle. So speak to that. How do you speak to the audience or someone who
Well, I don't like to be fearful of anything, and that's a challenge. And so I look at it as a challenge, and that's something that I need to work on personally. And so therefore I set little goals. It can be a long-term. I want to reach a long-term goal, but I set little bitty goals along the way to make me reach that long-term goal, to get me out of that mindset that I have. And to be perfectly honest, that's how I met Tina, was through because I was afraid to go live on Facebook. And so therefore, I joined some challenges to get over that fear, and they had it set up like a team. And so it was a team. So, I'm very competitive. I hate to say that.
Okay, so we just learned something. That is competitive, y'all. Okay, who said got some competitiveness. I can see her with her headband on and her
and so therefore I set that goal, and I met Tina there, and I mean I don't even remember. It was a long time ago. It was a long, and we have been friends since I feel like I'm part of her family. You
are. So we were seeing cookies.
And so I know I didn't tell you what I do, but I am a retired school teacher. And I'm also a certified cake instructor, and I taught that for 20 years. I'm still do some outside consulting with them. They call me in from time to time, and they have been encouraging me to, like I told you before, to have classes, which I am going to start some classes in January. So look for me. If you're not on my Sweet Listines platform, you see that sweet is very important. But Listine is too. Okay, so I don't want to take up all the time because I'm like this. I can really talk.
And that's why we're podcasters. Our podcasters, I've learned to accept that we love to talk. We do. We like to talk.
Yeah,
Right,
we
Dr.
do.
Connie?
Well, yes and no. I'm a, and
Go ahead.
naturally, I am an introvert. So I'm a little bit like Miss Anna. I was pushed and pulled and prodded and everything else because I did not like lives. It took me a long time to hit that button live, but I was like Miss Anna, I would not be defeated. I was the type of person, I don't give up. I'm gonna keep going till I get it right, and I'm gonna do it ugly. I'm gonna do it wrong. I'm gonna be embarrassed and all that kind of stuff. And I just try to keep pushing. So with this tour, it has helped me to get me out of my comfort zone, number one, and to be around people that I can say that don't just tolerate me but celebrate me. And it's been an amazing experience for me. It has really touched my heart and my soul. If I feel like I'm in a place that I need to be with the people that God has put in my life to help me cultivate to do His will in the perfect way. And seeing the podcasters and all the gifts and talents and the stories that I've heard over the last few months has been life-changing for me. And meet Miss Tina Ramsey.
Oh, don't you start. Don't you cry, because I don't cry too.
She's amazing.
Don't you all start, because when somebody else cries, I cry.
Yeah. I'm getting a little emotional
And
because
listen, I didn't come prepared for the.
I don't have no
I'll go
tissue.
find some. We'll come off the camera, okay? And we'll go get some tissue. So, well, go ahead. Go ahead. Dr. Connie.
well, she's basically like a daughter to me. I feel like she's my daughter. And as well as my coach, she pushes me. When I said, well, Miss Tina, I don't think I can do that. She said, yes, you can. I'm going to help you do this, do that. So when we went on the tour in Atlanta, it really touched my heart because my computer, I wasn't able to log on like I was supposed to. I didn't know what I was doing. And she gave me her computer and she said, okay, we're going to go ahead and let you use my computer and go ahead and make you some money. And so she allowed me to use her. And it just really touched my heart because most people won't do that, because she could have been making the money that she allowed me to make. And it just really blessed me and touched my heart. I've never had nobody to be that kind to me and be that given to me without wanting something in return. So it has been life-changing for me. And I'm so excited to be a part of this team.
Yes, indeed. And Dr. Tina, that's who she is. She so let's bring everyone that is watching know how did we all come apart of being a part of each of these ladies have shared a testimony, but doing podcasting and knowing that you wanted to have individuals and share your knowledge with others. Come on and share your heart with us.
I know for me, you were saying you want to know how it is for us to connect.
Yes.
Okay, so hello, she.
Yes, she trucking is on. Yes.
Okay, so how we all can connect it. I mean, it's just God. It's simple as that, because we're all in different states. We don't know each other from a can of paint. We was in circumstances that put us in line, right? And so I met you from Tiffany, Dr. Sandy. Then I met Dr. Connie through being a featured guest on Dr. Kim. It might be Dr. Kim Jacobs' show.
Yes.
And I met Anna about 5, 6. I stopped counting after 5 years, Anna. And I met her from a live challenge that was totally different from what we're doing now, that all led us to this one destination. So I just feel that it's just something that is directed by God, and because we all mesh, we're family. It's a real agape love type of family.
Yeah.
And we're a community, and we help each other. So it's different. It's real different and unique. Like She Trucking said, it's very unique. So it's really blessed at the end of the day.
She said it's providence. That's
wow.
Tracy said we got a new word, Tracy.
Yes. All right.
one.
she knew. She coming in and bring up them
them
words.
The words, right, go crazy.
I love it.
All I want to say hi to her. She said that was good. They celebrate and not tolerate her. I'm not. Who had said that? Something in
Dr. Connie.
Yeah,
Dr.
Dr.
Connie said that.
Connie. Yeah, Vandella. So, those of you that are tuning in, as you can see, we are with Dr. Tina Ramsey, Dr. Connie Green, and Anna L. Brothers, who is a longtime educator and full of knowledge, full of wisdom, who has been in the classroom and now will be behind a microphone, just hearing others talk about their journey as well as pour into others. So we're looking forward to hearing more about these two podcasters. I do want to just share with the audience, thank you all for tuning in right now. She said, come on through, Jesus. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Go through, Jesus, for sure. I want to share my screen here because I want our audience, those of you that are watching and tuning in for the first time, that CTR Media, want to pull this one up. Yes, is a plethora of shows. Of course, we have the one and only Dr. Tina Ramsey, who has her podcast, and then we have our network. Got some new individuals, King's Truck Group. We have men that are a part. That is real exciting. We have Mr. Michael Finkley out of the Carolinas. Vera Thomas, you all, we were on her show last week. And we have a global movement for global health. Here is the wisdom tips for Dr. Green. Then we have the Queen Candy herself. And we have, Boss Lady Level Up. As you can see, I'm going to keep on, I don't want to call it because it's growing and growing and growing. We'll be here all night, you all. But go to ctrmedianetwork.com and you will be able to see more information about these podcasters. I want to ask each of the podcasters to come on and just share a little bit about how they, what made them say yes when it was time to, as they say, press that button and come on and be a part of the CTR family. I'm going to start with Dr. Connie. And if you will, come on and just share your heart with us. Tell us a little bit about who you are, a little bit about your story, and what can we expect from your podcast. And that'll kind of be a question that all of us will, our audience, when you talk about wisdom tips. So I want you to tell us a little bit about who you are, and then we'll talk about what can we expect when we come on your show.
Okay. Well, my name, like you said, is Dr. Connie Green. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, and I'm a grandmother as well. I also am a Christian counselor and a life coach for over 25 years. I have a talk show. I'm a talk show host, and it's called Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green, and it airs every Thursday at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And it airs on, of course, CTR Media Network, as well as YouTube and Spotify and a few other platforms as well. I'm an author of now it's 4 books. Actually, I was the author. I've always had 3 books now. I've got 2 other books that are going to be coming out, but one other book coming out this year called When Love Hurts. First one is When Love Hurts, and the second one is When Love Heals. The third one is When Love Heals, the Ugly Spirit of Jealousy. And I'll have another book that's an ebook that's coming out as well this year. And so what do? I give guidance to amazing women survivors who have been heartbroken, victimized, and overwhelmed by life disappointments. I teach them and empower them to get wisdom, number one. And the reason they need to get wisdom so they can learn how to love. So I would like for them to learn how to love. And when they love, it activates the power of forgiveness. And when they can forgive, then they're able to rise up from the ashes of trauma and become confident women that they are and be, they're created in the image of God. So they're able to do other things that they need to do in life. And they're ready to change the trajectory of their life forever so they can live a victorious life. And the reason I do this and the reason I care about the women that are overwhelmed with life disappointments, because I know what it's like to be heartbroken. I know what it's like to be victimized. I know what it's like to be overwhelmed. I know what it's like to be disappointed, because when I was a young girl growing up, very young in my household, you know, was raised in a violent, drug addicted home where my father beat my mother on a regular basis. And from that, my daddy killed my mother when I was 15 years old with a single gunshot wound to her stomach after domestic violence for so many years. He finally killed her. And when he did that, I was only 15. So as I began to grow and mature as a young adult, I became an alcoholic, and also smoked pot, off to tell people, and just was on a road of destruction. I tried to commit suicide 3 times, so I was a mess. But thank the Lord, I was able to recover and forgive those that victimized me, as well as one of my family members that also molested me when I was young. And through the power of God, knowing who He was, and had a mentor, wonderful aunt of mine named Ola Love. She's home to be with the Lord now. She witnessed to me, as well as a young lady that I used to work with on my job, and I gave my life to the Lord, and the rest is history. And then from there, I'm able to do all these amazing things, help women, pull them out of the darkness into the marvelous light through the power of God, not of my own, but I give God all the praise and all the glory. And I just felt like if I could have went through all the things I went through and more, and God delivered me and set me free, and I was able to bounce back from those setbacks, and I became a weapon of mass destruction in the kingdom of darkness. That's what I'm here for. I will not leave a woman without having any woman that I know. I will not leave her there by herself to grieve and cry and give up and want to give her, just tear her life apart. I feel like that it's very important to love, forgive, and help other people move forward. It's just like I do. In the end, I was able to forgive my father and help him get out of a homeless situation that he was in, and begin to love him, and end up burying him. My husband preached his funeral, and I'm totally delivered from any bitterness that he's ever done to me, my family, or my mother. So that's a little bit of my story.
Wow. Oh, she said a little bit, but Dr. Connie, we know that there's so much more. I want you all to really look out for her podcast. If you, we're going to have your information up, Dr. Connie, but you said something that I wrote down is rise up. There's so many women that stay stuck. And we're finding, I do not think that we have reached all the women and men that need Christ, that need Jesus, that need someone to believe in them. Because truth be told, I think the reason why we went through those seasons of the alcohol and the drugs and whatever is because nobody was believing it. I didn't feel worthy.
Right.
Feel worthy.
Absolutely.
Made so many mistakes. And so the choices were not good choices. And so I believe that there are other women that someone needs to know, yeah, girl, you can make it. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, young man, you can make it. Someone believes in you. And it's going to take tough love too. Tough love. And we're talking about tough love. I know that Miss Ann, she being a teacher, gives some tough love. So I present to you all, the audience, and before you start talking, we're going to do a brief commercial about CTR. And then when we come back, I will let you come on and bring us into a conversation about that wisdom and the tough love, and just knowing those students that have come through your classroom and how probably they've come back. And I'm thankful for Miss Anna. I'm looking forward to hearing that. You all stay tuned. One moment.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorship opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
In the CTR Media Network, make sure that you go to the website so that you can begin your podcasting journey. With the CTR Media Network family. At this time now, we're going to bring Sweet Blessings herself. Yes, Anna L. Brothers. Yes, Cindy. Before Anna, you come on, we are going to just want to share a little screen here. Y'all, she's amazing. You want to kind of get a little snippet of who this amazing lady is. Let's take a look.
Hello, and welcome to the NL Show podcast, where we inspire, encourage, and empower people to live on their lifestyle. Today, I am going to be talking to you about the gift of giving.
Hey, that's enough. That's a snippet. That's sweet voice. That's why it's called Sweet Blessing. Sweet Blessing. This podcast is about self-awareness, self-care, inspiring, encouraging, and empowering people to live a healthy and better life. Listen, Coffee Conversation family and CTR family, I introduce to you now, yes, Sweet Blessings herself, Miss Anna L. Brothers. Come on and give us your, say hi to us and share with us.
I have some notes here because, I get sometimes that mind goes, all over here. I'm one of those, But most of you know that I'm a retired school teacher. I taught for like 30-something years. And I taught the babies. I've taught all grades, don't get me wrong, but my degree was in early childhood education, which was very important to me. And so self-care, like Sandy has said, is very important. And I think that my podcast is for everyone because we need to start at a young age to teach our children to think very highly of themselves and to take care of themselves. And so by me being in that field of early childhood education, this was one of the platforms that I felt like I needed to address. And then as far as the cake decorating, I just happened to get on that. I was always a baker. That's how I started cooking. I started baking when I was about 7 or 8 years old. I wish I had thought about it because I would have brought the cookbook so that you could have seen it that my mother gave me. I still have that cookbook where it has the little pictures in it that you that you pour the little stuff in to make the recipe. And so, but I was not a decorative baker. And so when I was about 50 years old, so I'm telling my age now, I decided to give my mother her 75th birthday party. And so I took a cake decorating class. And from that class, I became an instructor. They asked me to become an instructor, and I taught for nearly 20 years. I taught school, and then after school, I would teach cake decorating there. So always take pictures of whatever you do. It doesn't matter whether it's that. I'm also an educator. I've taught classes to adults as well. And I'm also an administrator. I have an administrative degree. I do some consulting for the state. I still do that even though I'm retired. And I mentor 18 sites to get their national accreditation, their daycare. So I work with them so that they can, because it helps them get grants and things like that. And so I also do that. Then the next thing is I'm crafty. I'm a crafty person. So I sew, I quilt, I do needlework, I knit. And so those are important things to me as well. And those are things that my mother and my grandmother taught me that I feel like I need to share with others and teach them that. I don't want those things, those skills to die by the wayside, because, you know, we're so busy doing all kinds of things. So everybody in my family can sew, even my granddaughter. So my mother made sure that we all can knit. And so she started us off at a very young age. So it's just a tradition that just carried on. So I'm willing to share that as well. But when I decided to take on the task of becoming a podcaster was when my mother was ill. She was diagnosed with dementia, and she had a stroke. And so I kind of journeyed her life. That's when I was doing my lives and stuff, like her going through her process, because people don't understand mental illness. I felt like I know I didn't understand it. And so I felt like God was telling me or using me as a platform to make people more aware. During that time, I joined this choir, and it was called Good Memories. It's touching to me. And I took my mother there. It was because music does a lot for people with dementia. And so she just enjoyed it. But during that time, they asked me to tell my story with my mother. And it was lots of people there, but they selected me. And I just felt like that might have been God, you know, leading me down that path. And then Northwestern Hospital asked me to come and speak on that. And through these little things, I appeared on the Washington Post, telling my mother's story, the article. They did an article that they have done an article on me in a Christian magazine as well, and it's also for the AARP magazine. So like I said, my podcast is family oriented. It's informational. Now, I am going to be having some guests. I'm working on that. So I will be starting in January, February. I will be having guests on. I'm going to creep into that situation and I have a lot of people lined up for that as well. So it is something for everyone. And I'm just blessed to be here. That's all I got to say.
Awesome. Yes, indeed. We're blessed to be a part of it. Thank you. Now you all see that fear factor is over. And she's going even afraid. And you know what the unique thing about it is that you talk about how you started out doing just lives. That was that. I think maybe all of us probably, I had that.
Yeah.
And so here you are. You're a consultant, you're helping others, you have that servant's heart. And I love where you had said sharing with others. And so you've served mothers and fathers and families by educating the children. Children would find themselves in safe spaces because you're there. And now we come and sit and listen and talk with you and glean from what you can still continue to bring to us in the community. So we're very happy that you made that choice to become a podcaster. And being a caregiver for your mother. And just before Vera from the Vera Thomas Show is on, she's going to come and talk to us. But what made you want to journal somewhat in video or lives with your mother as you were talking about the dementia and taking care? What gave you that saying, hey, I need to share what's happening?
I did that because most people, as Black people, you know, I can only speak for the Black race.
Yeah.
They shun people with mental illnesses. I know as I was growing up, you know, you would hear people say, oh, is something wrong with them? Or, you know, let's cross the street because they, you know, people would talk to themselves.
Come on, Miss Anna. Yes.
So,
Come on.
just
Yes.
all kinds of, you know, and I felt like maybe it was us as individuals that did not understand these people. And so they're humans just like everybody else. It's an illness. It's an illness. And so I felt like people needed to see a positive side of what my mother was going through because it was truly positive. She was in a very good facility. She had her own room, own bathroom, and the place that she was in was strictly for people with memory that had some type of memory loss. And they had all kinds of activities and things for them to participate in, and all of those things. It was just, and I think that people needed to see that, because sometimes people don't get counseling when they need it, and I found, you know, I'm from a religious background, but people go to their minister as opposed to going to a counselor who has knowledge in that field, whereas most of the time a pastor does not have that. I'm not speaking down on pastors, but they don't have that knowledge to deal with someone. And, you know, you need someone who is equipped, just like to deal with suicide or whatever. Right. So you need someone that is now I'm good with children, but I'm not that good with adults who have that disability, because I really did not know anything about that disability.
So it helped you with your experience with your mother, and you all, this is phenomenal. And I know we're talking about a podcast, but now I'm gone into my interviewing conversational piece. This is what we do on Coffee Conversation. I love it. I love it. This is part of, and I want to bring you on the show so we can just learn and glean from you, because it's so true. How many of you all were all African American of the Black race? With some sort of mental illness, it was looked upon as if something was wrong with you. You're crazy. You know, you're not, or there's nothing wrong with you. You just need to go pray about it.
Yeah.
We don't diminish. Anybody want to hop in? We don't take away the fact that
that's right.
There is power in prayer. We all acknowledge that. But if I have a heart issue, I'm going to go to a cardiologist. If I have a mental issue, then I should go to someone, along with my prayer and asking God, lead me to someone, Lord, that I can get my mind right. And so many people suffer. So many women and men in the body of Christ suffered for years. Anybody want to chime in on that?
I will.
You know,
I'll chime in. Absolutely.
I'm ready on this one, right?
Go
Dr.
ahead.
That is something. No.
Go ahead, Vera. You want to go ahead?
I was just going to say that a lot of mental illness, like depression and other things in particular, is a chemical imbalance a lot of times that causes that, a chemical imbalance in our system. And also, our diets can have a lot to do with our disposition and our, you know, our attitudes and our mental, even our mental state. When you think about the impact, and I know, Sister Anna, you're a baker. I know you love your sweets.
But you can bake healthy too.
Yes,
Clean baking.
yes, because white
Oh, that's a good
sugar,
subject right there.
I know.
Amen.
Stay
white
tuned.
sugar can destroy us, you
Mhm.
know, and it can, I mean, it gets kids all revved up, you know, and so just think about the impact that food has on us. That's all I want to say, because that has a lot to do with our mental health as well.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Vera, for adding to the conversation. Dr. Connie, you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, I would like to share a little something about it, because with me being in ministry over 30 years with my husband, I'm assistant pastor.
Yes.
And one of the reasons I went to school for counseling is because I've seen the deficiency of ministries not understanding about mental illness. I suffered from mental illness as a child and didn't realize until I went to school and ended up diagnosing myself because I had all the markers that were in the books. And when I shared it with my first book, When Love Hurts, it was actually about overcoming depression. I was depressed just about all my young adult life to about in my 30, about 35, going on to 40, I think, maybe about 39, yes. So after I went to school and I found out that I had the markers, the Lord took me to a series of scriptures, and he taught me through wisdom. And that's why I started my podcast about wisdom tips. Through the word of God, I had got the wisdom of how to diagnose myself as well as how to heal myself. And the main reason why I think I was so depressed is because of all the things that happened to me that I never got any help for. At 15, I had the trauma, but I had to keep going because people would say, don't cry, get over it, it'll be all right.
Yeah.
And then I went to church, they said it was of the devil if you say you're depressed.
Right.
And so everybody would just shoot you down. So when I went to school, I knew it had to be something different. I said something, I'm not crazy. I know something's not right for me to be sad all the time.
Yeah.
And I smile and put on a face when I'm at church and say, I'm blessed and how this favor, and go home and crawl up in a knot and turn the lights off and close the blinds.
Come on.
And didn't have a life, just didn't have a life.
And we put on a mask.
Yeah, we put on a
We
mask.
will put on a mask because of the stigma. And you all will be hearing Tracy on her show. And as she said, that's her lane. This is her lane in the advocacy of mental health.
Absolutely.
And so this is good. Listen, you all, you want to know who these podcasters are. I want to yield back, and two more have come on. The young man that came on, who's part of the family now, I want him to come back. He was in the right room. We were talking about mental illness and all that, my brother. Yes, you were in the right room. I promise you. I promise you. So come on back, please do. Dr. Tina, in this conversation where you have there's a variety, a diverse a group of podcasters. That is the uniqueness. Let's go ahead and talk about the benefits of being a podcaster of CTR Media and our diversity.
Well, the benefit of being a part of CTR Media Network is what you see right here. It's diverse. You can see representation of yourself. So many people are suffering in silence. And so with that being said, CTR Media Network is a family-friendly network that will be touching the topics of the day, as well as what's happening in the world, and also sharing our transparent, unscripted lives with you. Just like many people look at me and think I never, because they see me smile all the time. Well, for a long time, I hated the sound of my voice. I hated the way I looked, the sound of my voice, even though everywhere I went, people said, oh, you're so beautiful, but I felt ugly because of some of the childhood traumas that I went through. Just like Dr. Connie said, we're taught I can't speak for every other race. I only can speak for the race of which I am. I'm melanated, I'm color, I'm black, whatever you want to call it. All right. And so for me, it got swept up under the rug. Okay, what happens here stays. Don't talk about that. You got to believe in God and you got to keep on going. Well, yes, I kept on going, but those wounds was never healed.
That's
and
right.
so throughout my life, I face different challenges, even in relationships, because I didn't want no one to touch me because it felt yucky. Because it was so many things that I had to deal with. So although I was smiling, I was hurting behind the pain. So all of this is just and like I had to end up going to get counseling. And when I remember the first time I went to a therapist, I wore like a baggy shirt, a hoodie, a hat, upside down. I was like I don't want nobody to see me.
So you don't want nobody to see you.
I don't want to think I'm crazy. But I went in, and I'm gonna be totally 100 and transparent. When I went in, I was combative. I was like, dang it, nothing out of me. They're not gonna break me. I'm gonna say hours. So I'm looking at the therapist. She looking at me. She asked me a question. I asked the question back to her. She say, "Well, how was your day?" I said, "Well, how your day?" Well, what are you going through? Well, I don't know what you going through. I was doing a Medea on her. So I went home and I felt even worse. This lady trying to help me, and here I am making her day worse. So I came home crying, feeling bad, and I pray to God just to open me up and let me drop those barriers, those walls. And so the next visit I went through, the whole section was I was just crying. And then all of a sudden I started opening up, and I'm gonna tell you guys, that was the best breakthrough I ever had. And so it freed my mind, because it freed my mind, and then I was able to have clarity. And now through that clarity, it opened up a new world for me to be able to do what I'm doing and be able to help people get out of it, because now I have tangible things that I can do. So don't waddle in your trauma. Don't be afraid. Let it go and get help. If you need a therapist, get help. Sometimes you can pray it away, no matter how strong we are in prayer. And I believe in the power of prayer, but this could not be prayed away. It had to be helped away.
Yeah.
That's good. It had to be helped away. That is good. Those of you that are watching and tuning in, yes, this is the finale tour of the podcasters of the CTR Media Network. And who you have just heard, we're in a amazing conversation that I believe, and we all have sat here and agreed that needs to be talked about. And what are we talking about is the mental health among the Black community. I'm just summing it up. That's what it is. But it is so unique in that I'm pretty sure, as Dr. Tina said, is that we can speak to our culture. But as we found that there are others that are maybe dealing with it in a similar way as well. And a snippet of what you can expect whenever you listen to the various podcasters. There is some diversity. There is much fun and laughter, but information that's what you do. You listen to a podcast. You're driving in your car. You're sitting in your office. You may be in a home office. You may be at work with your iPhone. What do y'all call them? Pod thingies, I'm an Android person, okay? Anyway, so you come across the CTR Media Network, and you have a layout of, lack of a better word, of various podcasters with various subjects. You can laugh, you'll cry, you will find some tips on your business. There's all kinds of grand and amazing podcast shows that are on the CTR Media Network. Well, these ladies have definitely popped in, and we have a gentleman that is with us on this evening. Hi, sir. How are you? Forgive me, because okay, Mr. T. Swain, he's new, and I listened to a little bit of your show last night. You are amazing. I love it. I love it. Well, we have yes, Vera Thomas, we were just on your show on last week, and here we said thank you so much. And we have Queen Candy that is also with us on tonight. So Vera, come on and say hello to us, and just let us know a little bit about who you are and your podcast.
Hello, hello, hello. I am Vera Thomas, and my show is The Vera Thomas Show. It is designed to uplift, encourage, motivate, inspire, and educate. So I have authors, I have entrepreneurs, we talk about politics. We cover everything that is of concern to you. And so if you are interested in coming on my show, by all means. One of the things that I do, I have a program called Instilling Greatness. It's actually a business, Instilling Greatness, where I work with parents and their children. I remember when my son was 2 years old and I just knew this boy had a problem. I just knew he had a problem. So I took him for counseling because I'm wondering, why is this 2-year-old acting the way that he is? And when I got there, the counselor, the first thing she said was, tell me what's going on with you. And I just started pouring out my soul to her. And she looked at me and said, it's not your kid, it's you. he's just picking up on all of your stresses and acting out because he's picking up on your energy. So I'm saying that to say, and that's one reason why I work with parents. A lot of times we as parents are bringing into parenting our own unresolved issues, and it's impacting on our children. And sometimes we cannot see the forest for the trees, and we do need someone to objectively look at what is going on inside of me, what is going on in my family. And so I just want to encourage you to think about, if you're having some issues and you're not really sure how to cope with it, there is nothing wrong with counseling. Take it from me.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Vera, I have a quick question. What made you say yes? How did you connect with the CTR Media Network? And what is one of the benefits? List one of the benefits that
Oh my God. Well, first of all,
can you just list one? Or
well, the monetization. We had an opportunity this weekend to go to a conference and interview people and get paid.
And get paid.
So that's one of the benefits of CTR. When Tina says she wants to help us monetize, she's not just talking it. She is actually making available opportunities for us. She's teaching us how to monetize our shows, how to monetize what we're doing. And when I got involved with CTR, my show had been running for about a year, didn't have a lot of audience participation. And I met Tina actually through Tiffany. And it was like the best. I mean, the first conversation we had, it was as if we'd known each other forever. Wow. It's like we did not miss a beat.
Yeah.
And so I am just so supportive of what she's doing. I believe in her passion, but most importantly, her heart. She has a heart to serve, a heart to give, a heart to educate and help other people understand their stories and how important their stories are. I could go on and on and on, but I know time is of the essence.
Wow. That's good. That's good, y'all. And we said one benefit, but that's the thing, is that the benefit of being a podcaster of the CTR Media Network, there are various benefits and as she said, the monetization. So before we get into a little bit more about that, I would love to bring on as they come in, come on, Queen Candy. These podcasts have been on for a while, and I want to talk about our rating for one quick second. Queen Candy ranked number 1. Oh my goodness, when CTR and Dr. Tina started doing our numbers, and Queen Candy was staying at number 1 spot all year. She would be neck and neck. I don't know who would be number 2. I will bounce back and forth between 5 and 6. Okay, I had to throw that in there. But I would be like, okay, so what she got going on? I'll be honest. Let's be truthful. Everybody wants to be at a number 1. Okay. But it's her personality and it's her tribe. It's the individuals that follow her message. And Queen Candy, come on, my lady. How are you doing?
Oh, good. Hello, everybody. We just getting in. We had orientation, just got a new job, so we're really excited about that. Yeah, honestly, we just happy to be a part of the network, even if we not number one. It's not really a competition, and we grateful, just to be a part of the network. And what made us want to join is Tina already knows this. We met on the Wisdom app. We heard her live stream she was doing, and she said she was looking for podcasters, and we were listening to everything she was saying basically. And we felt that we would be a good fit. So we reached out to her and we talked on the phone, and it took one conversation. First thing that really got us is I want to help, Black people. And we don't hear a lot of people with their own platforms wanting to do that. Everybody just wants to benefit from themselves, and that's one of the things that struck us. And the fact that she understood that we are a Muslim woman, that helped as well. So we signed up and we just took a leap of faith. We didn't know what was going to happen. We had no idea. And, 6 months later, here we are. There we were, number one. And one of the things we love is it helped our show grow. And it pushed us to step outside of our comfort zone. And we love what Tina said, because we hate our voice too sometimes, because we think we sound like a baby. And people sometimes make fun of our voice, like, why is she talking like she's tone deaf? And we're like, huh? What do you mean? Like,
so you were reading the messages that would come through. You know how people have a thread or a feed. Yeah, but you kept going. You kept going.
It pushed us, because we were doing the audio. Then when we started doing the video, it really pushed us to step outside of that, because we let fear and being scared and what other people was gonna think and say hold us back for so long. And we was like, kept bumping our head against the wall, like doing the same thing, expecting something different to happen. And we was like, no, this is on you. You got the voice, you got the story, you the one got the power. Stop letting these people that don't want to do anything with themselves and they don't love themselves and they ain't happy determine your path. That's on you. Right. So we just pushed ourselves, keep content, keep putting out content, keep going, keep talking about your story, your healing journey, whole 9 yards. And that's one of the biggest things it helped us do. And that's one of the things, the many things we talk about on our show. We do teach Islam as well. We share our healing journey, our personal stories. And yes, it is in the past. We are very well of that, but everything that we've gone through has gotten us to, where we are today. And we thank Allah for that, because it's nothing that we did on our own. Absolutely not. We wouldn't even be breathing. And we spread positivity, we give encouragement, and the biggest thing we try to tell on our show is we all gone through hell, we've all suffered, we've all been through pain. You ain't got to stay there. You do not have to stay there. It's up to you to keep moving. And one of the many things we learn is how to love ourselves, and we mean really love ourselves, take care of ourselves, and just respect ourselves, and just learn modesty and healing. And it's helped us so much.
So much of what you're saying is what our world needs.
Yeah.
We truly need that love, that healing, that camaraderie. And so we thank you for being a part of the CTR family. Know that you're, listen, you and I, we've gotten an assignment, and I love it. I need to tell you all that Dr. Tina will give you an assignment in the beginning. We didn't know what we were doing, but we got at the table and we talked, and we had some followers, and we did what we were supposed to do.
We did it. Yep. And we definitely enjoyed ourselves. We definitely did.
We did. Well, listen, thank you so much. I don't know if you have to drop off, but those of you that if you do, just for the record, you all, if you do see the podcasters drop off, it is because they're on a tour. And we do have other podcasters that are coming on. Well, I want Dr. Tina to tell us about this the males that are a part of the CTR family. I'm going to go ahead and bring on Hooverman Kopp and Jay Bean and B. Hudson. I'm going to wait for him to come so I can bring him on in. But hey, listen, I'm going to let you talk about the brothers that have joined our family.
Well, it's an honor, because for those of you who do not know, I absolutely love sharing and changing the narrative. Okay, and so Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast is in the building. For those of you who do not know, the theme song, the CTR Media Network theme song is actually by T Swin. That is his song that he did for us. So you hear his voice. So it's more than just he's a podcaster and he has amazing Huberman Cobb and Jay Bean in the building. They talk about these topics. This is what CTR Media Network podcast is all about, bringing all these things together. We reached 350 million global listeners worldwide. We're in over 50 plus countries. We are actively letting you join the network right now. You guys, if you have a story, bring it to CTR Media Network. We also have the Podcast Revolution magazine for you guys to be able to be featured in our magazine. If you're a business owner, we have commercial slots, we have active training, and so much more. So I'm going to yield the mic to T Swin because their podcast is named Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. And clearly, I'm not a man. So, so let's let the men in the building come on.
Absolutely.
Shout out to our youngest podcast before I yield the mic. Our youngest podcaster is King, and he's 4 years old, and he's actually loves to read, and he's going to be reading to the children that watches CTR Media Network. So stay tuned, and he absolutely loves trucks. So now, T Swin, go ahead.
Good evening, ladies. Thank you guys for having us on. We are Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, which is me, myself, T Swin, JB, Huberman Cop, and B Hudson. We created this podcast because a lot of times in the media, you don't get to hear the male perspective or the male point of view. And sometimes there's advice put out, but it's not really the way how men feel and the way men think. So we're helping young men of all ages, to be able to express themselves and get the information they need that can help them. And also help men and women dealing with the way men really think. Guys, you got something?
Oh yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for welcoming us to the network. Like I said, our podcast, we're just trying to give another perspective, towards the worldview and different relationships, finances, sometimes, we don't communicate well between men and women. So we're trying to be a bridge to connect men and women together, because sometimes, a man might be too scared or a woman might be too scared to speak up. So hopefully we have some good conversations. Like to have some of you females on there, of course. And that's about it.
Well, I believe that you guys are definitely it's not, I don't think it's nothing new to you. You've been having these conversations. Men have conversations where at the basketball game. Well, most of the time y'all be looking at the game. You don't be talking. You be talking about what's going on in the game. Yeah. But because I am married and then I have brothers and I have grandsons, I believe what you're bringing to the table is a needed conversation. And I love your title of your podcast, Men Can't Always Be Wrong, because our brothers have gotten a bad rap.
Yeah.
For lack of a better word, and I'm older, so you've gotten you're gonna be just like your daddy. Never gonna amount to anything. Well, the females heard those things too. Or why is he so quiet? Well, he just came home from work. Why won't you talk to me? Boss gave me a new assignment and I really don't know how to figure it out. But babe, just give me a minute. So it's refreshing. I've had the privilege of interviewing an all-male panel, but to know that you all are doing this and we're part of the family. So I want our audience to grab a little bit. And Huberman Cop, while I'm doing that, you want to come on and say hi. Are you part of this trio too? Are you the third party?
Yeah, I certainly am. And I think some of y'all will probably notice we have so many different walks of life through the men that share this podcast. And within my experience in and of itself, dealing with a lot of different issues within my own life growing up, I think probably most of us have not grown up with a silver or golden spoon in our mouth. So I got a perspective about, growing up in the hood, seeing violence, and then from that violence and growing up in the hood, becoming somebody without knowing who my father was, because my father died when I was a baby. So to navigate through life and then become something productive in life and finding God in the midst of all of that. And then on the flip side, seeing a lot of traumas and death, suicides and killings and so many things that the normal person wouldn't see on the police side with investigations and undercover. And then coming from the undercover and policing back to the civilian life, and then owning businesses and trying to navigate through life. And I have a whole list of things and experiences that God has brought me to this point, and I'm glad to share it with you all and your listeners.
That is awesome. Well, I would like for our audience to just, get a little snippet of what your show is all about. I'd like for you all to just take a listen.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you're listening at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and shit. We got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all kin. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network. Start the show. Them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel. Them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel.
That's us three. We all raised from different backgrounds, I come from a background, that's my mother's very religious, my father's very religious. I have my grandfather, rest his guy. You never see him cry. You never see him back down. You never see him. He got at 4 o'clock in the morning. He's 8, 9 years old. He still got at 4 o'clock in the morning. So the way you raise dictates the character that you build. So I don't come from no weak men. So we gonna see it through. We gonna face the turbulence. It is what it is. We gonna get through it. But everybody's not raised like that. So I don't know, like you said, I don't know this guy's background, but it seems like he's just gonna fold under pressure. Not all men are gonna fold under pressure. Not saying that you're weak if you seek therapy, because sometimes you just need to, sometimes you might need a pill to deal with something. But
everybody need an outlet. Everybody needs somebody to talk to open up to.
I love it. That particular episode is called Men Raising Other Men's Children. And you can find that particular episode, if you will, go to CTR Media Network. Gentlemen, I would like for you to go ahead and put in the private chat some information about you that you have not shared with our audience, and we'll make sure that that gets out. I want to give some kudos and some hellos out there in our audience. Yes, Dr. Daryl Jordan, thank you, sir, for joining in. Blessings to you. Thank you always for tuning in. This is the man of God that definitely has a special place in my heart. He's a mentor of mine, and I'm so thankful out of the Atlanta, Georgia area. Thank you, sir, for tuning in tonight. And we have Lady Cynthia Robin Thompson. She says, this is good. Hi, Mr. B. Hudson. There you are. I want to bring you in. Yes, international best-selling author, and she's on with us sharing on tonight. And She Trucking, thank you for giving the information out. Appreciate that. Definitely all the support for China. Thank you so much for being in the space with us on tonight. I am Sandy Sanders. I am the host and creator of Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. And tonight, those of you that have kind of stumbled into our room, we are on tour. This is our finale of the CTR Media Network. And what you've been listening and tuning in, and go back and if you're listening to the replay, we want you to know how to listen to the podcast. And also, if you are a podcaster or you're thinking about, God's got a message in you and you want to get your message out, get over that fear factor, as Sweet Blessing. She'll definitely tell you how to get over that fear factor. And yes, you have a story. So reach out to the CTR Media Network and hey, come on over, get your application in, do whatever needs to be done, set up that appointment, that consultation with our CEO, our founder, and our leader, which is Dr. Tina Ramsey. Mr. Hudson, how are you?
I'm okay. Can everybody hear me?
Good. Yeah, we can hear you. Are you okay, so y'all help me out. How's Mr. Hudson part of
He's the fourth of Men Can't Be Wrong podcast.
Okay.
Go ahead, T Swin.
Yeah, it's a quartet. It's a four-man group.
Okay.
And yeah, we all know each other. I know B Hudson for a long period of time, man. Our kids played together. We made music together for a long period of time. I know JB for a long period of time. I know Steve-O through JB. But B Hudson, man, tell them about yourself, man.
Well, like I said, I've been knowing T Swin for years, man. It's my bro. This name, and it's not a friend. We fam, so that's my blood right there.
Yeah.
So, and me and him kind of, we've been, and what's unique about me and him, we kind of went through the same thing at the same time throughout our lives, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We even brotherhood, you know what I'm saying? We'll get into the story, how our friendship was challenged, but we still came together as men, you know what I'm saying? That we had to do to be here to this day. So, man, so this is my first time I've been missing in action, but I'm here today, you know what I'm saying? I love what everybody been doing. I'm going to devote my time and energy to this fully, you know what I'm saying? So I'm out of Houston, Texas, Katie. I'm just here for y'all to learn about me. I love to learn about y'all too.
So you're in Houston. And so Mr. Swain, T Swain, where are you from? Where are you out of?
We're all stationed in Houston. So we all come out of Houston. We're from different parts though. Steve-O's from up north. JB, you from Cali, right?
Originally, but I've been in Houston long enough to say I'm a Houstonian now.
Yeah, but we're all our headquarters in Houston.
I came to Houston about 3 or 4 months ago. Well, I think it's maybe about 5 months ago. Came there for a book signing and I fell in love with Houston. Houston is beautiful, but I was only downtown and the big movie theater. Had to take an Uber to the hotel and to the airport. That's about as much, but just driving back and forth. So I got a really good sense of your city. And so, well, welcome. Dr. Tina, I know there's some things that are going on. I want to step back and yield back. Our audience, they're super, super excited, very geared up. We have some new podcasters that are part of the family, but I want to step back and so you can share where we're going and what the expectation is and give us a little bit of snippet about what happened in Atlanta, and then we'll go forward.
Well, thank you so much. So where is CTR Media Network going? All the way to the top. That's the only thing that we can do. The sky's the limit. Well, there's no limits for CTR Media Network. We have everything that you need, okay? If you're a podcaster right now and you're confused, you don't know how to position or promote or get your podcast out, we have that. We have podcast promotion packages for those of you who have a busy life and you want to be a podcaster. And the only thing you have time to do is to create your content. Where we have a team where we can actually do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is create the content, and we do everything for you in-house. If you don't know how to start a podcast, we actually can teach you how to start a podcast. We also have opportunities for you to be within the pages of our upcoming podcast, Revolution Magazine. We have commercial slots, we have sponsorships, we have everything that you need. And also, I am a current podcaster as well, so you can book to be a featured guest on the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast for 2023. All of our podcasters have amazing opportunities, including myself and the network as a whole. So if you right now know that you have a story that needs to be told, you need to be a part of CTR Media Network. We also have the CTR Media Network virtual tour that we're actually doing that you can be a part of, similar to what you're seeing right now. If um, you cannot have us in your location, but as of this weekend, CTR Media Network has officially cracked the seal. We are now not just 100% virtual. We go in person, baby. So you can book our podcasters in our CTR Media Network for your next event where we can interview, we can take photo shots, headshots, all the good things that you need in order to level up your business from now into the future. So we can do your red carpet events and everything else, bringing our podcasters to your event. So just get in contact with us at ctrmedianetwork.com, and we're teaching all of our podcasters how to monetize, baby. We are different from all the rest, okay? Because we operate in love first, and we're going to touch those topics to help you grow. So check us out, ctrmedianetwork.com, and get on our booking list for shows and book us for your next event. Yes. All right, you guys. So Sandy, thank you. You're muted, love.
I am. Yeah, I am. Okay, but go ahead. You were thanking.
No, I'm just so thankful that we're all in this moment right now together, and we have one of our new podcasters that's actually going to be on. Y'all gonna be seeing a lot of new podcasters coming on the platform. I want you to connect, listen, follow, share, and subscribe. Yes, you need a magazine. It's called the Podcast Revolution Magazine that is actually launching the first quarter of 2023, where you're going to learn all about our podcasters. And also, if you're currently not a podcast on our network, we can feature you too in your business or whatever it is that you're doing, because it's more than just a podcast magazine. It's a resource in order to help position your business and help you grow. But you're also going to be connected with amazing podcasters within the pages of the magazine as well. So reach out to get your ad today. Oh, and I think
There is so, yeah. I went because I love sharing my screen. But yes, just do that. Go to the CTR. And you dropped it in the comments as well?
Yes, I can pull it back up.
Dropped it in our comments.
So that it can actually
I was-
have it. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. I appreciate it. So those of you that, again, look out as you're hearing all of the amazing things that are happening with the CTR network. We're ending it with a bang. I feel very honored that we're ending it on Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. What is our platform? Our platform is simply this. It is an award-winning talk show. It is a weekly segment that is here to empower you, to inspire you, and to hold us accountable. I also have our platform for authors, which is Book Talks with Sandy. We are a global platform where we have had the privilege and the honor of hosting author tours and speaker tours. The author tours, these authors have went on to be international bestsellers. We do also, it is because of CTR. Prior to that, and my fellow podcasters, I didn't know where I was going. I've been in this now for four and a half, we're going like 5 years. And when I became an author, I did not know how to get my book out. I'm now an 8-time best-selling author. But what am I doing with it? So that's the thing. Thank you. I appreciate that. And my writing has continued to change. But what CTR did for me, you ever feel like you reached the ceiling and you know you want to go more, you need it more? And Dr. Tina, I don't know, I guess God just placed her in my heart, me in her heart. And God heard my prayer because he knew that I wanted to do more. I just didn't know how. And I knew I wanted to do a podcast. I didn't want to do Clubhouse, nothing wrong with it. I do Clubhouse as a guest, but I didn't want to go that route. And I kept myself open for this move. And I didn't know how, but Dr. Tina has the plan and the path that made it so easy. And the technical piece, they took care of that for me. So her team has made it very simple, but then there's things that I need to do as well. So you got to take accountability. That's that accountability part. And so I'm super excited about it's a third show. And it is because of the opportunities of CTR Media Network that gave me the courage to step out. Our message of Monday Morning Motivation or Monday Morning Coffee Conversations with Sandy, it is where we'll come for about 15 minutes and then you'll be able to hear that podcast on Spotify, on iHeart. And it is to inspire, to empower, and to hold us accountable to live an authentic life. And so I'm super excited. Thank you, Dr. Tina, for giving me, for believing in me and taking my show and what God has given us to that next level. And we're super excited and to be on the journey. I'm glad to meet all of you all. What I would like for you to do before we end our broadcast is, again, it's kind of like do your last little, your last appeal to the audience and what to expect, where they can hear you, what your times of your show. So first, what is the time of your show and how individuals can reach out to you. I'm actually going to start with the gentleman, T. Swain, and you and your team, your host, you all, if y'all go ahead and let us know, how can we hear you?
You guys can catch us here on CTR Media Network. We're on Tuesdays, usually 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We're going to be talking about things that men deal with, get the truth from us. Also, come on, JB, Steve-O, because I'm kind of drawing a blank. Sorry about that. But
yeah, we're going to try to give you the truth from our point of view. That's basically what our show's about. We're going to try to, give our narrative to different situations when it comes to, relationships, finance, and stuff regarding that.
That's good. It's good.
Yeah, it's going to be important that we're not just going to just talk about things, but we're going to definitely give solutions to the problems that a lot of men are facing within their families and what communities are facing, because that's the most important thing I want people to understand. That majority of the time, a lot of people have a lot of issues and problems, but there's never been any solutions. But we want to change that narrative with solutions.
This is so good, Dr. Tina. I'll tell you, I know I'm talking to podcasters and we all sit in that interviewing seat, but I am on edge because one of the passions that I have, Hooverman Kopp and Mr. T. Swain and Mr. Bean and Mr. Hudson is Jail Prison Ministry is my ministry. And where we have right now the age of Black males that are incarcerated between that age of say 20 to 35. We got that group. And then there's a whole nother group of elderly men and elderly women that are still incarcerated. What are we going to do with them? And so I'm just making a point. I want you guys to come back. I want to have a conversation about that sometime in 2023, because again, I know you all are talking about so much, but so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, most definitely. Because me and Hooverman Kopp, I was a bondsman and also a correction officer, and then Hooverman Kopp most definitely was a cop. So that would be a very, very good topic.
A very good topic, to the point that we would like for it to be streamed in some high schools. Because we can talk all of this, and I got the church folks that are listening. My audience is the Christian women, but they got sons and they got nephews, and they're even fathers and ministers and pastors. but to stream it out to where high school kids can see it, the boys club, we can have a conversation like that. So yeah. My brain, I'm just thinking.
Well,
All right. Yes,
I-
yes, indeed.
quickly,
Go ahead.
sorry. I
No.
want to throw this out there also, that one of my passions also is definitely to reach the youngsters and the kids. And I have a comic book, and it's a superhero, and it's based on a lot of my life experiences as doing undercover work and police work, etc. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that also.
Listen, you told me now. So we're gonna be talking about we could be on here all night. This is what family is, and when you kind of like when you go to a cookout, y'all go to the family reunion, you find out you got some cousins and some brothers and sisters that you didn't even know that you had. Lord have mercy. Okay, so who am I gonna talk to now? And yes, Queen Candy, go ahead and let us know when your show is on and how people can reach out to you.
Yes, we are our show is on 3 days a week. We actually just wrapped up our season 3. So we're taking a little break, and we'll be back in January. So starting January, we will be live every Sunday. We do a Sunday positivity talk. Every Monday, Sunday positivity talk, that will be at 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Every Monday, 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, we do kind of a DJ session because we do produce music as well, and we play, some of our music just to, keep the vibe going, and so on and so forth. And that will be every Monday at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And also, we talked about this in the finale for those that did see the show. We will be debuting a new show with our husband. It's going to be called Real Talk and Real Topics with KLG. So we're going to be going in a lot about Islam, of course, still relationships, every topic under the sun, whole 9 yards. So he will be a part of the Queen Candy podcast, Queen Candy Radio as well, which he's always been. But we will have our own individual show, and that will be every Thursday, 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time as well. Awesome. And if you want to reach out to us, you can check us out on all streaming platforms. Of course, here on the CTR Media Network. And we just have a brain free. You can check us out on the CTR Media Network as well. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and of course our YouTube page, the Queen Candy Podcast, and our second YouTube channel, the Queen Candy Radio Show.
Awesome. Thank you, Queen Candy. Amazing. And we have Vera Thomas. And if you will, Vera, come on and share with us when your shows are aired and how individuals can reach out to you.
You're muted. Okay. My show airs every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is an hour long. And also, I want to kind of reach out to these young men as well, because I was very involved in the Fatherhood Initiative back in Ohio, and also facilitated a training for guys that were coming out of being incarcerated and needing to re-engage with their children. So I'd really like to talk to you guys as well. So anyway, you can reach me at, actually, if you go to bit.ly, Vera Thomas, you will be able to reach my social media links, my show. If you want to book yourself on my show, you can do that through this link. If you want to schedule a 30-minute coaching consult, you can do that on my link. And you can also pick up a free ebook of prayers, affirmations, and scriptures by clicking on that link as well. And that's my gift to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Vera. Vera also is a, 10, 12? How many books now?
At this point, 14.
Okay, 14-time international bestseller. She's an Amazon bestselling author as well, and global speaker, passion for children, passion for education, and so honored. It is always my custom here at Coffee Conversations with Sandy, Book Talks with Sandy, is to yield back and allow the visionary to share their heart And we are super, super, we pay you homage. We say, yes, go, queen, go. Love her, but she's been traveling. She's had a lot on her plate. Don't want to pull more out of her, but we do want to hear what she has to say. Just come on, give your last words, anything that maybe is still on your heart to say to us. And we're going to say goodnight.
Well, first, I would like to thank the podcasters for being here and all the podcasters that are here today or tonight and that are a part of the network. Because without you guys, first of all, God, and without you, CTR Media Network will not be here. So thank you for allowing us to share your stories on our platform. And I don't take that lightly. Next, I would like to announce that for those of you who do not really understand what's going on, CTR Media Network is reaching 350 million global homes. So if you're looking for a platform to get whatever it is that you're doing out, whether you're a podcaster, content creator, business owner, this is the place to do it. We also live stream. We have web TV, which means that our shows is playing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Then we stream it on social media. Now, in 2023, we want to help you even more so because now we're actually going to be launching our Roku channel, Amazon Fire TV, our Android TV, our Samsung TV. All of this, along with having our own app on Google Play and the Apple Store. So now you can carry our podcasters in the palm of your hand. So there's no excuse for you not to walk in your purpose and fulfill what you're here on this earth to do, and do it along with CTR Media Network. I would like to share the screen, if you will allow me to, Sandy, because I want to share with you why it's so important that business owners tap in, event coordinators tap into what we have to offer with our amazing podcasters at CTR Media Network, because you need to book us for your next event. No ifs and buts about it, because we're doing something completely different over here. And so let me share the screen with all of you. This is just a little taste of what we will do for you and bring your event to the next level for 2023. And let me know whether or not you guys can hear it. This is the video.
Perfect. All right, now all y'all look up at me.
Okay.
Wave.
We'll do photo shoot. Marketing, branding, podcast.
TJ Ramsey and CTR Media Network is in the building at the 5th annual Office All-Star Conference headed up by visionary Taria Vision Avant, where you're bringing authors from all over the world together to come share, shine, and grow. You know, the Tina Ramsey Show. And we're going to be interviewing. We're going to be having our photographers taking professional shots. And we have our...
So as you can see, we have a lot going on where we are actively engaging with your audience.
All right, now all y'all look up at me. Wave.
Photo shoot. You get your hair done, your makeup.
Is good. I love it.
Ramsey and CTR Media Network is in the building. Taria, the Tina Ramsey photographers, and we have our...
All right. So as you can see, we have a lot going on, and it's all there to help elevate and position you. Because let me tell you something. It doesn't matter how amazing and phenomenal you are if no one don't realize you exist. And so CTR Media Network help us a staple, help build your credibility and your influence out here in these social media streets and also beyond, so that you can be clickable and Googleable and also create opportunities for yourself. And also, while you're helping the world, you can help yourself by building streams of income. Because listen, let's keep it real. Money help the world go round, but also we need you to be able to continuously do what you do. So we teach you these skills. We give you that mindset development. You guys, this is your moment. All of our podcasters are on IMDb. Why? Is because we the real deal, okay? We are certified. We are the real deal, and we want to help you. So go to CTR Media Network, book the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, and
our amazing podcasters. Make sure to tune into all the shows. Like, follow, share, and subscribe. And do not miss anything. Stop sitting in the back seat of your life and move on into the front seat and allow us to help you along the way. Get into our Podcast Revolution magazine, join our CTR Media Network podcasters, and get on the CTR Media Network virtual and in-person tour. All right. So thank you, podcasters. Thank you, Sandy, from having us. And you guys, this is only the beginning, okay? More is to come, and stay tuned for our app coming your way soon. You're muted.
Well, you all have heard it right here on Book Talks with Sandy, Coffee Conversation with Sandy. You heard it. So do remember, go to the CTR Media Network. You can find it. You can find Dr. Tina Ramsey on all social media platforms. And if you found or heard someone that you're interested in, yes, definitely reach out to them. Well, I am Sandy Sanders. And as always, you guys know that I love you. God bless. Be safe. And we don't want you to not forget, to just support one another, support each other, because that's what it's all about. And as always, you all take care. Stay with me in the green room, if you will, everybody. And listen, you all be blessed and have a great night.
Folks, for the next 2 hours, we will have an unbelievable array of people with some amazing conversations.
If you are a business owner or entrepreneur and you're looking for a way to share your mission, your purpose, your products and services literally with the world faster, safer, and easier, making your brand accessible to millions from the comfort of your home, I want to encourage you to join our CTR Media Network's Learn How to Start a Podcast and Monetize It class. Why? This class was designed for entrepreneurs like yourself as a resource to provide 3 keys. Key 1, provide you with the knowledge to start a podcast. Key 2, provide you with the knowledge to successfully launch your podcast. Key 3, provide you with the knowledge to understand how you can monetize your podcast, creating multiple streams of income. We want you to impact the world with good, while you build multiple streams of income and opportunities for yourself. The world is never too saturated for you and your message. Utilize podcasting as a tool to help you impact the world with good. Go to www.ctrmedianetwork.com and join our class today.
Dream big. Dream big. I encourage you to dream big. You serve a big God. You got big things. Everything about you is big. Believe in yourself. Believe in that thing that you have the most that's going to take you to your next level. I want you to dream big. I want you to become more, to be more, to do more, because you deserve the best this life has to offer for you. I want you to dream big. I can see you. I want you to believe in my belief in you, that you can do the things that you've always wanted to do. Maybe you're working a dead-end job, or maybe it's a job that is paying the bills, it's helping you to maintain life, but you're tired of it. You feel like you're existing, but you don't feel alive. I encourage you to dream big. God is taking you to a place you've never seen before, but you got to believe it first. You got to go after it. You got to want it more than anything. So dream big. I know what it feels like to take care of your kids, to take care of your family, but you're doing something you might not like doing, but you got to pay the light bills, but you still got to dream big. Go after it. You got more than enough. You can do it. You can be it. You can have it. It's yours. Dream big.
Hi, my name is Brittany D, also known as Dr. Fashion. I am the CEO and founder of Creator Life. We are an all-in-one creative marketing agency. We manage influencers. We have content homes and spaces for individuals to utilize, as well as Airbnbs. And so I had a really great experience on the Tina Ramsey show. I felt like she really asked some valuable questions that can help a lot of people, especially in regards to monetizing. And so the vibe was great. I honestly wouldn't mind coming back on again if she invite me. And I felt like the conversation just flowed. So I am super happy and I can't wait for the show to air on every single platform out there. And thank you again for inviting me. I had a wonderful
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, and I want to personally invite you to be a featured guest on our show. Our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers that are truly making a positive impact in the world. It is your time to shine, and we are helping you do that. So what I want you to do is just click the link in the description below so that you can be a featured guest on our show. Because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow, but on the Tina Ramsey Show.
Oh my goodness, the mailman came. I hope my sweet little thing cookie's in here. Yeah, I just hope it's in here. Let me see. Let me open this up. That's it. That's it. Sweet little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh, I'ma have me a ball now. Let me just get this right here. Little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh yeah. I finally got my cookies. This sweet little thing cookies. Oh yeah. I'ma have fun. This package kind of big though. Man, it got a lot.
Sweet conversation. Hey, outrageous. Hey, you smile. Yes.
Recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast. She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue-generating products. I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her staff.
We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com.
Thank you so much, CTR Media Network, Dr. Tina Ramsey, along with the staff of CTR Media Network and all of the podcasters that have programs featured on CTR Media Network. I'm Kim Jacobs, the host of The Kim Jacobs Show, and we're bringing balance to the world one household at a time. It is such an honor and a privilege to be able to be associated with Dr. Tina Ramsey and her program with CTR Media Network. They go over and beyond the call of duty and do exceptionally well when it comes to the podcasters. I'm saying things that are like, ooh, mind-blowing. They are exceeding our expectations, and I cannot be more grateful and more thankful. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for all of your professionalism, your consideration, going the extra mile to make sure that your podcasters have what we need to be able to have a thriving program and to get exposed to over 350 million households, 46 countries. I am excited to be a
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to CTRMediaNetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network that's the best by far. Whether you're listening at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Neverlasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, and I want to personally invite you to be a featured guest on our show. Our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers that are truly making a positive impact in the world. It is your time to shine, and we are helping you do that. So what I want you to do is just click the link in the description below so that you can be a featured guest on our show. Because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show.
Are you still running the beer? Oh, okay. Hello. I am so excited. We are at the Authors All-Star Conference. And I am so excited because we will be interviewing authors. And I have my first one here. And she's not only an author, but she is going to be one of our podcasters. Yay! I'm so excited. I have with me today Miss LaShawn Carter. How are you today?
I am fabulous. Thank you for having me.
You are beautiful. And I am so excited to be able to talk to you today. Because you've got a lot going on.
Girl, tell me about it.
I mean, a lot going on. So what I want you to do is introduce yourself to our audience and tell them a little bit about you. And then we're going to take it from there.
All right. Hey, everyone. My name is LaShawn Carter. I am the proud owner of the Education Station in Chattanooga, Tennessee, where we sell educational material and affordable material at that. I'm also the proud owner of Tiny Tigers Learning Center, the #1 child care in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So I am just excited to be here at the All-Star Authors event. Yes. And I am a best-selling author. Woo, 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 woo. Yes. So I collaborated with a bunch of other successful childcare owners to jumpstart your childcare and get to them millions, baby. So get that book, go to Amazon and purchase your copy today.
That is awesome. And you know, childcare is so important.
Mm-hmm.
And parents being involved in their children's lives, particularly at that age, that is so important. And we're going to talk a little more about that. So you have education.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about it.
So the Education Station was actually formed with my daughter and my great niece. They was playing in my living room with some arts and crafts, and I was during the pandemic, and I said, you know what can I bring to the community where kids can still learn from their home? Because at that time, you know, schools was shut down. So I still want to bring a valuable education, but making it fun. No more workbooks, no more sitting there doing worksheets. I like doing stuff with hands-on activities. I like to get messy, y'all. So I was like, my daughter was like cooking activities, science activities, social studies, because you know they took social studies from us, but they ain't taking it from us. We got it right now at the Education Station. Well, we teach the kids how, you know, what is Utah? What is the 45th state? Yes, you got your box. You got your box. She got her box. She got her box. So, well, we teach you cooking activities, math skills. We also work on hand-eye coordination, everything inside the curriculum kit box. So the Education Station, I always tell people, what pandemic? Because that was a blessing. I woke up to another stream of income.
That is awesome. So how can people get the Education Station?
So you can purchase one of the suitcases. We will have our suitcases here tomorrow. Yes, so you can purchase it right here tomorrow. But you can also go to letsgoexpress.org and click on suitcase, okay? And the box will pop up with tons of activity. We got over right now, I think we got 15 new boxes? Yes, you heard me, 15 new boxes.
Oh, that is so awesome. And I can just imagine that relieves some of the pressure from parents being able to give their children activities that they can engage in, and not only engage, but learn
and have fun.
And be messy.
And be messy.
Okay.
I threw her off, y'all. I'm sorry. Look. I do that to people. I'm so sorry.
We're just having some fun.
We are.
When you say messy, I guess with me, messy,
Let's get messy.
Get messy. Okay.
Yeah, so we do cooking activities. So with the cooking activities, like right now in the curriculum box, we baking gingerbread cookies. Y'all, I have not mastered yet how to make gingerbread cookies. So I am horrible with it. And my mama's a baker. So I feel some type of way because I wasn't in the same line as she was. Because how come I don't know how to make gingerbread cookies? So we're gonna do a podcast about how to make these gingerbread cookies, and they're gonna do it with me live.
That's awesome.
We're gonna master
maybe
that.
I need to watch that podcast.
Maybe so. We're gonna have to figure that out.
Okay, we're gonna have to figure it out. Hand me your book. Let me see this book. Now, this book, Jumpstart Your Child Care Success. Tell us more about this book.
So everybody had a comfort. I can't even talk. Everyone had a piece inside this book. My piece was talking more about how I got started with marketing. I didn't know I was a marketer. I always said I'm bad at marketing. Can you believe that?
No.
I know, right? So I give you seven tips and screens of how to basically attract your parents, how to get their enrollment together. And then the other ladies, they have so many fabulous tips. If you're looking to start a childcare business, this book right here, you pick it up and it's like a workbook. You go right inside, you start reading the chapters and take many, many notes. You opening up your business right with this book. So I started, I was not great at, I talk how I write. So I was like, well, my coach, my child care coach, Dr. Andrea Dickinson, hey girl, hey girl. So she was like, hey, I want y'all to be in this book. So I was like, I never wrote a book. Nobody in my family wrote a book. So I'm the first author in my family. So I was like, okay, girl, I'm gonna do this. She was like, I was like, so what I do, pen and paper? She was like, no, I'm gonna show you. So she showed us how to write this book, and we wrote this book within I want to say that like a week.
Wow.
I kid you not, I feel like it was a week. And my husband, thank God for him, because he had to tolerate me. But I was like, I really wrote a book, and I cried about it, and I dedicated my book to my parents because they really instilled in me the things like education, the value of education, and making sure that you put everything in your all. Nobody's going to hand you anything. You got to work hard for it.
That's true. That's true. Nothing worth having comes easy.
Oh, all things through life. And you do what? We on a him, God. Because I'm for real. Now, I'm for literally. This is not a gimmick. This is not.
No, we're here real.
We're for real. We're here. Like
we're not playing any games.
But
She's real.
I seriously did not know what I was doing when I got into writing a book. And so I was like, I said, this made me an easy example to write workbooks, kids workbooks, how to start looking at how I can make a stream of income in my sleep. That is my dream to have 8 streams of income. And I am now on 6 streams of income.
And I need to talk to you.
Okay.
I need to talk to you.
You need to talk to me.
Help me out. Help us sister out.
Okay. We're gonna do that.
Yeah.
We didn't even know what we was gonna talk about today, y'all. So we just, hey girl, hey.
And if anybody is listening and you have some comments, we do have comments. We got a lot of comments.
Oh, girl, let's see these comments.
Let's see these comments.
Oh, sure, you got it. We gotta see these comments.
Yeah, I think I need the mouse. Oh, I forgot. I'm trying to. Okay, this is a new computer.
Hey, Jamie. Hey, LaShawn. Hey, hey, Miss Barbara. Hey, y'all. Hey.
Hi. I hope you're enjoying this. Yes. Okay. Now. Oh, thank you so much for the water.
They said we thirsty, I guess.
She said we need some water.
We need some water.
There was something. Okay, so you said you have 6 streams of income.
Mm-hmm.
The child care, the suitcase.
Mm-hmm. Then I have an online store.
Oh, okay. Tell us about your store.
So we at the education station, we sell educational workbooks. We have lamination services for you, and we just start offering notary services as well. So she said, hey girl. So anyway, so we do that. We also have flashcards, back to school items. That's one of my biggest kickoffs is back to school. I love sending kids with the workbooks and crayons, markers, things that they need to start off with a good school year. So we do that every June. We do a big old back to school bash right in my neighborhood, right on the property of Tiny Tigers Learning Center, and we donate, we give back.
Oh my goodness. This girl is awesome. And she's a young
She got her
woman.
box today. That's the education dance.
Oh, okay. All right.
She's not gonna allow me on her show ever again,
Yes,
you guys.
you're
I'm
coming
coming.
back.
I'm coming back. Okay.
You come. But just imagine, can you imagine what her podcast is going to be like? Can you imagine? You have got to tune in to, what is the name of, what is your podcast?
The Education Station.
The educator, I can't even talk. Yes, I received my box. Oh, yes, we've got, yes, I received my box today. I'm so excited. Thank you. And we were reading these, and then we have Alexandria. She says, hey,
That's my
lady.
daycare baby. That's baby daddy mama. Hey. No, that's what we call it.
Oh, okay. And then have fun. Love it. I'm glad you're enjoying this. This is awesome. Okay. And then we have hello from Barbara Holmes.
Yes.
Hello. Thank you. You click. You
want me to click?
Yeah, you click. You're closer. Okay. And
I don't
then
know what she said.
yes.
Right, we get podcast training all at once. And good evening.
Jamie
Welcome live.
Truesdale.
We gotta
Thank
say- we
you.
gotta say welcome live, right?
We are live.
Yeah, we are live.
We are very live. And please like, share, and subscribe. Okay. All right. Like, share, and comment. Yes, please.
What they can do with your education station, what is inside the store, and how do we provide value?
Okay.
And we did talk about that.
I know, but I'm
Look, do it again.
All right. Hey, y'all. So the education station, right now, go click on letsgoexpress.org. Inside the Let's Go Express.org website, you will see tons of workbook, educational material from bulletin boards. If you're an educator out there and you love decorating your classroom, we have classroom decorations. We got crayons, markers, pencils. We have planners. If you are a planner, we got teacher planners right now for you to go ahead and start your 2023 out now. Also, our biggest sale going on right now is our vision board party. So right now you can get your tickets for $47 and get your vision board kit shipped out to you this week. Yes.
Oh my goodness. And you know, vision boards work.
Yes, they do.
I don't care what anybody says. They work. If you can see it, you can have it. That reminds me of a poem. So let me share this. If I were to say to you, close your eyes and tell me how many windows you have in your living room. With your eyes open, you can see those windows, can't you?
I can.
If you can see your windows, you can see your life. See the windows in any room with eyes open wide or shut tight. See the quality of your living by what you do or say. Do you see happiness or gloom in the life you live today? Are the clouds of despair the only thing you see? Do you wonder who cares to come and rescue me? If you can see your windows, you can see your life. You can change clouds to sunshine by doing what you feel is right. See the rainbows in your life, fleeting moments in your day. See the beauty you can find in what you do or say. We are what we think about every day. We live by faith, fear, or doubt, believing life is but one way. We can think ourselves in the happiness, misery, or pain. by seeing what we stand to lose or seeing what we stand to gain. If you can see your windows, you can see your life. Awareness is the key. You have the control. You can see your life right. And what better way to do that than with a vision board? I'm telling you. And the vision board party is when again?
The vision board party is January the 7th. It's in Chattanooga, Tennessee, but we also have Zoom available as well. So you can still purchase your tickets and get your vision board kit mailed to you.
And you need to do that soon. And
Today.
do it today.
Today.
So
go on the website, letsgoexpress.org, and you can go straight to the workbooks, and it should show up to where it say vision board kits.
So tell me, what's in the vision board kit?
So they get 2 posters, tons of stickers. I also created my own this year. I created my own pictures. So what I noticed last year when we did the vision board party, we take clip art from here, here, and here, but I really wanted to go deeper a little bit. I want to do affirmations, things that I believe in, that sets me apart from everybody else. Really, that I get up every morning and do a daily affirmation to the point to where my household know, okay, she's up. I'm playing something from Leslie Brown and everyone else. So I started saying, let me start getting the images that I really want to see on my vision board, how I want to reach my goals fully, like how much I want to make 2.5 million. So I got to start doing what? Looking at things that I can do to make that 2.5 million. I want to make sure that I'm the best educator in Titan Tigers Learning Center. So I got to go look at images that would set me to look like what I want.
Exactly. And I've done vision boards for longer than you are old. Okay.
She's 36. No.
Actually.
Look, we gotta be serious.
I'm sorry. But vision boards, I remember at one point when I was in Los Angeles, things were just not happening the way I wanted them to. And I took 2 poster boards and put everything I thought I would want on it. And what's interesting, the interesting thing is stuff didn't start happening until I left Los Angeles and moved to Ohio. And all the stuff that I had put on my board happened. So, you know what? Your story. Let's hear a little more about you. How did you develop the person that you are today? Tell us, LaShawn, how did you become this mega entrepreneur?
All right. So it started really simple. I ran from childcare. My mom was in childcare, my aunts was in childcare, and they used to come home every day tired and complain about their job. So I said, I don't want to do childcare because they look like they tired. I want a good job. I know I love kids. I have been with kids since really, I think I started watching kids at 9. Me and my sister used to babysit for my cousins. And then I worked at an inner city ministry in my neighborhood. So I started working with toddlers, and my mama's first kids was a set of toddlers. I'll never forget when we used to go visit her at her job. She would be working in the toddler room. So long story short, I worked at a center for 7 years, and I was the assistant director. So I became assistant director, but I got tired of that job. I was like, I want something new. So, but all in the back of my head, I kept thinking about, I want to open up my own daycare. So I started looking at books and videos and audios and just looking for people that was my color, to be honest, my race, that are open and operating a child care center. And so I fell in love with Dr. Andrea Dickerson YouTube, and I purchased her book. Then I purchased this one book, How to Start Your Daycare. And it was jumble. It was like, blah, blah, blah. So I didn't know anything. I was like, okay. So I got let go from my job because I had 3 massive hernias. And the job was like, my doctor was like, if you continue to do this job, you're going to die. Yeah. And so I was sad and devastated, but I got a supportive husband that was like, whatever you want to do, baby, I'll be there for you. And I was like, I can sell some mud pies and he's still going to be there for me. So I was excited. I got a knock at my door of March 5th, 2015. I started the Titan Tigers Family Home Daycare. And with my daughter that was by my side at that time, you know, and she was like, she needed a playmate because she kept thinking I was her playmate. And I was like, no, you need some friends. So I end up, a parent that used to be mine and used to work at a center with me. She said, hey, you gonna watch my kids today? No, I was depressed. I was in a bathrobe. I wanted to give up on life, to be honest. And she dropped that baby off and she was like, yeah, you're gonna watch my kids. So I called my mom. I said, this woman done dropped her kids off. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. And that day I started with my daughter and 2 kids with Tiny Tigers Family Home Daycare. So I branched off. I ended up getting 7 kids in the month of March in my home daycare. I looked at my husband. I said, it's time for us to buy a house. I did a vision board and I told myself, I said, I want me a house and I want my house to have this. I want my house to have that, and this, that. So he was like, woman, you just lost your job. We living on one income. Now you want to, my God. Okay, baby. So I went, looked at houses. Me and my best friend, we visualize. If we want something, we go look at it. So we went to the houses. We open the doors like, oh, okay, this door can't open. We looking through the windows. Girl, they got my kitchen. Did you see that kitchen? So eventually I got tired of dreaming and I said, I'm going to get it. So me and my husband bought our first home in April of 2015. That's how powerful a vision board is. That's how powerful
I'm telling
manifestation is.
It is. I keep saying it is because I know. I remember I put a White House with 2 trees in front of it when I was in Los Angeles, right? When I moved to Ohio, I bought a White House with 2 trees in front of it and didn't even realize it. It's like I was in the house and it's like, oh, that's on my map.
It's on that board.
Because I call vision boards and treasure maps.
That's what it is.
It's a treasure map.
Think of that.
Yes, that's what I've always
I call it a business plan on paper. I mean, on the poster board.
I know that's right. I'm telling you, if you can see it,
tell them again.
You can have it. If you can see it, you can have it. Well, you know what? We're going to be wrapping up here. Oh, this has been such a... This girl is awesome.
Hey, y'all. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe.
And subscribe.
And comment. Oh, she want me to spell out my my website. So it's LETGOEXPRESS.org.
We need to put that in the chat.
Oh, we can put it right here.
Yeah, let's put it in the chat.
I'm pretty sure she got it already saved.
But it'll be stuck on here. People will be able to see it even after this show is over.
All right.
There you go. Now, we just need to... Oh, a lot of people put it on. Okay, thank you.
They showing me love.
Yes. Well, we thank you for your comments and your feedback. And we're just excited. I am excited. She is going to be a podcaster. Yes. She's going to be awesome. So look out for LaShawn and the Edu Station.
Yes. Let's go. All aboard. The Education Station.
Well, listen, thank you all for listening. We are having an awesome time at this conference, I'm telling you. And you probably heard some of the noise in the background. They are doing it. So thank you very much for listening, and we will see you next time.
What you want to click now?
Okay. We're getting used to this.
Yep.
Where is it? I'm looking for it. All right. Bye.
Is it the stand up time?
No.
The intro video.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. Yeah.
Good evening and welcome to the Speakeasy Podcast. I am your host, Constance Woolard, and this evening we have a phenomenal guest here with us. We have with us Dr. Sandra Wall Williams, career strategist, an expert, leadership consultant, and she's coming to us this evening to share some information that many of us could benefit from or can benefit from and can use. I am recording live from the beautiful Des Moines, Iowa this evening. So Iowa is in the house and being represented here at the Speakeasy. So without further ado, I am going to bring Dr. Sandra Wall to the stage. And hello.
Hello, Constance. How are you?
I am fabulous. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Great. So, Dr. Sandra Wall, I know you are coming to us from North Carolina.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but tell the listening audience who Dr. Sandra Wall Williams is. Now, I read your bio, and the term I've labeled you is heavy hitter.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay?
Yes,
heavy
ma'am.
hitter. So, come and share with the listening audience who you are.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you, Constance, for having me here on your podcast. I'm so excited to be with you and your audience tonight. I love talking about moving forward in your career. And so, as Constance said, my name is Dr. Sandra Wall Williams. Wall is actually my middle name. And I am from Raleigh, North Carolina, lived in North Carolina all of my life. And I work with women, mostly women of color, to break through the barriers that they have in order to move up in their career. So I also help them to gain clarity so that they will know what direction they want to move forward in their career. So I call myself a career strategist because I help you create those strategies to be able to move forward in your career.
Okay, wonderful. Now, I was reading your bio and I see that you are an elder in the Full Gospel Baptist Church. Now, come on, talk to me about that.
Yes, ma'am, I am. I am an ordained elder in the Full Gospel Baptist Church Fellowship International. And so I am also, of course, I'm an elder there, elder in my church. And at my church, I am responsible for Christian education and all the people ministries. I'm the director of all the people ministries like women's ministry, men's ministry, your couples, your singles, your golden agers, those kinds of things. So Christian education and all the people who take Christian education I'm leading those areas in my church as well.
Wow. Okay. I read that. I was like, oh boy. Okay. Quite impressive. Now, and you're also a former faculty member or instructor, professor with Chapel Hill. Am I correct?
Oh, come on now. I'm a state girl.
I stand corrected.
I get it right. Now, you know, we're adamant about that in
So the University of North Carolina.
No, North Carolina State University. That's me.
Oh,
I'm
just
Wolfpack. They're calling you a real Wolfpack.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm gonna let you tell about that.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody that when you know North Carolina, you know that the biggest rivalry in college athletics is North Carolina State University and University of North Carolina. But we all love each other. We all love each other. But yes, I am a faculty member at the North Carolina State University, the College of Education. I'm also a consultant for the College of Engineering. Actually, one of the reasons why I'm a career strategist today is because of some of the things I saw at NC State amongst women who were trying to move forward in their careers. And before I retired, I was a senior vice president for all 58 community colleges in our state. I was over all the technology, the systems, the data, distance learning, all the things that made, you know, the community colleges work that was non-academic. The technology piece of it was my responsibility. And in those two particular positions, I saw where so many women were not able to move up in their careers where they were. They had to move out and then come back in. But I saw there was a lack there. And I saw there wasn't a lot of people who helped others to move forward in their career. There were people who helped you to get jobs, but when you have a career, you want it to be something that you really love and enjoy doing. You want to be able to get out of bed every morning and really love that. So that's one of those two jobs together kind of really made me want to, when I retired, go down in that road of being a career strategist.
Excellent, excellent. And so the community college system, to me, I feel is just so important.
Ooh.
You know, I just feel that so many people get that good foundation that they maybe missed in high school, a bit of it, and they have a chance to go to the community colleges and get a stronger, firm foundation before they enter into a 4-year.
Mm-hmm. Actually, so I'm sorry, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
So just kind of walk us through, you know, how, what did you see working with students who are coming in fresh out of high school, or maybe years later returning to the workforce and coming into the community college system? How did that work? You know, what kind of things did you see?
Well, North Carolina, a lot of people don't know this, but North Carolina has the third largest community college system in the world. So our community college system in North Carolina is only smaller than Texas and California. And so North Carolina has 58 community colleges. Every citizen in North Carolina is 30 minutes or 30 miles from a system of higher education, whether that's 4-year or 2-year. And so the community colleges in North Carolina are structured just a little bit different. So yes, we have people coming out of high school that want to go straight into community college, and they can go 2 different ways. They can either do a college transfer, which means they'll do their first 2 years at a community college and then transfer to one of the 16 public universities, one of them being NC State, Chapel Hill, as we've talked about earlier, or they can come in and get an associate's degree. Or as you described, Constance, they may have worked for a while and then they'll want to come back and get a different degree or a different career. They come back and they want to gain other credentials so they can do something different. Or it could be continuing education, meaning, you know, I want to learn more what to do with my finances, you know, so we literally help people in every area of their life. I'm a trustee here at Wake Tech Community College. I enjoy being a trustee there. I'm appointed by the Wake County Commissioners as a trustee to Wake Technical Community College. And Wake Technical Community College is the largest community college in North Carolina. And we work with students in every single area of their life. I don't get to work with students per se because I'm a trustee, but the community colleges across our state work with people in every area of their life almost.
Wow. Now that is something that I did not know about the state of North Carolina. That is just totally interesting. So it tells me that the system was planned very well.
Oh, yes.
Where each student is at least 30 minutes away from getting to educate, 30 miles away from what they need to better themselves.
Yes, exactly.
And so the next question I have, and then we're going to go on to career strategies.
Okay.
So as far as, they have the availability of the educational centers close by them. What about financial resources?
Oh, that's a good one. Well, again, at every institution, whether you're talking about a community college or whether you're talking about a four-year institution, I, have my hands in both of them, there are always people on campus who can help with financial resources. Now you know how you have your normal things like your Pell Grants, your financial aid, those sorts of things. But there are also other types of scholarships that a lot of students don't realize. One thing, I tell students all the time, or not all the time, I tell students that I have, that I have communication with, is that make sure that once you get accepted, in addition to applying for financial aid, like the normal route that we have to do, then also ask them, are there any specific financial aid for African American women? Or for my son, my mother died of a disease called ataxia. And there are specific scholarships for students who are heirs of people who died from that disease. So yeah, I mean, I didn't know it either until, I started looking. And so there are a lot of scholarships that may not be a part of the financial aid package, but that's where your research comes in. That's where your research comes in. And I tell people sometimes if you can't do that research or you don't know how, there are some people out there who it's their business to help you find scholarships other than the ones that, you may get in a normal financial aid package. They may not be listed there. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Mhm.
Okay. So I need to get you back to talk about educational planning and that kind of stuff. So let's go into career strategy.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I can say for myself, 30 years ago, when I entered into leadership, there were no mentors. Everything was trial by fire.
Yes.
There were no training programs. We did not have the internet. So we didn't have Zoom and SkillPath and all these lovely things we have now.
Yeah.
And so really, I had an idea of what I wanted to do. But there was really no one available to help me structure a progression. So, I did some research and some things I knew, okay, well, of course you got to get a higher degree. I knew that, so I did that. But as far as different things that I needed to do. So what I did was I volunteered for special projects. If they had special projects coming up and there was no financial incentive attached to it, I didn't care. That was my way of finding out things and learning things. And then networking at the same time, trying to find a mentor.
Yes.
And so when is it best, or when should an individual start planning their career advancement?
That is an excellent question. And I will tell you, as soon as you get your first job. Now, whether that first job is when you are 25, 26 coming out of college, or whether that first professional job is if you're 50 years old, it doesn't matter. But when you get that first job, that's when you should start your career advancement. So many people, I see people coming into jobs and they come in with a great entrance plan, meaning I've got my new job. I'm loving this job. I went to school, I got my degree, I'm really liking this and everything. And so many people think that once you graduate college, regardless of when you graduate, that once you graduate college, that your career strategy ends. Well, that's really where it begins. Because most of the time, and I don't know about you, but when I was in college, I was a math major. I really didn't know what I wanted to do. And I didn't know what I wanted to do. And most of us don't, And so I graduated NC State. I had a degree in mathematics. I literally had a bad relationship, didn't really know what to do next. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna go to grad school. This way I don't have to worry about dealing with that man. Let me just go. Let me just go on to grad school. So I went to grad school. I learned a little bit more about careers in grad school, but still I didn't really know what I wanted to do. So when I graduated, I got my master's in math and statistics, and then I got my first job. And I didn't know what I didn't know. And like you said, there were not mentors. There were not those people. Fortunately, my first job, I did have someone who acted as a sponsor for me. I'll talk about that a little bit later if we have time. But I didn't have someone to guide me through a process of career strategy. So I tell people today that if you're coming into a job, when you come into the job, one of the first strategies that you should do is you have your entrance plan coming in, but you should also have an exit strategy. You come in with an entrance strategy, learning, growing, knowing everything that you can for that particular job, but your exit strategy helps you to move forward with a career. Your entrance strategy gives you a job and you work that job that you're on. But when you start that very first day or give yourself a week or so into your new job, you should be asking yourself, what is it that I want to do next? Where do I want to go next? And if it takes you longer, however much time it takes you to do that, and then when you're doing that, you should ask yourself, okay, if my next place that I want to be is manager, whether it's there or whether it's in some other place, what do I need to learn on this job so that I can begin to get the skills, the competencies, whatever it is necessary, that such that when someone picks up my resume, they'll know that I can do the job, the next job that I want to do. So many times we enter into a job and we do a great job where we are, but we're not preparing ourselves for the next. And so that's what the strategy is all about. Because when you work with a career strategist, then that person helps you not only look at where you are now, but look at where you're going, and then helps you to plan and do some specific things to help you plan out where it is that you want to go next and how you're going to get there.
Okay, great. And you're right. When you first come out of college, I know for the first 4 or 5 years, I had no clue what I wanted to do, but I knew I wanted to work someplace. So, but I didn't know. And like you said, you don't know what you know.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know what things were available to me as far as job options.
Mm-hmm.
So, I was just out there taking a job here, taking a job there until I found something, that I really liked and what I wanted to do and enjoyed doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so the career planning,
mm-hmm.
it has to start from day one. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what about for someone who maybe midlife has a career change?
Mm-hmm.
And so they have gone back, they've gotten a different degree or some additional training or whatever, and they're looking for a career change. How does that person approach career planning? Because they probably still have 20 more years to work.
Right. So if you have gotten so say that, and I'll give you a particular example. So my neighbor across the street, she had been a teacher for at least 20 years. She taught 9th grade mathematics for about 20 years. And then as she began to teach mathematics, she realized that she had a nurturing. She loved nurturing. She loved taking care of people. So her change, and she was probably around 43, 44 when this happened, because our sons are best friends, and they were around the same, they're the same age. And so that's how we communicate all the time with each other. But she came to me and she said, Sandra, you know what I think I want to do? And I said, what? She says, I want to be a nurse. And I was like, wow. Now that's going to mean going back to school, and you're not going to be able to use any of the things in terms of the college courses. You're not going to be able to use any of those college courses that you had to be able to put those towards nursing school. So she knew that. So she went back, she found the right program for her. She wanted the program to be online because she didn't want to, have to stop teaching because she needed to have income coming in. So she found the right program for her and everything. And so she did that. She got her nursing degree. And now she's working on her master's in nursing. And she actually has changed careers. She's no longer a teacher. And now she is actually over a nursing squad there at one of our hospitals. So the thing about it is that when you change careers midlife, you have to, number one, be ready to determine, do I need to go back to school? Do I need to get certain certifications? Or questions that you have to ask yourself. And if the question to any of these things that you might need, like certifications, like degrees, there are different kinds of impact they're going to have. Because if you need certification degrees, you've already talked about that earlier, your finances are going to get impacted. So are your finances ready for that? Do you have the time to go back to school? Does going back to school or going whatever kind of education it is, how is that going to impact your family? You got to put all of that into consideration because you don't want to start down a path that you're not going to finish. Okay. And so you got to take all that into consideration. So if you're midlife, when I say midlife, because I'm past midlife, I'm 59. So I'm on the other side of midlife, right? And so when you get to that point, you really have to ask yourself, not do I just want to change careers, but how is making this change going to impact every other area of my life? And if it's a positive thing and you're ready to do it, then move forward, take the classes, get the degree, that sort of thing. And then everything else that we've talked about earlier still holds. When you when you make that change, like my friend, she made that change into nursing. She knew she did not want to be a floor nurse forever. Nothing wrong with that, but she knew that's not where she wanted to stay. So she did what she needed to be able to do. She took some additional classes once she became a nurse. She did some additional things, and now she manages nurses. So, you know, whenever you want to move forward in a degree, like in a career, like I said, you have to have that entrance in, but then also that exit plan to get to your next step. Exit doesn't mean that you're going to leave the career completely. Exit means that I've got to get to my next step, and what am I going to do? So midlife is going from one career to another in midlife. There's no difference in that than any other. It's just at the age that you are, and you have to take other things into consideration other than just going to school.
Yes. And, you know, I look at it, I know for myself, every job that I have had, it was a stepping stone.
Yes.
And it was preparation for what I do now.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, my very first job, I worked during the Christmas holidays at J.C. Penney's, wrapping gifts. I hated that job. I do not like wrapping gifts to this day. When they came out, the person that invented the gift bags, he's my hero. He or she is my hero, okay? And so they moved me from wrapping gifts and moved me into the hardware department selling fishing gear. I love the fish.
Oh,
so that worked out well for me. Plus, you got a commission, and I loved it.
Oh, wow.
I loved it. I could talk to them about the equipment. I could talk to men and women about all, and they would look at me like, well, how do you know? Well, I've been fishing since I was 3 years old. Oh, wow. And I could tell them all these things. And so it was a stepping stone.
Cool.
That piece there brought out the salesman part of me, but also the interaction part of me of being able to interact. So then years later, I went into teaching. And then when I left teaching and went into nursing, teaching is still there because nurses we educate.
There you go.
So it's a stepping, everything that you do in like every job. I tell young people this all the time. Treat it with importance because it is. It's preparing you for something better.
Yes.
It is preparing you for something better.
And that's like that entrance exit we were just talking about earlier.
Exactly.
It's the ladder, entrance, exit. I mean, everything counts. Some people think, well, you know, I did this job way back here, it doesn't count, but you learn something from that job that's going to help you in a future of your career.
Yes. So what advice or what tips do you have for someone in a place of stuck in their career? They feel like they're stuck.
Wow. Well, you know, I wrote them down. I didn't want to forget these. I wanted specifically to share. So I've given one already, and that is the entrance exit plan. You know, so many times we enter into a job and we enter it like we're going to stay there forever. But and so this kind of goes into number two. And number two is to document, whether you do it on your computer, whether you have a notebook and you document it there, whatever you do, but document your lessons learned. Every time you do something, whether it's positive, whether it's negative, whether it's a negative experience or a positive experience, document it. You talked about earlier networking. You know, that is something that is so important. And when you network, you know, you want to be able to document, who did I meet? Did I follow back up with them? Those sorts of things. So part of your entrance into a job and then your exit strategy to move to your next level would be to document your lessons learned, document your struggles, document your experiences, document everything that you're doing so that you're preparing yourself for the next job. Now, another one that I would leave is that I had when I was the senior vice president, the chief information officer reported to me. That's the guy that's over, a person. I shouldn't say guy, but it was a guy that reported to me. But that gentleman that reported to me, he was over the different aspects of the technology. So when you're at that level, I always interviewed them, and I took had my hands in their hiring. And the one question that the one question I would always ask someone is, what would make you leave this position? Because I need to know. You're at a very high level and you're reporting to a senior vice president. I need to know, if you leave, then that's going to leave a big hole for me. It's going to take a whole lot of time to hire someone. So I want to know, what would make you leave? And so this is I guess I'm on number 3 now, is that when you're giving more to the job than the job is giving to you, then it's time for you to go. It's time for you to look for something else. What do I mean by that? Jobs as a part of your career don't just give you money. Jobs as a part of your career give you experiences, give you teaching and learning. They give you possible mentors, possible sponsors. They give you so much. And if you're in a career and you're stuck because you're not getting any of that, then it's time for you to move on to something else. So you want to make sure. Okay, so you want to make sure that every single day, and I'm serious when I say every day, every single day, you should be learning something in your current job that helps you move on to your next. The next one I would leave with you is about mentors and sponsors. Now, I believe in mentors. As a matter of fact, I'm a professional mentor. What that means is that people pay me to mentor them because of my skills and expertise and my background. And so, but one thing that I found, especially with women, is that women tend to be over-mentored and under-sponsored. We have people will say they're your mentors. Oh, this person is mentoring me. Oh, this person is mentoring me. But know the difference between a mentor and a sponsor. Now, you need both. You need both. So one of the things I will leave again, I think I may be on number 4 now, is that you need both. So have mentors and have sponsors, but remember that mentors talk to you, sponsors talk about you. So your mentors can mentor you about certain areas. It could be your career, it could be some other area in your life, but we'll stick to career. So you can have a mentor that actually works with you in your career. But a sponsor is that person that talks about you when you're not in the room. So, for example, I have sponsors. I mean, I'm 59 years old. I'm at the level now where I sit on corporate boards. Boards pay me, companies pay me to sit on their boards. And so when you get to that level, I sponsor other people, but there were people that sponsored me that were my sponsor that said, you know what, you're looking for a particular person with this particular background. I know the person. Sandra Wall Williams would be an excellent fit for your board. You want to get to the point where people are calling your name and they have influence such that when they say your name to someone for an advancement in your career or for a board appointment or for whatever it is, that they have that sort of influence and they can recommend you, and now your name is up higher. I'm not talking about here just dropping names. Sometimes people say, well, I know this, but I'm not talking about name dropping. I'm talking about someone that knows your work and know that if they say, okay, I recommend Constance for this job, or Constance for this board chair, or Constance for this, whatever the opportunity is, they know that if they recommend you, then they don't have any doubts at the kind of job you're going to go in there and do. So that's what a sponsor does. A sponsor already knows your work. A sponsor is more than a mentor, because a sponsor has that kind of influence where they can speak about you and then you get whatever it is that they're talking about. A mentor can help guide you and support you and those sort of things. And sometimes your mentor and your sponsor may be the same person, but not all the time. So if you are in a company that has a mentorship program, then get in it. There should be no reason why anybody that is in a company that has a mentorship program, apply to be in that mentorship program.
Yes.
I've heard people say, Constance, well, I don't want to do it. There's nobody in there that looks like me. Well, you know what? I have mentors and sponsors that don't look like me at all.
Mm-hmm.
I had one, and that's good. One of my, because you need diversity there also. One of my, he's a mentor and a sponsor for me. He was one of my bosses. He was the president of the community college system. I talk about him to this day. And I don't talk to him every day. He's not somebody that I talk to every day. But when I was at the community college system before I retired, or before he retired first, he would always have me going places with him. And Constance, I would like, I don't have time. I got work to do. I don't have time to ride with you here or there. And so when he retired, I asked him, why did he do that? And you know what he said to me? He said, I need to mentor you because you don't have an old white male at your table. And that's who you're working with every day. And he's right.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So you need that perspective. So let me stop and see if you have any questions on. I have a couple more, but I'll start with those for you. Your entrance and exit, your mentors, you're documenting your experiences and documenting what you learn.
Okay, and about the sponsors, that's a good tip. And I put all these into the chat in the comments for the listeners to see.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us about your LEAP project.
Yes. So LEAP is an actual system, LEAP, and it's an actual system that stands for Launch Exceptionally into Your Accurate Position. And LEAP is the system that I use as I work with women and help women to help them strategize their career. And so it has different parts to it. It's literally a step-by-step program that I help women to actually move them through as a part of my overall Next Level of Success Academy. So LEAP is the system that I use inside the academy to help women to get to their accurate position. So it's all about understanding your values, understanding your worth, understanding what you bring to the table, and then making sure that when one of the things that my grandmother used to tell me, when you walk into a room, everybody ought to know you're there. You shouldn't have to say anything, but everybody should know that you're there. And so I've learned how to utilize the things that I know well to bring to the table my gifts, my talents, my anointing, my resources, everything that I bring. And LEAP helps other women to be able to do that as well.
Wow. So do you have any books or any upcoming books?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Can you share that with us?
Well, I have a couple of books, and they are all on Amazon. A couple of ones I co-authored. My very first book is called The Ministry Within, and going back to the ministry as we were talking about earlier, The Ministry Within, and have that one. The others are co-authors on leadership, and those are all on Amazon. The Confidence Woman, Women in Vision, those are all that I helped to co-author with other amazing authors. I'm working on one right now that is called Black Woman, White Boss. And these are the lessons that I've learned from my white bosses as I have moved up. Yeah.
Well, I can't wait for that one to be released.
And it's the good, the bad, and the ugly. So not just good things. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Yeah.
Well, we have to give it to them straight. So it takes the good, the bad, and the ugly to make it work. So yes.
Yep. And I learned from all three of them. I learned from all three of the good, the bad, and the ugly. That all of that made me who I am today. So I get excited about that. Yes,
okay, great. Okay, so if anyone wants to reach out to you, how would they find you?
You can find me on LinkedIn. And on LinkedIn, I'm Dr. Sandra Wall Williams, no hyphen, Sandra Wall Williams. Or you can go on Facebook, it's the same thing. Or you can go to my website, which is under construction right now, but you can go to drsandraspeaks.com. That's Dr. Sandra, and Sandra is SAUNDRA, drsandraspeaks.com. And you can put in your name and your email, and you'll get connected to me with that way as well.
Okay, and I'll put all this out there so they can have it if they need it. But I'll tell you what, this has just been exciting and it's been very informative to me. So I'm sure it has been a benefit to those that's listened today. Williams.net or .com.
.com. DrSandraSpeaks.com.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. DrSandraSpeaks.com. Because I'm a speaker as well. I do a lot of speaking.
Okay. All right. Well, I have all that out there so people can reach out to you.
Yeah.
It has been my pleasure having you here today at the Speakeasy. I pray that you will come back and share with us again.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You are a wealth of information. And that is what my goal is, to provide to my listening audience information that can be of a benefit to help them improve themselves and their place in life.
Yes, ma'am.
So until next Sunday, same time, same place, I thank all of you for coming here and joining us at the Speakeasy podcast today. You could have done anything else, but you chose to come here and to spend the time with us. May God continue to bless you now, tomorrow, and forever. Thank you.
The Homeschooling Interactive magazine is now available on Amazon.com. So just simply go to Amazon and type in the Homeschooling Interactive magazine and go ahead and purchase your copy today. We may have been delayed, but we are not denied. See you on Amazon. Our CTR Media Network sponsors. A special thank you to our gold sponsor, Terry Coleman from Global Key Capital. Global Key Capital is a lender specializing in customized financial solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority. They strive to provide their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. So if you are in the market for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call or simply visit their website at www.globalkeycapital.com. A special shout out to our silver sponsor, Business Course Academy. At Business Course Academy, they provide business education digital courses for its participants with the tools and knowledge needed to compete globally and build generational wealth. Everyone needs a map to reach their business goals today, and they have an exceptional business course creators and coaches on their team with over 30 years of experience ready to help you because they have worked with multi-million-dollar agencies as well as startups. So if you're looking for your next business course, go to businesscourseacademy.com. Thank you for your support. Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tiffany Bell, and I am the host of the CEO Corner. I look forward every week bringing you guys somebody who's out there doing really great things in the world. And so today's guest, you're going to enjoy her, right? But before we get into that, let me talk just a little bit. As always, I always want to talk about, our books that we have out. And right now, I want to make sure that you guys, if you've not already gotten your copy of Affirmations of a Woman on the Move, you want to make sure that you go to our website, which is uncommoncourage.cc/affirm women. One more time, uncommoncourage.cc/affirm women. Now, when we're finished up with this, we'll also tell you a little bit about the journal that we have that our guest today is a contributor of. But again, if you are a woman who enjoys journaling, whether or not you get Affirmations for a Woman on the Move or our Affirmations for a CEO on the Move journal, you're definitely going to enjoy have an opportunity to just self-reflect. You're going to enjoy having some really powerful affirmations, power statements that are really going to help you to direct your thoughts, to direct your focus and to help you move from point A to point B. Now, with all of that, now we're going to transition in today's show. Again, I have a fabulous guest for you guys today to meet, and her name is Nisha Livingston. She has a heart for people, and her heart has shaped her nearly decade-long work as a licensed professional counselor and international speaker. She is known for meeting people where they are. She is that dependable friend and natural encourager and listener. Simply put, Nisha is a product of God's grace. Welcome to today's show, Nisha Livingston.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction, Tiffany. And it's such a pleasure to be on your show today.
I am looking forward to having an opportunity to chat with you. This is going to be good. This is going to be really great. So, all right. So let's just talk. I saw in a little bit of your bio. We didn't talk about this out loud, but I see that you have 2 degrees. Tell our audience just a little bit about your background. You know, what is it that you do from day to day to make a difference in the world?
Yes. So originally I started out as a journalist. So I have a background in mass communication. Really loved, working with people, listening to their stories, but I was more of a copy editor. So I was able to write the headlines and, draw people into those stories. So God had me having a heart for people and having a heart for people's story early on. But then he switched me into going into the realm of being a counselor. So I also have a master's as a counselor. And so now I'm serving in this industry as a licensed professional counselor, meeting people where they are, primarily working with couples and individuals to help them to be able to process through challenges. We all face challenges. We all face, unexpected turns and twists that occur in our lives. And sometimes we just need a safe place to be able to process through. Because oftentimes we try to carry it on our own. So I try to be that safe haven, that safe place for people to come in and to talk. And I reassure them I'm not here to judge them, but really simply to understand what's going on so they can be able to be a better version of self.
Okay, I love that. Love that. Now, I do think it's interesting that you started off as a copywriter, and writing stories to where today you're listening to stories, right, and then helping people to, again, as I say always, move from point A to point B. I would love to hear just a little bit more as far as your transition, like, how exactly did God draw you from copywriting to like counseling? Like that's a big jump.
Yes, so it was definitely a journey. So I will say, being a counselor, I wasn't a stranger to hearing that. Growing up, I would always have people that come to me, strangers that would share their stories, and they would always say, "Nisha, I don't know why I'm telling you this. My family don't know this, but you just have a calming, embrace and warm embracing spirit that invites me to kind of tell my story." And I was like, oh, okay. Didn't know I was young. And I was just like, okay. So I was fascinated by watching people on the news, putting a mic in front of someone's face and they tell their story. And I was like, that's what I want to be. I want to be a journalist. But I kept hearing people like, you're either going to be an attorney or you're either going to be a counselor. And I was like, no, I'm going to be a journalist. So I went, off to pursue that degree and loved it. Loved it. We'll talk and ask people, about different, hot topics. It wasn't hot topics at the time, but just random hot topics, taking pictures, putting in a newspaper. I thought that's where, I was supposed to be when I started out as a journalist at Southern University. Then I was able to move on to work as a instructor. And so I was enjoying that, but things kind of changed. Was working in several newsrooms, and the industry started changing. A lot of the content started moving towards online. So the newspaper industry was kind of, taking a different turn. So I was like, okay, Lord, what does that mean? Because I thought this was going to be my, profession, my where I land and end. And so people in the newsroom will always come to me and talk to me about, just random things that was going on in their life. So it was a running joke in the newsroom that I was the on-site counselor. And so I was talking with a couple of friends. I was like, maybe 10 years from now, I will go back to school and get a degree in counseling and kind of pursue and see what this is, because people keep talking to me. So I need to pursue this. That was in 2009.
Okay.
2010, God said, okay, well, I heard you in 2009. I was laid off from my job, and I was devastated. I said, Lord, what are you doing? I said, 10 years from now, I will pursue. He said, well, the time is now. And I said, but I'm not ready. He said, you're ready. So I started the program in 2010 of August. And from there, it has been a faith walk. It's been challenging, but it's also been rewarding. Because I've seen God, and I'm still seeing God, navigate and rearrange me from a path that I think I'm supposed to be on, and He's navigating gently, turning me onto other paths to pursue Him, but also to meet people where they are. So that's kind of how that transition took place. Was from me thinking I was going to be a journalist for I don't know how long, but in 2009 He heard me saying that I would go back to school and get a degree. So He kind of, put me on a fast track from 2009 to 2010, and here we are in 2022. And I launched my practice in 2020 in the midst of a pandemic. So
yeah.
Here
so
we are.
Tell us a little bit about that. How did that work out for you? I'm sure, it's kind of ironic that you help people through challenges, right? And then you begin a new profession in the middle of, a worldwide challenge.
Yes. Again, one of those paths. I'm thinking I'm on the path, and I was working for a nonprofit where I was a manager, helping individuals that were either diagnosed with cancer or who were caregivers. And so I was enjoying my job, loved my job, meeting people where they are and providing services to meet their needs throughout those times of their life, throughout the cancer journey. But it kept being placed on my heart, like, okay, Nisha, you're fulfilled here, but there's something else more for you to do. So I kept asking God, so when do you want me to leave? When do you want me to leave? Or, what is the time? And I remember distinctively, it was November 13th, 2019. And He said, okay, on March 13th, 2020, that's when you're going to leave. And I was like, okay. All right, cool, Lord, that's what you say. But I will be transparent. I was disobedient because March 13th was on a Friday. And I was like, Lord, I don't want to leave on Friday the 13th. I want to leave March 12th, right? So I rendered my resignation. And as I was preparing to shift, here's all this talk about something was going on in California. And we have, different offices in different states. So the office in California was trying to decide if they was going to shut down. And so they're having this conversation, am I going away lunching on that Wednesday? And I'm sitting there like with the deer in the headlights, like, Lord, did I make a mistake? Like they're shutting down and I'm supposed to launch my business on March 16th. So help me to understand your guidance. Help me to understand, what do you want me to do in this situation? Because I'm scared. So nonetheless, March 16th, I opened up my office. I had to close it that Friday because the world was shut down. And what God was showing me was, Nisha, yes, I told you March 13th was going to be your last day, even though you chose to leave on March 12th. But that was not just your last day. That was everybody's
World's last day.
And because I was shifting, not just you, but I was shifting, the world. And so hindsight, now I see that He was preparing me to be in a place where so many people needed a safe place, needed someone to not judge them, needed someone to be there to kind of get a handle on okay, I was just working last week, but now I'm working from home. What is this social distancing? What is this word mask? What does this all mean? And so while the world was shutting down, he was elevating, the field of counseling to be able to meet people at a vulnerable time. And so I was thankful to be a part of that shift and being on God's team for the opportunity to meet people where they are.
One of the things that I hear you say over and over again, you said that you've heard the Lord, right? And tell me just a little bit about how that plays in your role in the counseling room when it comes to helping couples, helping individuals with their challenges. Obviously you're a woman of faith, so I'd love you to kind of just share a little bit more of that.
That's a beautiful question. So I know when I was sharing with you when he transitioned me from working as a journalist in 2010 to go into pursuing a career in counseling, I was really at a low place. I didn't know what was going on because I thought I checked off everything on the box. I finished high school, I went off to college, even stayed and, got my undergrad and graduate degree, and I was working in my field. So I thought that I had checked off everything. So to get laid off, I felt like a failure. I felt like, I did something wrong. And I couldn't wrap my brain around it because I always was set goals, and I was able to check those boxes off. So when he, said, okay, we're shifting gears from being a journalist to going into counseling, I prayed the prayer when I was driving on the campus of Dallas Baptist University. And on the campus, when you drive on, there's a statue that says, "Will you follow me?" And so I stopped there and I started crying. I said, Lord, I don't know where you're leading me, but yes, I will follow you. I don't know what that looks like, but I do ask that you talk to me every step of the way. I'm here, I'm knocking. You said knock, you will answer. You said, have our ears listening to you so you can hear my voice. I said, Lord, I'm hearing your voice. And so I remember that, very, very genetic and very authentic, prayer to him when I was driving on the campus and saying, let me hear your voice. Cause I don't know about this counseling,
This is a major move. Yes.
This is new. So, meeting with people and trying to understand, what they're going through. I need to hear from you what you see. Help me to hear your voice in what they're dealing with. And so he has shown up in counseling sessions. I'll be talking to a client and they'll say something and I'll say, I'll confirm or I'll validate. And it was like, wow, you was really listening. And I have to give credit. It's like, yeah, God was helping me to make sure I had the listening ear because I asked him to give me ears to hear as he does, to see you as he see you in order for me to meet you where you are.
That's such a beautiful, that's just encouraging to my own heart. I love that. I love that. And again, that was a part of your introduction, that you do meet people where they are at, which, everybody, in all honesty, wants and desires that no matter what the situation is going on, we all want to be heard. We all want to be validated, that our feelings, no matter, whether in the valley of decision or, on top of the mountaintop and we're celebrating no matter what, we all really seek that, affirmation, confirmation, you know what I'm saying? And so, be able to give that to a person, and especially when they're facing a challenge, because it all, what that does for me.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors. A special thank you to our gold sponsor, Terry Coleman from Global Key Capital. Global Key Capital is a lender specializing in customized financial solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority. They strive to provide their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. So if you are in the market for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call or simply visit their website at www.globalkeycapital.com. A special shout out to our silver sponsor, Business Course Academy. At Business Course Academy, they provide business education digital courses for its participants with the tools and knowledge needed to compete globally and build generational wealth. Everyone needs a map to reach their business goals today, and they have an exceptional business course creators and coaches on their team with over 30 years of experience ready to help you because they have worked with multi-million-dollar agencies as well as startups. So if you're looking for your next business course, go to businesscourseacademy.com. Thank you for your support. Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.